You are listening to The Rundown Live. Your protection from deception and your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day, May 1st.
Urgent 8+ hour truth marathon on Illuminati Day.
Help us raise 1766 for The Rundown Live.
Scan the code on the screen now.
Today's guests will be Lyon Zagami, Max Lowen, Clyde Lewis, Ryder, Joe Wages, and more!
Is that who I think it is?
Yep, sure is. Did you hear he ditched the man cave and brought back the study?
That's so sexy. I love it when a man is educated and informed.
He is so dreamy. Always reading books and investigating history.
Where do you think he works out?
The library.
He is so controversial, always talking about 9/11 being an inside job, the police state, constitutional rights, ancient history, government cover-ups, and how he thinks sports don't matter in real life.
Oh, I love a freethinker who searches for truth. I love it when he feeds my brain. What's his name? Kristan T. Harris.
And there's a reason that people are like this. Because people, for the most part, are mindless sheep. The Illuminati are absolutely correct. I have discovered this. It has been one of the greatest disappointments of my life to discover that most people, the people that I have been battling for, the people that I have laid my life down for you can be sure that when the New World Order comes into power, my life is forfeit for the work that I have done. It has been the greatest disappointment to find out that they are absolutely right about most of what they call the masses. Whenever you hear somebody use that term, they're usually one of them. They're nothing but cattle, sheep, mindless animals, steaks on the table and beasts of burden by choice and consent. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's true. It's because from the beginning people are taught to be stupid. Taught not to think, not to challenge. Taught not to ask questions. You can't even figure out what's going on in your own neighborhood, much less how to stop this New World Order or what to do about it. And so many of you are so absolutely ignorant and stupid. You see, I'm sick of it, folks. You're not going to win anything. You're not going to escape anything, and you're not going to get liberty back. Not at all. You're too stupid to do it. You're too ignorant to do it. You've got too many agendas of your own, most of which are to keep your little fantasies going around you so that you never have to look at the truth and so that you never have to be blamed for anything. But the truth is, if you want to know what's wrong with this country, ladies and gentlemen, go look in the mirror. Go look in the mirror. You will see exactly what's wrong with the United States of America staring at you in the glass. And I'm just sick to death of it. I am so sick of the lies and the hypocrisy and the bullshit and the manipulations. And you think that you're going to create a world of liberty and freedom? No, these people are going to enslave you because you must be enslaved, because you've got to be controlled, because you can't control yourselves. You can't decide upon the truth. I'm beginning to have a much greater respect for the Illuminati than I ever have in the past. You know, they've been telling me for years, Bill, these people will spit on you. We know that you're telling them the truth. But they don't want to hear the truth, and that's why they have to be controlled and manipulated and led to the slaughter. And I always said in my stupidity, no, you're wrong. You see, you've been hiding the truth from them. All you have to do is show them the truth, and things will be better. It will change. We'll have a good world. Peace on earth. Nobody will have to kill anybody again. We can live in freedom and liberty, responsible with the truth. Boy, what a fool I have been all these years.
You're listening to the Rundown Live. Your protection from deception and your forecast into the future. The Rundown Live. Mayday, Illuminati Day fundraiser. Early drop happens today. Just scan the QR code on the screen to support this broadcast.
What you are hearing, folks, is for the first time in history the public revelation of the origin, the history, the dogma, and the identity of those who operate in secret to bring about a worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate. The sun enters each heavenly sign or house of the zodiac in what is called the 30th degree, and leaves at the 33rd degree. Thus, God's Son is said by the ancients to begin his ministry at 30 and dies at 33. A Freemason is not told the truth of the object of his worship until he attains the 30th degree. And this is why the highest degree in Freemasonry is the 33rd degree, for no one can rise higher than the sun. When viewing the shimmering rays of sunlight on a body of water at dawn or sunset, one can still see today how God's Son walks on water. It was well understood by ancient man that our weather was caused and controlled by the sun. It was a simple fact that God's Son had the power to control storms at will. The ancient Egyptians taught that he did this as he rested in his heavenly boat while crossing the sky. Thus we read that God's Son quieted the tempest or great storm on the sea while in his boat. Which boat? The boat of Isis. Ra, the sun god, also known as Osiris, in the bark of millions of years in which he traversed the heavens, he wears on his head and accompanies a vast sun disk symbolizing his powers as Lord of the heavens. The boat formed of a serpent bears his eye, and the god is seated on a pedestal representing Mayat, the divine order. Folks, when we stop to realize that every single king, prince, lord, governor, dictator, despotic ruler, civil and social institution, national flag, coat of arms, educational institution, military medal, award, organizational insignia, medallion, badge, emblem, citation, trophy, banner, pendant, political standard, or ensign, agency of government, or religion uses the sun as a primary symbol, then it can truly be said in the mystery school that God's Son is, quote, King of Kings and Lord of Lords, unquote. A worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate.
A worldwide totalitarian socialist
You are listening to the Rundown Live. your protection from deception, and your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day, May 1st. Urgent. 8+ hour truth marathon on Illuminati Day. Help us raise 11776 for the Rundown Live. Scan the code on the screen now. Today's guests: Lyon Zagami, Max Lowen, Clyde Lewis, Ryder Lee, Joe Wages, and more!
And because of this administration, we are tonight a world divided. We are a nation becalmed. We have lost the brisk pace of diversity and the genius of individual creativity. We are plodding along at a pace set by centralized planning, red tape, rules without responsibility, and regimentation without recourse.
Madam Speaker, I have a few questions for my colleagues. What if our foreign policy of the past century is deeply flawed and has not served our national security interests? What if we wake up one day and realize that the terrorist threat is a predictable consequence of our meddling in the affairs of others and has nothing to do with us being free and prosperous?
To be fair, we had helped to create the problem we're now fighting. How? Because when the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, we had this brilliant idea that we were going to come to Pakistan and create a force of mujahideen, equip them with Stinger missiles and everything else to go after the Soviets inside Afghanistan.
Promise of being one of the most effective treatments for AIDS and cancer in history. Now it's gone, and one of the most respected research facilities in the country is being blamed.
Participation in a process that validates an establishment that never meaningfully changes. What if that establishment doesn't want and doesn't have the consent of the governed? What if the two-party system was actually a mechanism used to limit so-called public opinion? What if there were more than two sides to every issue, but the two parties wanted to box you into a corner, one of their corners?
Censored by the mainstream media, the destroyer of fake news, and your host of the Rundown Live, Kristan T. Harris.
It is May 1st. The day is here. It is Illuminati Day, May 1st. The day communism was born back in 1776. And if you don't know the story of May Day and the reason why the girls go dancing around the maypole, well, it's a very adult topic because the pole represents the reproductive organ we call organ that we call a phallus, right? The male reproductive organ. Today's going to be a great show. We are live for 8 hours today on Ground Zero Plus. You can download the app if you want to carry me with you. It's on-air disclosure, talk radio. You can find it Google Play, iTunes Store, and just about every platform out there has the on-air disclosure talk radio app. Make sure you download it. That's where you can get Ground Zero all day. And I will be saturating the airwaves for 7 hours today on Ground Zero Plus. We have many great guests joining us today. Lyon Zagami will be joining us. We got Max Lowen will be joining us, satanic ritual abuse survivor. We got Clyde Lewis joining us. We have Joe Wages, Masonic historian, and Ryder Lee, film director, and many more. We're going to be playing some of the greats, some of your favorites, and we're going to talk a little bit about what May Day is. I'm going to start out with starting with a quote from the man himself, Adam Weishaupt, the mastermind of the Illuminati. Quote, "By this plan, we shall direct all mankind in this manner, and by the simplest means, we shall set in motion and in flames the occupations must be allotted and contrived that we may in secret influence all political transactions. I have considered everything and so prepared it, that if the order should this day go to ruin, I shall in a year reestablish it more brilliant than ever." Adam Weishaupt. So this is a very interesting subject because most people don't know the origins of the May Day. The May Day origins is that of the Illuminati. They call it Labor Day or whatever they want to call it, that they want to, the communists go out there and celebrate it. And why is that? Well, we'll get into that in just a moment. Occultist Adam Weishaupt was a professor of canon law at Ingolstadt University in Bavaria and proclaimed the birthday of his project known as the Illuminati on May 1st of 1776. The Illuminati had been the process of coming together for 5 to 6 years before this, but the reason this particular day was picked is as the birth of the Illuminati is because it is an occult holiday known as Beltane. Beltane is the occultist New Year's Day, with all the new occult endeavors aspiring to begin on the unholiest of days. This is also why communists celebrate May Day, which is also on May 1st, in honor of the founders of communism and occultists in chief, the Illuminati. It was the Illuminati who planned, funded, and orchestrated the rise of communism, which we're going to go over entirely in this broadcast. We're going to have a very special guest joining us in just a moment. But before we do, I want to share this with you guys right here. And I want you guys to think about this for just a moment. This is from a book called To Eliminate the Opiate by Jewish rabbi Marvin Antelman. Contrary to popular opinion, Karl Marx did not originate the Communist Manifesto. He was paid for his services by the League of the Just. Sounds a lot like that Marvel superhero group called the Justice League. Just throwing it out there. Which was also known in its country of origin, Germany, as the Bund der Gerechten. The Bund, which existed as a secret society, was later to become known as the International Communist Party. The actual origin of the Bund seems to be lost in obscurity, but it is believed by many political scientists to have been influenced largely by another secret organization, the Illuminati. The brainchild of Bavarian intellectual named Adam Weishaupt, who is believed to have been an ex-Jesuit. The Illuminati was founded on May 1st, 1776, today, and it is for this reason that many scholars believe that May Day has achieved prominent status in Marxist-Leninist organizations and other socialist communist coalition groups throughout the world. When Adam Weishaupt first conceived of the new social order in the world, he was guided by the model of the Republic, by Plato. Weishaupt was a professor of canon law in Ingolstadt, Bavaria. The Illuminati was known in Germany as the Perfectionalists and had this parallel with Plato's Republic. I want you guys to know that today we are taking it back. We are raising money for this broadcast, and I believe we can do it. $1,776. We already have a great start to that. And I'm going to go ahead and show you guys right now where we're at on the screen. And where we are at today, right now, we're at $376 of the $1,776. So if you want to support this broadcast anytime throughout the show, you can scan the QR code when it comes up on the screen, or you can go to therundownlive.com. And I also will tell you that the top donor today will receive a prize, and we're going to do a raffle for all the donors to receive a 1-year subscription to Clyde Lewis's Ground Zero Plus. Today's broadcast is very special, and I had the opportunity to invite somebody I know personally that has personal involvement historically in the organization known as the Bavarian Illuminati, or the newer version of it. Author, writer, and former Illuminati member, Lyon Zagami. Welcome to the Rundown Live. What a crazy day. It's May 1st, and the kids are going to get together, and they're going to dance around the maypole, but they don't really understand the impact of the occultism and the perversion of the whole ideology of Christendom and Christianity, and how Adam Weishaupt is trying to destroy the idea of Christian religion. He hated the idea, I believe, of Christianity and individual liberties. And it was a great plot devised by him and others and international bankers to establish this communism. Welcome to the broadcast today, Leo. How are you doing today?
Great, thanks you. Thank you for having me on. And of course, you are right on the spot when you say that he hated Christianity. However, he was very much promoting Gnostic Christianity, and he did it throughout his instructions for the various degrees, proposing the lowest degrees who might have feared this anti-Christian element, he was proposing Gnostic Christianity as the real Christianity. In fact, I wrote extensively about this topic in volume 9 of my Confessions, writing about it because not many people understand that the Gnostics were the precursors to the modern Illuminati, even in their communistic ways that you spoke about briefly earlier, because the actual Spartacus League, which was that left revolutionary movement organized in Germany during World War I, took his name from the initiatic name of Adam Weishaupt. He was called Spartacus. That's why you had the Spartacus League. Then, of course, you had the League of the Just, which itself was connected to the head of the League of the Just was himself a disciple of Adam Weishaupt. And all this, of course, links with Rabbi Marvin Altman and what he said also about the Asiatic Brethren. The Asiatic Brethren were the way in which the Sabbatean Frankists were finally integrated, because Weishaupt prohibited the Jews as well as members of the clergy from joining, but of course that was always a little bit, up in the air. But then most of Germany, Prussia, prohibited the Jews to join their lodges in that period. And that's why they created, as a reaction, this Asiatic Brethren. Now, the guy who created it had revived briefly an Order of the Wheel of the Golden Rose Cross, which was founded in the same year as the Illuminati, and was regarded as one of the main reasons for then this creation of the Illuminati by Adam Weishaupt. However, later, the same guy who created this Rosicrucian order, he was called Ecker und Eckerfen, he then created the Asiatic Brethren. And joining him would be Moses Dobrusk, who was the son of the cousin of Jacob Frank, this heretical leader of the Frankists. So it's all integrated, and it's also integrated with the Masonic world of the time, like I said, which was trying to keep the Jews out, especially in the continent, in Germany. But then, of course, this Asiatic Brethren, once it was recognized by the official Masonic authorities, gave them the possibility to access to the various lodges, also of the Illuminati. So what happened later on was that, as you know, the Illuminati was dissolved officially with this name, because there was found to be somebody with a bunch of documents who was struck by a lightning. and of course, then a
courier named Lanza, by the way. His last name was Lanza, and he had the Illuminati manifesto, right? When he got struck by lightning.
Well, he
was
had
like God divinely was like, "You're not going anywhere. I'm going to hit you with lightning." What are the odds of that? That he is one of 3 copies of the Illuminati manifesto derived by Adam Weishaupt. A courier named Adam Lanza got struck by lightning, and that's the reason why everyone knows what they know today.
However, Adam Weishaupt then said to his followers, just change the name of the organization, just adapt to the whole thing, and become chameleonic in a way, just change and adapt. And that is what happened. That's why then you had a bunch of similar orders. So what made Weishaupt's order different from any other esoteric order? Because the Illuminati already existed in one way or another. So what really defines Weishaupt's order? Imagine that even in the time of Adam Weishaupt, there was also the Illuminati of Avignon, for example, which a much more esoteric imprint. Well, Weishaupt introduced a way of using the esoteric as a facade, as a cover-up, just as he was using Gnostic Christianity as a cover-up for his anti-Christian behavior, which will be unfolded only on the upper degrees, where he basically says that there is no religion, that man is God, because that is really what he wants to promote. He wants to promote that idea that man himself doesn't need any god.
Well, that's not surprising, Leo, considering the Synagogue of Satan, the Rothschild banking dynasty, funded a lot of his ideas. Basically, they allowed him to
Well,
run
that
with it.
happened also because Jacob Frank, at that point, with his cousin, with Moses Dobruska, who was designed originally to become his successor, then he refused. But before that, there is the fact, Jacob Frank moved to Frankfurt in Offenbach, which is just there in the outskirts of Frankfurt metropolitan area. And in Offenbach, he created like a court where all the future banking cartel, the Rothschilds, the Schiffs, the Warburgs, every single family that you will later find involved also in the foundation of the Federal Reserve, was involved in this in Jacob Frank's form of Sabbatianism. So the Sabbatian Frankist was and are still to this day, thanks to, like I also outlined in my book on Jeffrey Epstein, because Jeffrey Epstein was from a very important family who branched out of Poland and outside of Prague. It was a family that at the end of the 18th century had made a lot of money with the creation of a new way of coloring certain textiles, and then launched themselves in Poland with the foundation of the first private bank, thanks to a guy called Jacob Epstein. And then later on also they became, with Leopold Epstein, in charge of
Is that the same Jeffrey Epstein bloodline?
Yes, Jeffrey Epstein, in an email, which I've also talked about in an email to Ariane de Rothschild, confirms that he's a member of the same Rothschild family, of the same Epstein family, which has a building in the center of Vienna called the Epstein Building. It's a very important historic building still to this day. And he confirmed that his family, the Epstein, the Rothschilds, and the Gutmanns, were actually the protectors of a very young Adolf Hitler. So we have definitely always a lot to discuss when it comes down to the Illuminati, because they are, of course, always fought by the academics as, simply a sect, a cult that was briefly operating in a place, though, Ingolstadt, which is also very significant. You were mentioning Rabbi Antelman. Rabbi Antelman is the one who interpreted the Frankenstein monster legacy of Mary Shelley and her husband as something that needed to be interpreted, because that Frankenstein was not only the castle of the alchemist, but it was also Jacob Frank. And the professor who creates the monster, that doesn't really have a name, we always call it Frankenstein, but Frankenstein is the name of the creator. Well, the Frankenstein means Jacob Frank. Stein is stone. The stone is like the foundation of Jacob Frank. So and it's, of course, also, as we know, Shelley inspired herself from the golem of the ancient Jewish folkloristic tradition that, especially in Prague, established this legend of this monster created out of this
clay, right?
Yeah, out of clay with these special Kabbalistical formulas. Then in my book, I explain how those rabbis were actually the rabbis, the ones who claimed they were fought by their creation, their golem, were actually the ones who were trying to fight in the real world Sabbatianism, because Sabbatianism was not really initially accepted, actually was never really accepted by traditional Jews. And then when it became Sabbatian Frankism, many rabbinical councils tried to fight it. But in the end, they managed to become the winning side of Judaism, because with the Illuminati, they worked at what is known as the Jewish Enlightenment. The Jewish Enlightenment modernized Judaism, modernized the Jewish ways, and secularized them. And so the result of this secularization in the end is that today we have here in America 80% of Jews who identify with Reform Judaism. Most of them really are not respecting the traditional Mosaic laws. So the influence that the Illuminati had within the realm of religion, because they were fighting always the religious realm in one way or another, wasn't only involving Christianity, but also Judaism. And the work, of course, of infiltration within Judaism was done by the Sabbatean Frankists, and of course with the Asiatic brethren. They then manifested something which was then picked up by Theodore Royce. Theodore Royce is the guy who briefly in 1888 tries to refound with their name the Order of the Illuminati in Dresden. In Dresden, him and a guy called Leopold Engel from Austria, because Austria, then Vienna.
Leo, real quick, can I pause you for a second? Sabbatean Frankism, isn't that what it was rumored that Jeffrey Epstein was into? Like it's a weird occult that deals with like satanic ritual abuse.
I made a whole book about it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought like that's your recent book. Like Sabbatean Frankism is like Baal worship, Molech worship, and
I would
child
say
abuse.
that it's much more complex than that, because when you analyze the beliefs of Sabbatai Zevi and then the ones of Jacob Frank, is almost like they were integrating both Islamic beliefs and later on Christian beliefs, but then also a bunch of heresies like the ones you just mentioned. And of course, they were the precursors of sexual magic, because the basis, the imprint of sexual magic that the Sabbatean Frankists did was then filtered also to the non-Jews through the Illuminati, especially the ones of the Asiatic brethren, which also Marvin Antelman mentions. Now, these teachings then arrived to the foundation of the Ordo Templi Orientis, which is always in Austria. Austria is an epicenter of Sabbatean Frankism. That's why the family of Jeffrey Epstein was also coming from Austria. But what happened to the family of Jeffrey Epstein was that in the 1880s, they lost a lot of money. They went basically bankrupt. And so for that reason, they will eventually immigrate here. But to create the lie like he did with that interview with Bannon, that, he's some schmuck from Brooklyn, that is complete BS. And of course, the fact that still to this day, nobody wants to discuss the real origins of Jeffrey Epstein, as well as the real origins of Ghislaine Maxwell, because she was Ghislaine Hock. Hock, the family, Hock also is a family that comes from that branch of Orthodox Judaism, which was heavily influenced by Sabbatean Frankism. So then we have Karl Kerner. Karl Kerner creates this Ordo Templi Orientis with Theodore Royce. He actually, in his own foundation papers, talks very clearly about the inspiration from the Fratre Lucis, which were basically the Asiatic brethren. He actually nominates and calls them the initiated brethren of the 7 cities in Asia. And so there is a specific formal mention of the Ordo Templi Orientis in the foundation documents regarding the Sabbatean Frankist influence. That sexual magic that everybody says Kroll invented, he didn't invent anything. It was already pioneered by Sabbatai Zevi and then by Jacob Frank, who claimed to be his reincarnation.
A quick question. Is that where, like, because I know that early on the lodges that Weishaupt was interested in were the Swedenborg lodges. And when I looked into them, they were very Rosicrucian-esque. They were into mysticism. Yeah. And so is that where the sex magic comes in?
All of it was infiltrated, and in fact, even the foundation document, the cipher that gives the foundation to the Golden Dawn, which then gives to the Golden Dawn also a degree system, which it's clearly visible already in Germany before, was from the Sabbatean Frankists. So the Sabbatean Frankists were central to the development of the Western initiatic system.
That's interesting, Leo. Like just the way you link it all together for the people out there that want to follow the paper trail. Because after the Illuminati was ordered to disband, you explained that they went on and just reincarnated themselves as different organizations. And so now we got, like you mentioned, Aleister Crowley, the ritualistic sex magic, which is something that I believe that you're starting to see in the Epstein files, that it's borrowed satanic ritual abuse. So where does...
But it's not the first time that a sexual magician is linked to a president of the United States,
Oh, okay.
because Pascal Beverly Randolph, a pioneer of sexual magic and of Rosicrucianism in the United States, was a dear friend of Abraham Lincoln. And Abraham Lincoln used him also from some seances. So, I mean, it's not the first time that a president... so now we have Donald J. Trump. Back then we had Abraham Lincoln. They were both linked to sexual magic.
Well, the other thing a lot of people don't realize is also in that era, the Freemasons stripped Knights Templar of their voting rights and they gave them strict observance rights. And Weishaupt was able to absorb thousands of Knights
Okay, I would
Templar
like
into
to
the
specify,
Illuminati.
I would like to be a little bit more specific because
Okay.
I was myself a Grand Master of the Strict Temple Observance, so I know a little bit about the orders, of course, history. Now, the Strict Temple Observance was the first to really promote the high degrees linked to the Templar myth, thanks to a guy called von Hund, who was almost like the Licio Gelli of his time. He was linked with very powerful people. However, the Jesuits immediately infiltrated the organizations with a guy called von Stark. Augustus von Stark was himself the creator of the clerics of the temple. So when Adam Weishaupt came around, that was the period in which the strict temple observance was starting to have some problems because of the Jesuit infiltration. And at the same time, then we have the convent of Wilhelmsbad in the 1780s, where they decide to accept for the blue degrees, so for the order, the first 3 degrees, the origins as being based on the various guilds, and then instead for the upper degrees, separate the whole thing and give there a different explanation, which brings them to the origins from the Knights Templars. That origins from the Knights Templars was originally laid out by a guy called Chevalier de Ramsay in the 1730s. He laid out this origin because he wanted to create also a separation between the 2 branches of Freemasonry that were fighting each other at the time. One was supporting a return of the Catholic monarchy in England with the Stuart family. The other one was supporting what we generally now call the Windsors, but the Hanoverians. So in the end, we know who won. The Hanoverians, the Stuarts, of course, disappeared from history at the beginning of the 1900s. They were completely forgotten, and even at the beginning of the 1800s, almost. But the Stuart family was linked, of course, by tradition to the Knights Templars who took refuge, like my own family, the Lyon family. There's a whole book about it, about the Lyon family and their links to the Knights Templars. The Knights Templars, the first Knights Templars who took refuge there, went and protected Robert the Bruce, and of course participating also to his war against the English, because they integrated very well, especially in a place called Kilwinning, which became the mother lodge of Scottish Freemasonry. However, when we say Scottish Rite Freemasonry, it's not something to do necessarily with Scotland, but it's rather to do with also with France, because then the Stuart family, they had to take a refuge in Italy, in France, and that, but like I said, in the end, between the 2 factions, the English faction of the Hanoverians won, and though at the beginning of the 1800s, then we have the establishment of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, which picks up some of the teachings also that were laid there by the strict observance, and of course, but there is another element that surfaces with the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, which is the Sabbatean Frankist element had participated to the very foundation of the Charleston Supreme Council. So first, Supreme Council was founded in Charleston because Charleston was at the time the second biggest Jewish community in America, and mostly based on Sephardic Jews. Ashkenazi Jews were not yet appearing in American history. They appear in American history in the 19th century, and that's when eventually they will establish the B'nai Brit, their own form of Jewish Freemasonry, which later integrated also the Sephardic. But the Sephardic Jews were initially very hostile to the Ashkenazi that came to America. That's why they were trying to create something to facilitate their acceptance. The Sephardic Jews, there were, I think, 4 or 5 of them involved in there was 11 elements 11 people who participated to the first Supreme Council. Some of them were Christian, I think a couple Catholic, and also almost half of them was Sephardic Jews, and those Jews were actually Sabbatean Frankists. So the very connection there is very strong from the very start, no? And then later on, at one point when the Ashkenazi came to town, and they didn't really speak much English. They had trouble in integrating because they wouldn't even imagine, the Sephardic Jews wouldn't even let them marry their daughters. So there was, complete separation between but the Ashkenazi were the ones with the money. And so at one point they spoke only Yiddish. They gathered in a cafe in New York and they manifested the B'nai Brit. But initially, it was supposed to be a lodge of the Oddfellows. There was the golden age of fraternities back then. The Illuminati had managed to really make this golden age of fraternities happen in the United States. And so, but they
a lot of people don't know that, Leo. A lot of people don't realize that the Illuminati had lodges here. I went to the Library of Congress and looked up all these old newspaper articles. One of the lodges that was recruiting, Roosevelt used to live in that same building. And I was like, boy, that was interesting. I published a little piece on that. But real quick question, before we get into the 1900s, what was, you being from Italy, what was Giuseppe Mazzini's role in the Illuminati? Because he's always rumored to have been in charge for a small period of time. And later on, it was the famous folklore is that he handed the reins over to Albert Pike in the late 1800s. I don't know if that's bullshit or not. I just want to know.
There is a lot of fake news that was deliberately spread by the Jesuits through a bishop, which included the fact that Mazzini and Pike had this this exchange that was then made public. Eventually, we discovered in reality that exchange was created by the Jesuits. They might have said things that actually manifested, including the possibility of
the New World Wars, the 3 World Wars.
Of course, I mean, you are talking about the Jesuits. They are on top of everything. So it's almost like saying more than Albert Pike. Albert Pike was, of course, but even Mazzini's relation to the Illuminati was very simple. He created La Giovane Italia, and he was working with the Carbonari. These are organizations that were trying to fight the church, because the church in Italy was also a temporal power that had control over the center of Italy, and Italy needed to be reunited, and so they needed to have these subversive activities. And for that reason, the Illuminati had then created these groups like the Carbonari, who were simply mimicking Freemasonry. Like, instead of calling themselves brothers, they would call themselves cousins instead of calling themselves.
Isn't that where the mafia comes from? Is that those organizations?
Well, I would say that the mafia also is said to have very big links with the Freemasonry from the very start, simply because mafia has always been controlled by the Sicilian aristocracy. The Sicilian aristocracy was often in charge of Freemasonry, but there was also the involvement of a secret society called I Beati Paoli, which was a way to direct assassination squads in what was really an early form of mafia. Then some people say that mafia also means Mazzini autorizza furti, incendi, assassini. Of course, Mazzini was trying to reunite Italy. He also worked then with Giuseppe Garibaldi. Giuseppe Garibaldi was the head of Freemasonry at one point, was the head also of a right, Memphis and Mizraim, which itself is also heavily influenced by the Sabbateans in particular. So today we have still a large influence of the Sabbatean Frankists on French Freemasonry, which is rather visible, and that's why the father of Jared Kushner is ambassador in France.
That's all fascinating, Leo. Just the amount of history that is really permeated amongst everything else that you mentioned. You kind of bring us up to date. So when people who claim that the Vatican has agents of the Illuminati, is that normally referred to as the Jesuits?
No, the Jesuits are the controllers of the Illuminati. I witnessed myself, and in fact, I explained that in the very introduction of my last installment of the Confessions, volume 12, which is dedicated to the Jesuits. Now, the all-seeing eye on top of the pyramid. And in fact, I give my own account of when I went with the vice president of the Academy of the Illuminati, Pier Giorgio Bassi, who, by the way, works also with Linda Rothschild for the Council of Inclusive Capitalism at the Vatican. I went to the headquarters of the Jesuits back in 2009 when they were promoting the book, actually the film at that point, Angel and Demons. They called me to participate into the promotion of the film. I had just went back to Italy, so I said yes. And I went to the headquarters of the Jesuits, and there I saw the heads of the Illuminati bowing down, and I was pretty shocked in front of the Jesuit general of the time. So the Jesuit general for them is, of course, much more powerful than any Masonic or any Illuminati Grandmaster.
Well, it's interesting, you know, between that and Jordan Maxwell used to always say that everyone kisses and kneels before the Pope, but my question is, if the Pope is a Jesuit, then you wonder who's really in control, right? At the end of the day.
Nowadays we have an Augustinian, but in 2023 he was recruited by the past Pope, who was a Jesuit, and he's following in the lines of the Jesuits. And there will be big surprises that will be announced this summer, which I will be talking about in my next book, which hopefully we will be discussing maybe in a month from now.
Well, that's really exciting, Leto. Thanks for joining us. I know that we are limited on time. I think I wanted to ask one or two more questions. The first one is when did the satanic ritual abuse start to be a thing in things like the Illuminati? Because there's many books dealing with mind control and the bloodlines of the Illuminati, and a lot of these books talk about reverse hypnosis and MK Ultra style satanic ritual abuse. Because it sounds like when they first started out, it was more of a mystic and more of a sexual magic mixed with Gnosticism and intelligence. How is it that we hear modern day stories where it all kind of links into this weird satanic ritual abuse and MK Ultra style mind control?
The more pragmatic approach of Adam Weishaupt, then Weishaupt himself disregarded the esoteric. He wanted to simply, like I said earlier, use the esoteric eventually just to cover his real manipulatory intention.
To get people involved in
But then he was also the first who devised specific types of control upon the initiates that were mind control techniques. And he brainwashed them left, right, and center, so they will do anything he will order them to do. And that is really different, like I said, from any other prior secret society, because at that point, you understand that Weishaupt was simply creating the first political secret society. And that's why then it inspires people like Giovine Italia, like the Carbonari, like many other secret societies, the Spartacus League and other organizations secret and non-secret that came afterwards. So that is the reason why Bishop was so influential, because he brought this new element to the fold, whereby you use an initiation not simply to give the person knowledge or, at least bring him into the awareness of certain things like the allegories that are used in Freemasonry, but his intention is to manipulate the candidate. And if you think about it from that moment onwards, then the secret societies of a political nature start to
manipulate. Like, look at Scientology. It's exactly what you're talking about
all
there.
Cults, yes, like Scientology. So, and we know, of course, that even the founder of Scientology himself was connected to Aleister Crowley, to the OTO. And the OTO, like I said, was an attempt to merge that more pragmatic political element of the Illuminati into the esoteric element, especially the one that was coming from the East with the Theosophical Society, those tantric practices, that sexual magic that at that point was integrating, because the Sabbatean Frankists had not really invented anything new compared to the ancient tantric practices that were there for thousands of years in India. Of course, in the context of Judeo-Christianity, it was a big creation. But thank you so much for having me on.
Leo, where can people like let's talk about your book for a second. Where can people get your book, first of all?
Okay, my books, you can simply go on leozagami.com and you can find the links to purchase them, together with my latest articles, which are always, I suggest you read so you can get updated on all the latest.
Leo Lyon Zagami, thank you so much for joining us on May Day. We're doing an 8-hour marathon to raise funds for this broadcast, amongst other things. And for the listeners out there, make sure you guys go out and pick up a copy of Leo Lyon Zagami's.
Last thing I would say is that the motto that the strict observance, which was the majority of the members of the Illuminati, because they were recruited, was nulla invertur ordo. So nothing can change the order. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Leo Lyon Zagami. I appreciate you. We'll see you soon. That was Leo Lyon Zagami, a great friend of mine, a great guest, very interesting individual. He is a 33rd degree Mason. He's a former member, high-ranking member of the Illuminati, and he knows a lot about the Vatican and the Vatican history. And if you guys are following along with today's broadcast, we're talking about May Day. It is May Day. And just so you guys know, you guys can support this broadcast. You can support the Rundown Live by going to our website and making a donation on Give Send Go. It's a platform we decided not to use. The other one that was big for a long time, I forgot what it was called. But you just scan this on your screen if you like, screenshot it, go to the QR code, and you can donate $17.76. Or if you want to donate more, you can. Ground Zero Plus is donating a full year's supply of Ground Zero Plus to one lucky donor today. So get in there, make a donation, support the Rundown Live today.
You are listening to the Rundown Live. Your protection from deception and your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day, May 1st. Urgent. 8+ hour truth marathon on Illuminati Day. Help us raise 11776 for the Rundown Live. Scan the code on the screen now. Today's guests: Leo Lyon Zagami, Max Lowen, Clyde Lewis, Ryder Lee, Joe Wages, and more!
And we are getting close. We have more donations in. Thank you to Todd and Missy and Lisa and Maria and Tiffany and others who have donated already today. We have crossed the $375 threshold. So we are getting there. We are slowly getting there, but I believe we can do it. If you can donate $20, donate $17.76, whatever it is, support this broadcast. I want to say thank you and definitely bring it on. There's a way to donate. Give Send Go. I'm having problems talking today. Give, send, go support this broadcast. Check that out. So we're going to go back and we're going to talk a little bit about the origin points and things that you guys don't know about the Illuminati. And we were talking about Mayday and the Maypole, and where does the Maypole come from? And why is it that it ties into the Illuminati? Well, the Maypole, it is believed that the phallus worship, right, stems from, some people say it's Nimrod. Some people believe it's Osiris, right? Some people call him Osiris, right? Osiris. But the story is essentially Nimrod, who was Noah's great-grandson, was so upset that God destroyed all the cool things in the world, right? These are found in the esoteric texts of the Bible, that he wanted to teach people through their own hard work that they too can become as if they are gods, right? Wasn't that the lie in the Garden of Eden, right? And so at the end of the day, what happened is Nimrod had incestual relationships with his mother and wife and ritualistic sex magic to become illuminated. In fact, that's why Nimrod was the first king to wear a crown, they say, because a crown represents the sun and its rays. That's why it's a golden crown, right? And that's where we get the ideology for Sunday, the day you worship the Son of God, which, would be Nimrod, the first sun deity. Allegedly. And his mother and wife, Semiramis, she was deified as a moon goddess. That's why when you come to Milwaukee, and you drink a Miller Lite, they have the lady on the moon, right? Moon worship, moon goddess. So you have a sun deity, a moon worshiper, and then, you have the 1,000 points of light, their followers. Those are the stars in the sky. And as you know, there's many famous speeches, one by Bill Clinton, talking about 1,000 points of light. And some people claim it's the Rothschilds' home. And the reason why they have their home decorated like that with 1,000 points of light is because they believe they're direct descendants from Nimrod. Their words, not mine. So Nimrod in Babylon, in the mystery Babylon religion, which is occult symbolism, ritualistic sex magic, maybe these old mind control tactics, right? Everything we're talking about now that the Illuminati allegedly has been involved with, satanic ritual abuse of the OTO, amongst other things, right? Have all been colluded and derived from this idea of Nimrod. And so Nimrod couldn't get people to come and switch over to his belief. They still wanted to worship the creator God per se. And what he did is instilled cannibalism. That's where you get the word cannibal, right? When you say play ball on a baseball diamond, you're giving ode to the deity ball. It's word magic, right? And it's not by chance that the baseball diamond is laid out like a square and compass. It's a Masonic game, right? So like Nimrod had this issue and he faced off with his brother, I think his brother or cousin, Abraham, I think they might have been called at the time, but he ended up conquering him and cutting his body into 14 parts and delivering his phallus, his reproductive organs back to Semiramis, who had an immaculate conception. Anyways, the important part is that Nimrod was considered the founder of Freemasonry, which is a very interesting topic because it was the first real communistic type environment where they combined government, religion, and politics, all under an esoteric Gnostic religion of sun deity and sun worship. And that is what the mystery religion is. So when you hear people talk about, Mystery Babylon and old reggae songs, right? It's really interesting. That's really what they're talking about, is that ancient Tower of Babel, the Hanging Gardens, all the greatness. It was said that Nimrod was the first king to unify the world, bring the world together. That's where the old world order comes from. That's why the elitists refer to today's injunction as the new world order. So that's where that ideology comes from. And Adam Weishaupt was a person who published and talked about establishing a new world order. That's where the original idea of a new world order came from. And then he was funded by the people who claimed that they're ancestors of Nimrod, basically to fund his abolishment of the family, abolition of the inheritance, abolition of private property, abolition of all religion except for state-run religion, and establishment of a new world order. I'm forgetting one, but there's one other thing that he was trying to pass. It was just all diabolical. So at the end of the day, May 1st was the day the organization was founded, But as we just got done talking to Lyon Zagami, the satanic ritual abuse and all that started to come in much earlier than the modern day era. In fact, I wouldn't doubt that the MK Ultra studies were based off of satanic cults. Our next guest that will be joining us is an expert on this subject. Max Lowen, she is a therapist. She deals with MK Ultra and satanic ritual abuse survivors. What an incredible gig to get involved with. Thank you for joining us today, Max. Welcome to the Rundown Live. And I think you might be muted, so just double check your mute button. There we go. How are you doing today, Max? Thanks for joining us on this evening. I know my path, I've been interviewing a lot of MK Ultra survivors in the last month and a half. I've interviewed 4. And I've been reading over your site. And let's start out with this. What does it mean to be unbroken?
Name. We have divinity in us. We are actually unbreakable. So everything that the satanic cult that runs the world has done to us can't really extinguish our light. And we can come back from trauma. And I think when we do that, when we heal ourselves, you know, myself, all of us globally, because we're all traumatized on this planet, we will actually become even more powerful. So I like to say we should use this dance with the dark, as hideous and horrible as it's been, to learn wisdom. So we can retain that beautiful, vulnerable, childlike, loving nature that we have, but let's make this have been worth it by learning from this and never allowing our planet to be hijacked in this way again. So we can definitely unbreak ourselves. Trauma is very healable. If I came back from what I came back from, we can all do it.
So if you're willing to share with our listeners, how did you get involved with this? Because I read a little bit up on you. I saw a lot of your videos. And while doing research and talking to other experts on this subject, I learned that you were kind of doing what I'm doing, and that's trying to learn. Well, you're a therapist, so you're trying to help the victims, but I'm trying to also learn about what it was our government was doing in America with MK Ultra. But it seemed like satanic ritual abuse was a reoccurring theme from the 1950s through 1984, and it could still be going on in the Finders Cult, the Franklin organizations, and the Epstein circles that we hear about today. But it seems like it's a very real concern, and it's still going on today. So tell our listeners a little bit about how you got into all of this, and like how did you get fascinated with this and not wanting to help people? Because takes a big heart to do that.
Well, how I got into this is I was unfortunately born in a family that I was from age 0 to 18. I'm a survivor of satanic ritual abuse and MK Ultra. So I was often taken to an underground Jesuit facility in Rome, in Italy, where I was tortured and experimented on. And when I say tortured, it's everything from electric shock, waterboarding, being kept in isolation tanks, cages, obviously rape, beatings, having to watch animals and other people be tortured, really brutal satanic rituals where they do things that I don't even want to say because I don't want to traumatize people. And I was taken to the subterranean levels of the Vatican, way, way, way under the ground. They have a room with a big altar, and they do rituals down there where they will first brutalize a baby or a small child, and then they ceremonially cut them open with a special knife while they're alive. They collect the blood in these very ornate chalices, and they drink it, and they would be any kind of VIP, popes, high-level Vatican people, actors and actresses, global agency heads, high-level people in government, etc. So And then I was taken to these parties, these elite parties. If you ever saw the movie Eyes Wide Shut, something like that, except in that movie, they didn't show all the children that would have been brought there to be pedophiled. I was sometimes at parties on big grounds. They were the hunting parties. So we would have to run and hide in the woods, and then we would be hunted. I've seen babies be cooked and brought out on platters. These people are cannibals, they're blood drinkers. They are sadistic to a point that's hard to understand. They do, they torture children, they will rape newborn babies, cut people up. They're really, really, yeah, it was horrific. So unfortunately, I was on and off in these situations for the first 18 years of my life. I survived, I healed. I left and came to the US when I was 18. I changed my name, studied psychology, got a few degrees in that, and then worked with trauma. I used to work in the jails and the prisons and the inner cities, and people would wonder how they would say, like, how can you work with those populations? And, inside of me, I was like, that's nothing. I've literally seen demonic entities invoked into people in these rituals. Like, an inner city street doesn't really faze me. So I began working, for different nonprofits and organizations with trauma. Then I did my healing work. I ended up having a child, which totally was the love of my life and really opened my heart and helped me heal and recover as well. So it was a bit of a long journey back. I mean, it was really hard. And when I started to talk to a therapist about these things, and some of the memories that I had blocked out started to come back, it activated a suicide program that they had put in me. But I overcame that too. So, I was put through a lot of MK Ultra type stuff as well. And so at some point after I did my healing, some years went by, I really kept feeling so angry and frustrated that this was still happening to children. And so I was like, WTF, God, like, this has to end. And I sort of heard, well, then do something. So that's when I started to tell my own story. And then that evolved into, I wanted people to understand how the world really works. And so I started to interview all kinds of other people who expose this, that, and the other part of the bigger structure. And that's, so on my website, unbroken.global, I have a lot of interviews people can watch for free, because I think the formula is understanding the truth of how this planet works and who runs it, plus doing our healing work. And so if you do that, you break the mind control, because they have everyone mind control. We can free ourselves. And these, I call them creatures, because, a lot of them aren't really human anymore.
No, not at that level. You're just a monster.
Yeah, but they do have to follow universal laws, because we have free will. So they're very sneaky and manipulative. So they trick people into, if you consent and comply and do what they say, then they can and they tell us ahead of time all their plans, right? So that's the good news, is that we are sort of allowing them to do this, so we can revoke consent. We can say no. We can pull out of their matrix, and we can create a whole different reality that isn't a hell on earth. So they've manipulated us because they're parasitic. They can't do anything without us. So that's the good news. So I want to get that message out there, because I know we can take this planet back if we really, do those things, learn the true reality, free our minds, and heal ourselves.
First of all, Max, I want to say thank you for sharing your story with me. That's not an easy story to share. I can hear in your voice how it's gut wrenching just to explain to people, because people just don't understand the fabric of how the reality of these elites' lives work. And I think for a lot of people, the Epstein files were the first little glimmer or glance into what the elitists were into and what they were doing with children. And I'm sure Epstein's Little St. James isn't the only island out there. We saw P. Diddy start to come down and some of these other organizations. But the things that you are talking about, I've heard from other victims. And one of the, like some of the victims, they don't even want to go on video. They just want to tell somebody. They want to talk to somebody because they don't know anyone else that understands what they're going through, because they think that they are crazy or that they've lost their mind, that the people being cannibal or cooking babies or doing things like hunting parties where they go and hunt small children and you might die, right? And they hunt you like it's a sport. That those things don't exist. And they want to talk to somebody that listens, because I've had conversations with people off the books, and much like you, they had programs put in there. I've studied a lot about the alpha, beta, theta, and omega programming. Obviously, one is the assassin switch. One is the self-termination switch. One is the monarch type lover, sex fiend. The other one is more of the spy per se, and they help develop people to have these photographic memories, and so that they could have a perfect Manchurian candidate. And that's the government's claimed role on it. But what they ended up doing is, I've heard stories of elitists like George Bush, from people in his own family, claim that they have killed babies and drank the blood in Denver on the fall equinox underneath old Masonic temples. And that's from people who were married into the Bush family. And so I didn't know what to think of it when I first heard of it about 15 or 20 years ago. But then all of a sudden I've heard multiple reports of the same story on a yacht or on a boat or at a party. And you have to go, boy, that's a little weird that we have this synchronicity. And I think the world right now is being normalized to this behavior because there's no accountability. So we have to implement the change ourselves. And also I feel like the hardest struggle for me as a person that's a Bible-believing Christian is the fact that I have to believe in redemption, that these evil people can be saved. And I know for a lot of people that's hard, but what kind of testimony would it be for one of these evil people to switch sides and expose this, or switch sides and be a testament of how God can change somebody's lives by bringing awareness to this? But there are so many powerful people in there. You had that Dutch banker who came out, right? And he said the same thing.
Yeah, no, it's if you start listening to survivors, and many, many, many have come out and started to speak out. We're different ages, we're from different parts of the world, but the playbook is very, very similar. And you mentioned the Bushes, but it's anyone who's gotten to a level of power, like a president or a global leader. They have to pledge allegiance to this cult. See, you don't get into those positions unless you're part of this cult. And usually to get into any high position, you have to do a ritual where you rape a small child and often sacrifice it as well. And then that's blackmail material, but it also inducts you into their cult. These people they're Satanists, and part of their religion is pedophilia undergirds actually our entire global structure. And, what you said about the different programming, I was put through the beta programming, the sex kitten programming, and having a photographic and audiographic memory. And my family was in politics, so you can see how that would be useful. And I would just like to say one thing to you. When you started, you said victims. I would like to suggest that you call us survivors.
Survivors. Okay, I apologize.
No, it's okay.
Uh,
We're not really,
important
we made it, so, we're still alive.
Well, absolutely. And I can't imagine what it would be like to live in fear every day, just for the thought that, like, especially with programs that somebody could call and then drop a program, like to be afraid to pick up the phone. like every day. And that's just something that every one of these survivors I've spoken to seems to deal with, that they don't like to pick up the phone. They like to respond to text, they email. But the fact that every time that phone rings, they're worried that somebody will drop a program number on them and initiate one of their ulterior personalities or people that are programs that are programmed into them. Like I couldn't imagine what that would be like. I can't imagine what that experience would be. So I think all around, that's a very crazy and hard thing to have to deal with on a daily basis. A very strong person. Not only that, like every day you bring awareness to this, it helps so many people. So there is that like taking back of power, that and that self-empowerment of being able to bring awareness of this, like because I can't believe how many people are on social media right now, Max, talking about this, and it's people like you that are giving them the strength to publish their stories. And yeah, there's gonna be some of the like weird or not true stories or people that are just trying to get attention, but there are so many stories on TikTok right now of people who are basically saying almost the same thing.
Yeah. You should check out, I mean, it's a few years old now, but there's something called 50voices.org. And they did 15-minute interviews with a whole bunch of survivors. So if you just want to, get a look at that, you can. And yeah, it's important. I mean, it's really, really hard because we've been in a trance, we've been hypnotized, we've been mind controlled since we were born on this planet. They do that through the miseducation system, through the media. We're poisoned by the pharmas, they poison the air, the water, the food. We're traumatized with wars and poverty and scarcity, which are all engineered. The violence, the chaos, it's the Hegelian dialectic. They create the problem, they anticipate and they stoke the fear reaction, and then they ride in with their solution, which is their agenda. So they want to herd us now into this next reset. And that's why all this chaos on the global stage. So people need to see that these people and it's a hierarchy, and they sit above countries and they move things around like a chessboard. So people need to wake up to how things work, so we don't fall for it anymore. Because again, they do require our free will consent. And we can revoke that consent and stop participating. And they're very clever because, when they violate God's law, there are consequences. So what they've done is they've made us do their dirty work, so we bear the consequences. So as an example, someone's flying that plane that's spraying us with chemtrails, right? Somebody's going to another country to kill people. Somebody's injecting children with toxic, things. Somebody is teaching that sexualized curriculum in the school. Like, people are doing their dirty work for them. So we can just stop. I think one of the big things that's going to change everything on the planet is when we develop a moral backbone and just say no. Don't take the easy way out. Just, look at a situation and always make the right choice. That said, I do think their agenda is failing. Consciousness is rising. Like you said, the truth is out there. I was shocked when I saw the word deep state being thrown around a few years ago. I was like, wow, we've gotten to that point. That's amazing. So I do think that they're going down. They're circling the drain. And of course, as they do, they're throwing out everything in the kitchen sink at us. But we've got this because the light always wins. So we just have to align with that.
Well, the old oligarch is dying. We know that. I was a key reporter at the Bilderberg trial, that Bilderberg group in 2017. And you think about Zygmunt Brzezinski, Henry Kissinger, David Rockefeller, all the people that were kind of listed part of these organizations, the Bushes, Bush Sr. at least, they're passing, they're dying. So there's this new power struggle of these lower elites, and I don't think they're as well organized as their parents are, many of them, and they're really relying on technology. One of the scarier things conversations I was having was the ability of AI to implement MK Ultra programming in people. because that's a real conversation to have to talk about in the future here. But when you really dive deep into these thought processes, the old oligarchy is falling apart. The old leaders are gone, and now it's up to these new, younger oligarchies of leadership to go ahead and try to carry on the plan. And whether they do or don't, that's up to them. And I think a lot of that's why we're seeing what's going on in the world. How many people out there were gung ho on Donald Trump, and then he was listed in the Epstein files a couple thousand times? I would like to say that I believe that the guy had good intentions, and yeah, it was under his administration, it was published. But then you start to read all the craziness that's in there and all the complaints and everything else. Not to mention, something you mentioned is a lot of the leaders have to be initiated. And I remember,
Yes.
what was it? Newt Gingrich on Fox said that, oh, Donald Trump, he won't get elected because he wasn't initiated into the secret societies. Maybe he's initiated now.
Yeah. They like to divide us because divide and conquer works, and we really only have one enemy, and that's them. But so, to my knowledge, the left, the right, they're wings off the same bird, because I'm telling you, the people that run the show are above governments. And so in a sense, government is a theater. I mean, politicians, presidents don't really have the power. The power's above them. So it's just, we need to come together. And as you can see in the last few years, there's that woke programming, to create more racism and gender wars and political party. And, we need to just come together, because the only enemy we have is the satanic, psychopathic, pedophile, predator class that runs the planet.
I have a question for you. Does UFO abduction come up ever with any of your MK Ultra survivors that you've talked to over the years? Because it seems like at least a few of them I've talked to have this idea of being abducted by aliens or UFOs. And I was wondering if that could be a potential program that the government used, because there's so many people don't realize how many MK Ultra survivors there are, satanic ritual abuse survivors there are.
Yeah. It could be a programming thing, but I'll tell you that there's already aliens here on the planet living among us. So
Yeah, I mean, I've had that conversation with many people. I know that there's old government documents, including the indictment of MJ12 by William Cooper, which talks about at least 5 known races, a gray race, one that's Nordic and human-like. And the government actually wrote in a document I read that their biggest concern is that they could infiltrate our government when we're trying to infiltrate our own government with MK Ultra slaves, and trying to take it over that way. They're worried about the aliens potentially taking over the government. And I don't know what they are. Are they spiritual? Are they interdimensional? Are they real? Are they not real? Is it blue beam? There's all these questions, but at the end of the day, I have to rely on our creator and the wisdom that he has provided us to say, hey, we got to take a step back and take a look at what this all could be. I'd be naive to believe that we are the only living deities that our creator could have made, right? Because if he created the whole world, he must have created a lot of other life.
yeah, no, they are real. See, governments have worked with these different alien races. They've been given technology by them, and they've consented to a certain percentage of abductions in exchange. Because some, like the Greys, they've lost the ability to reproduce, so they like to study our, genetics and hope to recover that. I have to say, no, the governments know full well who these beings are. They work with them in many cases. And you've probably heard of the reptilian thing. And those are real too. So it's the reality. They say reality is stranger than fiction. So it's really true. The things that I've seen, the things that my survivor friends have seen, I mean, people would think we're crazy, but it's all true. And what they do have to reveal things. So they reveal a lot in movies and TV shows. So when you watch movies and you see any kind of thing like that, it's true. They're telling you. They're telling everyone.
It's programming, right? And it's interesting you mentioned that. I had a guest on our program years ago, and I think I wasn't like on the same path of enlightenment. Her name was Laura Eisenhower. She was a descendant of Dwight E. Eisenhower. I think that was her grandfather. And she spoke a lot about these different species and races of aliens being on this planet, and that they had interests in humanity and, like you mentioned, reproductive. You have, what was it, cattle mutilation. Laura Milton Howe, I believe that was her name. She was researching that as well. And it's a very interesting topic. And there's a part of our government that believes aliens are demons. But if aliens are demons, then that means aliens are also angels, if you believe that narrative. But I think that it's interesting that you went in that direction, because we did come across a lot of new technology. And there have been, one of the things I have been covering is all these scientists that are either disappearing or dying. I was one of the first people to cover it. I actually had an opportunity to go on the Alex Jones show and fill in for a day. And that's what I chose to talk about back in February, were all these missing scientists. That at that time, it was like 3 or 4 that we knew of. But I wanted to make the connection that this has been going on for 30, 40 years and probably even longer, that scientists have been either being unalived bizarrely or have disappeared altogether. And you mentioned you were in deep underground segments of the Vatican. Well, you have to imagine that our government has deep underground military bases, potentially where they have breeding centers for children for satanic ritual abuse, you know?
Oh, yes. Yes, they have women captive under there. Everywhere in the world, they have duns, and they have captive young women, and they exactly use them to breed babies that they can either sex traffic or sacrifice in rituals. I recently, like 6 months ago, somebody kept telling me to watch it, so I watched this show, Stranger Things, and I was shocked at how much they revealed there. And there was a scene where there were women, pregnant women, captive down there, and yeah, that is a thing as well. Absolutely, 100%.
And just to validate what you're saying, not that you need it, I had Elisa E. on our program, and she was a captive that was allegedly in one of these underground bases. And she said that is exactly what was happening, that there's people underground that will never see the light of day. And she mentioned things like adrenochrome. The first time I heard of adrenochrome was in the late 80s and 90s. There was a guy named Fritz Springmeier going around to all the churches warning us about mystery religion and symbolism and the Illuminati and bankers and the synagogue of Satan and all these other things. And he mentioned adrenochrome. Well, it's a drug, and I had a tough time buying into it, but now I'm looking, it's a real thing.
Well, that's what I saw under the Vatican. They bled out children and drank the blood. They also package it, they sell it. There's a whole black market for it. It's rated like class A, class B, different ages of children, different, so the elites all are blood drinkers and flesh
Vampires,
eaters.
real life vampires. I'm not surprised by that at all, Max. And I think it's something our listeners have been hearing a lot about these last couple of months when we've been really diving in. Like you said, there's this moment now of clarity where the truth is bubbling to the surface. And it's funny to see, and it's also very sad that all throughout history and ancient history, the Bible warns us about these Canaanite deities. They warn us about these cannibals, Canaan Ball. That's a Babylonian priest. That's what it means. They used to drink the blood, is ritualistic sex magic. That's what the story of Nimrod and Semiramis was. Those are the ancestors that the Rothschilds claim their lineage is from, is the Nimrod ancestry. So whether or not that's true, that's what they believe. And at the end of the day, the church and synagogue of Satan, like you mentioned, I think that they're struggling. That's why we got war in Iran. That's why like you mentioned, they're spraying us with Wellsbach stratospheric aerosol injections, and they don't want you to know about it, even though there's UN papers talking about the amount of aluminum toxicity as a result for 10 years of spraying in America. And people just want to deny that these things are happening. And what's amazing to me is that you provide a service where you can talk to people who have gone through these hard times. That like for me, I never understood like trauma. I never understood PTSD until I was a couple feet from people who were shot. I was a key reporter in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and I was about 20 feet, 30 feet from the second and third shooting. And I couldn't understand the psychological thing where your body just takes over, your mind is running. What could you have done differently? What could you have changed? And you can't sleep. And like it goes away after 6 months or a year. But every once in a while, when I hear a firework go off, it kind of comes back. But like just the amount of PTSD and the ability to overcome all that takes a lot. So what's the process of being unbroken for the listeners out there? Because I know we have MK Ultra survivors who listen to this program because they've emailed me because they see what we're doing and what we're talking about. I used to bartend for 8 years. My favorite thing was listening to people and trying to help them out with the issues. What are some of the steps of becoming unbroken? Let's talk about the healing factors. We talked about what it was about, what happened to you and what happens to a lot of these survivors. How does somebody go from that world and try now to assimilate to be normal?
So one thing is it's the basic stuff. You have to start getting good sleep, exercising, eating clean food, drinking clean water, doing meditation or prayer. It's important to balance our nervous systems. That's what the cult likes to hijack with all their technology and fast stuff and violence and everything. So, it's a combination of deprogramming our minds from, trauma creates certain beliefs, certain reactions in the body, certain emotional patterns. So it's a process. I think for me, it was very helpful to be in therapy and have a therapist because there's also that bond, that safe place, that loving connection, and someone to guide you. I think we need to remember the things that we've repressed and suppressed because they run us otherwise from our subconscious. So it's a lot of different things. It can be also journaling, and a lot of, I would say one big thing that helped me is that I always did have a connection to God. And in my case, the being that was always by my side when I went through the darkest things was Jesus. So it's having that divine connection to, to a part of yourself that's, that's in a different dimension. I think that's really important as well. So, there's no sort of formula except for it does take work because you have to feel the things that you went through. And when you can, because trauma is because we block it, we constrict it, we dissociate it because it's too much. And at some point, those things start to come back. And so it's just allowing all of it to come back, feeling it, understanding what happened, and doing the healing work as it comes up bit by bit. And eventually you transform yourself and you come back. And so, yeah, that's, the short answer.
Do the programs stop? Like if somebody tried to call you up and bring out a different personality out of you, can you break that control system? Is that something that you can crack and then you can be done with the chains of control, that you get your life back? That is the end goal. That's wonderful to hear that people can grow out of that and learn to survive without the worry that a phone call is going to trigger them into some kind of like Manchurian candidate.
Yeah, I mean, there are triggers, but we all have triggers, to be fair, even people who haven't been through what I've been through. So, yeah, think about how many SRA and MK Ultra survivors have stepped up and began to speak out. That shows you right there that the deepest, most traumatic form of mind control can be broken.
That's incredible. I think that's the hope that people need. And from the survivors I've talked to, a lot of them have started to go down that path and see a change in their lives, Max. And I think it's people like you that really help them get there with your website, Unbroken. How does somebody reach you, and how do they get a hold of you if they like to share their story with you? Because you're also a therapist, and I think there's a part of me that really believes that you have to talk to somebody that has been through the same trauma and has had success rehabilitating themselves, because it's yourself, right? You have to, you don't have to do it alone, but you are the one that has to take the steps and hold yourself accountable to make that happen.
Yeah, I do think it's helpful to work with someone who's been through it because, there's something about having done that journey that is can make that person, like in this case, myself, a good guide for people. And you're absolutely right. People, it's every single person who has to do that work. And so I am a therapist. I'm also a teacher. So like I said, I want to educate people. So you can also find some seminars, and I'll be doing more on my website. So I have one that exposes the Vatican. I have a seminar on what satanic ritual abuse is, if people want to understand it. It's not too much, it's something you can watch and understand. I have seminars on, the hidden hierarchy behind the global control system. I have a seminar on mind control, which might be really useful for people, and a few more. So, and then the interviews are very educational. You can learn. I've whistleblowers, I have teachers, I have healers on there. So there's resources for people, and yeah, I'm available too. And people can email me, max@unbroken.global.
I want to leave you with one last question. You mentioned the Vatican, but how often are like secret societies brought up in survivors' stories? Because I've heard, Freemasonry. Some people say OTO Satanism, and some people have used the term Illuminati. What is the role that you feel these organizations play in really, controlling the narrative, and what's the purpose of going ahead and trying to create all these mind slaves?
Well, there's different factions of the same. There's one satanic global cult, and then there's different factions. So there's the Black Sun side, which would be Freemasonry and the Vatican and the Nazis. And then there's the Illuminati side. So there's different, they all work together for a common goal, but they're sort of various sort of sub organizations. It's sort of a hierarchy.
The Temple of
Um,
Set is another one I know that I've heard. Also, Satanic Luciferianism is another one, which Gnosticism is really the gateway drug there to get people into the Satanic Luciferianism, which is Nimrod worship or sun worship, some people believe. But esotericism does seem to play a role, especially when it comes to the abuse and them being part of secret societies. One organization that fits the description of a lot of things that you're talking about is Scientology.
Yeah, it's everywhere. There's secret societies, and that's one of the things that's important to understand is that they've succeeded through secrecy and deception. Okay, so as the truth comes out and they become exposed, they lose a lot of their power because we are inherently, because we have the life force in us, we have that connection to God, we're more powerful than them. So they have to trick us and manipulate us and poison us and mind control us in order to have us be under them. So there is a way out because actually, I think their big fear is that we discover the truth about everything. And yeah, the Epstein files showed a lot, but that's kind of the tip of the iceberg. And there's many Epstein Islands and many uh, all over the world. Children are being trafficked, women are being kept underground and producing babies for them. Experiments are going on. Uh, but as that if you light even a match in a dark room, the light illuminates everything. And I think that's what's happening right now. The truth, this has always been the case for hundreds and hundreds of years, but it's emerging now. And so that makes me hopeful that we're going to be able to transition into a whole different way of living on this planet, a heaven on earth rather than a hell on earth.
The other thing that keeps coming to my mind when I keep having or throughout the conversation is the idea of John Todd in Zodiac Productions in the 60s and 70s, where he talked about them casting spells into the vinyl and the masters, amongst other things. It's almost like John Todd was right. The things that he was saying were accurate, and that, the battle for souls, at the end of the day, there's a lot of money, but it all comes down to souls, and they want your soul. They want to have that power over you, and they believe that furthers them. But we can take that power back, is what I'm learning from you today, Max. And I think it's wonderful, the things that you've been able to share with us, and that you're definitely a real hope and a spark of a hope, like you mentioned, a city on a hill, a light in the darkness scenario, where you're really bringing awareness to something that's a difficult topic. And like you said, the whole world is just finding out about this. Although there were the John Todds of the era and the Jesus People movement, where he talked about a lot of this stuff going on. And then you heard Ted Gunderson for years and years talking about this. And then you had Alex Jones exposing the Epstein Island way back in the day, when other people were talking about, but nobody would listen to them. And you're starting to find out that the world is a very different place than what we believed it to be. It was what we've been told it was, but we didn't want to listen, because who wants to believe, like in the movies where they make claims that baby tastes best, that we got a bunch of cannibalistic elites that will eat you if they if they catch you or they control you. Not to mention the cloning bases and all the other weird things that are going on in the world. I had somebody reach out to me saying that Los Alamos has a cloning facility underneath it, and that's why Epstein's Zorro Ranch was right there. I was a key reporter in the Ghislaine Maxwell Jeffrey Epstein trial in New York for 5 weeks, and I published all the victims' testimonies so the public would actually know what was said in the courtroom, because they wouldn't allow any electronics or anyone to actually record anything. So that's one of the things that I've been really trying to do to bring awareness of the issue. And I have to tell you, man, every day got to put on the good armor, because darkness will try to find a way to steal your soul. But we are covered in that blood, in that love of Christ and the Creator. And we need to really give that glory every day and focus on positive energy and find our friends together and conquer this evil. I appreciate you for joining us, Max. Thank you so much. And we're going to have to talk sometime off the record here, because I am definitely interested in learning more about this and how I can help people. So if somebody wants to help out with your cause, how can they donate, or how can they help you out?
Well, there is a donate button on my website, unbroken.global. And if people want to learn from my seminars, it's under the classes tab, and they can purchase them. They're not very much. And then, just if you need help with healing, you can contact me. I also do short reels on Instagram, on X. I write an article every month on Substack, so for people who like to read. I'm just trying to put it out there as much as I can, and thank you for wanting to expose this, because I think this is really going to help change things more quickly when all of this comes out into the open. So I appreciate you as a reporter, as a journalist, as a whistleblower, being willing to do this session that you're doing today to expose all of this. I'm glad to be here, and thank you.
Yeah, my heart hurts, but I know that there's redemption, and I know that there's change, and I believe that I only go around once here, Max. And if I don't do the right thing, then I'm going to regret it. And there's no coming back to this life and redoing it. So you only got one chance. And if you want to live for money, people out there, there's plenty of people out there that live for money. I live as a activist, reporter, freelance journalist. I go cover things, and I really want to help put together a real informational documentary about satanic ritual abuse and MK Ultra survivors, and talk about this and bringing out to the forelight. And that's really what I felt that God has let on my heart. And I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to me, because whenever I'm it's the social media algorithms, they know that I was like searching this, and you kept popping up, all your stories, all your interviews. There's a lot of people out there, but your stuff kept popping up. And I might be in the UK. My buddy Hugh Newman does something called Megalithomania. He's a very interesting individual, and I'm planning on coming out and visiting him and going to Stonehenge and checking out all the cool stuff in the UK too on top of it. But if I do make that, I would love to talk to you and meet up for soda or coffee or whatever it is. If you enjoy a frosty beverage, we can do that too. Thank you very much for joining us on the Rundown Live, Max. We'll have to have you back again.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Max Lowen is our guest. Make sure you check out her website, Unbroken Global. What a great guest. We have Clyde Lewis, who will be joining us shortly. on this broadcast. We're going to be diving into the Illuminati, May Day, and a whole bunch more on today's broadcast. May Day, May 1st, is, of course, the day and creation of communism. It's Adam Weishaupt's Bavarian Illuminati creation. It's a ritualistic day of dancing around the maypole, which is the phallus of Nimrod. It's a fertility ritual. All of that and a whole bunch more we'll be diving into. We got also joining us, Joe Wages will be joining us. Ryder Lee will be joining us yet, and we are going to be playing some segments from William Cooper, Myron C. Fagan, Jordan Maxwell, who I studied under for several years, and mentor of mine, who actually studied under Manly P. Hall. We'll be diving into a lot of these interesting subjects on this broadcast. But before you go, make sure you guys support us. We're not going anywhere. Check out and donate at therundownlive.com. You can go to the website if you're listening on Ground Zero Plus, or you guys can go ahead and just scan this QR code that's on the screen. It's on the screen throughout this broadcast, and I want you guys to help me out and help me go ahead and make this a future. Go check out unbroken.global. Support our contributors, the people who have joined this broadcast, obviously Max and Leo and everybody else on this program. So I'm really excited for today's show. So that being said, here's a quick announcement from the people that make this happen.
You are listening to the Rundown Live. Your protection from deception and your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day, May 1st.
Urgent 8+ hour truth marathon on Illuminati Day.
Help us raise 1766 for the Rundown Live.
Scan the code on the screen now.
Today's guests will be Lyon Zagami, Max Lowen, Clyde Lewis, Ryder Lee, Joe Wages, and more.
We are back. You're listening to the Rundown Live on Ground Zero Plus. I'm your host, Kristan T. Harris, and we've been diving into the origins of May Day. We had Lyon Zagami in the first hour. We had Max Lowen joining us here in the second hour, and we have somebody big coming up joining us. That is the man, the myth, the legend. I always call him that, and he's probably like, why do you call me that? That's Clyde Lewis. He'll be joining us probably a little bit after the beginning of the top of the hour here, so noon Pacific Standard Time for those that want to hear from Clyde Lewis. If you guys have any questions, drop them in the chat. I want to mention some things, and I want to dive into some things about this great old Illuminati, and the bloodlines, amongst other things. But that being of the Rothschild banking dynasty, it was Nathan Rothschild, son of Mayor Amschelbauer Rothschild, who said, quote, "I care not what puppet is emplaced on the throne of England to rule the empire. The man that controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I control the money supply." The synagogue of Satan's Rothschild banking dynasty is deeply rooted in what you call the Great Plan. That's the New World Order, and this is one particular European family overlord who is over it today. There are two factors that will show that they are today's principal controllers of the Great Plan of the New World Order. The first one is because they have primary control over the world's central banking institutions, which can be factually traced through the history of the founding of various global banking institutions, including the IMF, the World Bank, the Bank of International Settlements, the Federal Reserve, which isn't a federal or a reserve, by the way, the Bank of England, and are principally owned and controlled by the Rothschilds and their lesser minions. Whoever controls the nation's currency controls the country's economy by default and controls the country. Think about it. Who controls our nation? Didn't we just go to war with Iran? Who controls our world? Who controls our nation? And what is it that they believe? At the end of the day, you need to know what it is that the elite believe, because if you don't, then you are going to be lost on why things are happening in the world. And if you're trying to figure it all out, that's what we're here to tell you and help you figure out. And it's basically satanic Luciferianism as named by the Synagogue of Satan, exposed by people like Anthony Hilder, Myron C. Fagan, Jordan Maxwell, Alex Jones, William Cooper. We could go on and on by all the people over the years that have brought an awareness of these topics. It all comes down to the worship of the zodiac signs. It all comes down to worship of astrotheology. That's the gateway to the satanic Luciferian agenda. And just to show you what I'm talking about, the reason why the elite despise Jesus Christ is they believe it is a perversion of their own beliefs. Here it is. This is from a book by Jordan Maxwell called That Old-Time Religion, The Story of Religion's Foundation. And it's by Jordan Maxwell, Paul Tice, and Alan Snow. And there's also a chapter by Gerald Massey, who's a very interesting individual. So they believe that the theme of the Bible is that God's Son and his coming kingdom or age, the new age of Aquarius, is really what the biblical story tells. See, because the sun enters each heavenly sign or house of the zodiac in what is called the 30th degree and leaves at the 33rd degree. Thus, God's Son is said by the ancients to begin his ministry at 30 and dies at 33. This is why the highest degree in Freemasonry is the 33rd degree, for no one can rise higher than God's Son. When viewing the shimmering rays of sunlight on a body of water at dawn or sunset, one can still see today how God's Son walks on water. It was well understood by the ancient man that our weather was caused and controlled by the sun. It was a simple fact that God's Son had the power to control the storms at will. The ancient Egyptians taught that he did this as he rested in his heavenly boat while the crossing of the sky. Thus, we read that God's Son quieted the tempest or the great storm on the sea while in his boat. When we stop to realize that every single king, prince, lord, governor, dictator, despotic ruler, civil and social institution, national flag, coat of arms, educational institution, military medal, award, organizational insignia, medallion, badge, emblem, citation, trophy, banner, pendant, political standard, or ensign, agency of government or religious uses the sun as its primary symbol, then it can truly be said that God's Son is King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Peter in the chat says we need to keep the Illuminati away and eat more tacos. I just want to talk about it all day. That's why we're here for 8 hours. We are diving into the subject of May Day, of the foundations of the maypole, which is the phallus of Osiris. The reason why they use the phallus, and you see it outside the Vatican, is it represents the penis, and the penis is a fertility ritual. They get the girls, they dance around the penis, because when Nimrod's phallus was cut off, Semiramis reanimated it and had an immaculate conception of Tammuz. And that's where the weeping for Tammuz comes from in the Bible, the 40 days of weeping, because when Nimrod died, she deified him as a sun deity, and the obelisk represents his phallus, and they always put it by a large bed of water or a reflective surface so that on the equinoxes, the fall or spring or summer or winter, you can see a fertility ritual where the obelisk touches the moon, and to this day, you can see Nimrod and Semiramis have sex. This is a true story and is captivated in her structures, in her architecture all over the world. And when Tammuz died, by the way, Tammuz was born on December 25th of, we don't know the exact day or time of year, but that is what the legend says. And it was an immaculate conception because Nimrod had passed on. That being said, I think it's really important to understand the origins of May Day, origins of the occult, origins of the ritual, and what it is we really practice when we celebrate the day that communism made its ugly face known. That under the guise of the Bavarian Illuminati and that of Adam Weishaupt on May 1st of 1776. And that is why today we are raising $1,776 is so that we can move forward. We can start developing and growing. And we are doing that right now, by the way, guys. I see that donations are moving up. We're moving closer to that needle. We have hit $401. So in the last hour, we've raised an additional $100 to or $125 to the broadcast. If you want to, you can just scan the UPC code, support this broadcast. We'll be going all day. We don't ever ask for money, but today we are, because we are taking back May 1st and we're making it a good thing for you guys to fight the ideas of communism, for you guys to fight the idea of the mystery religion and the cult aspect of the world, that you can become knowledgeable of what the ancient history is and the history of these occults are and how it impacts the world we live in. I'm really excited for the next person we're going to have on this broadcast. And that is my dear and good friend, Clyde Lewis. I'm going to welcome him to the broadcast. We're going to go ahead and bring Clyde on. Welcome to the Rundown Live. We have the voice of Clyde Lewis. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. That's good to hear from you, too.
Yeah, man, it's great to hear from you. And I'm hearing that you're making some great progress there. First of all, before we dive into anything, give the listeners on Ground Zero Plus an update on how Clyde Lewis is. Man, you sound great. That's exciting.
Oh, that's exactly the way it is. I sound great. I'm acting great. It's just the doctors are, very, very careful with me. They're handling me with kid gloves. And so right now I'm in a holding phase. So I don't know how long it's going to take me to get out of here, but it just depends on whether or not everything's in working order. And we go from there.
Well, that's wonderful. That's great to news. And I would handle you with gloves too if I was there. I don't know, Clyde.
Yeah.
You'd think with the age of transhumanism that we're getting into that they'd give you the robot wheels already so you could just zoom around and you could just telepathically beam into the broadcast.
Yeah, that would be a wonderful thing. It'd be great to materialize whatever I needed to and materialize, somewhere, with a drink with a little umbrella on them and a nice, beautiful woman serving it to me. So, yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. By the way, there's people in the chat that want to say hi to you. First of all, Grace Pillar says hi. Tiffany Rose says hi. Peter Madden says hi. The chat is blowing up, and if you want to send your love to Clyde, you can do so by dropping some comments in the chat, letting them know that you are here, and I'll make sure I pass it along throughout this broadcast. And if you have any questions, by the way, we do have virtual and digital max headroom version of Clyde Lewis right now airing on the broadcast. So if you want to see what Clyde is going to look like when we download him into a computer, because that's what we're going to do with Clyde. He's not going to have a choice. And then he's just going to forever be with us digitally and virtually. Somebody's got to go into the Tron and battle the Matrix. Why not Clyde Lewis, huh?
I just love it. Every time I appear on this show, I like looking at this. It should be a TV show, and just digital me. It'd be kind of fun. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd
there
like
you
it.
are in a Harley. I had to put a Wisconsin Harley there with the UFO
Oh, it
chasing you.
looks so good. And the UFO chasing me. It's so cool. So cool.
And then you destroying the Tower of Baal there
Oh,
with the
yeah.
Toxic Avenger.
And
Yeah.
then the Toxic Avenger shows up. Hello, Toxie. Oh, it's so cool.
Yeah, it's so awesome because I tried to think of like what incorporates, like, how do I know Clyde Lewis, right? When I see Clyde Lewis, this is what I see. I see a cigar smoking badass who rides a Harley with UFOs following him while he's burning down the Statue of Bell. Like, why not?
I still kind of, I don't make it a habit of it, but one time I threw a bachelor party for a friend of mine, and all we did was we sipped scotch and we smoked cigars, and we felt very manly when we did it. So it was pretty cool. Yeah.
I mean, that's what men do. We smoke
Yeah.
cigars and we drink whiskey or
Yeah.
scotch in your case. Scotch has a little bit of a woodsy taste to me, and I don't really like to feel like I'm drinking wood. But like sometimes,
Well, it depends. You'd have a peaty scotch or a wooden scotch, But the thing that's most important about Scotch is that when you look at the bottom of the glass, that's your future. That's how you need to look at it. You know?
You know what's really cool on this subject, and I'm going to share something about my personal life. As you know, Clyde, I am a front lines on the group, boots on the ground reporter in a lot of
Yeah.
protest zones. And some of the guys that I get together with, they have what's called an infinity flask. It's like a giant vase that they take the last ounce of whiskey from the night and they pour it in there and they save it because they're saving the memories. And one day in the future, when it's full, we're all going to get together and we're going to drink those memories.
Yeah, call it the devil's share, I would say. Isn't that what they call it? The angel's share and the devil's share? I don't know.
I think it's the angel's share if you're saving it for later. It's the devil's share if you're going to drink it all when nobody
Right.
else is looking. You're like, I'm going
Yeah.
to fill an inch up at the time of all these
Yeah.
different whiskeys, you know?
Got little devils sitting on your shoulder saying, drink it, damn it, drink it.
These
Yeah.
memories are yours. They're nobody else's.
Don't give them to anybody else. Yeah.
Nobody else should have the fond memories. I must
No.
drink this vase of the infinity jar, you know?
That's true. That's hilarious. Yep, I agree.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
So today's May Day. And
Mayday.
like it's
Walpurgisnacht. Beltane. Yeah.
well, that's just it. It's the cult's favorite day. It's the new year for witchcraft.
Yeah. Well, it goes back beyond. I mean, I know you were talking about the Illuminati, and I guess when you're looking at the foundation for what it's all about, the Luciferian overtones and the recognition of the old holidays and the burning times, and you're looking at, like I said, Beltane, you're looking at Walpurgisnacht, you're looking at the celebration of the burnings and the bloodletting, the end of the bloodletting, the new spring, rebellion. That's all what it's about. May Day is a day of rebellion. It's a day of turning on leaders or rising up against them and utilizing whatever witchcraft you can to make things work for you.
Well, and that's just it. It's the ritual of mind control at the end of the day. I noticed that witchcraft seems to be somewhat synonymous with mind control, but I noticed that there's a lot of like when I've been studying it, like bringing to fruition, like darting, like you think something and then if you touch that person, you throw your energy at them, and then if you touch them, that makes them become under your spell. At least that's what some people believe. There's all these
Right.
different things, but it's always about trying to control things. Why is it that people who are involved in witchcraft are so obsessed with controlling things that, they can't really control?
Well, it's power against power, and the truth is that always the lighter power is what devours the evil. I mean, evil's pretty showy. The good powers are kind of humble and they're happening all around us, in which we don't notice them. I mean, there are miracles that happen every day, and either we attribute them to good things or we attribute it to bad things. And there are a lot of people that do rituals, both the dark side and the light side, and it all depends on what you see as a light side. I mean, when you're talking about Luciferian power, the word loose, of course, means light. So they believe that they're bringing into the world enlightenment and they're bringing into the world light. And everybody believes they have the light. So you have to make a choice. It's a harder choice now because everything is so keen to the intellect that we sometimes lose ourselves in things that are destructive to our own thinking, that meddles and keeps us holding two opinions. They call that, what they call that? Double think. That's what they wrote about in 1984. They called it double think. And people have it all the time. You're holding two opinions that are basically diametrically opposed to each other. And that's a sad thing that people don't realize they're doing that.
Cognitive dissonance, and
Yeah,
eating babies are
exactly.
great because they're made of light bulbs. They definitely illuminate those, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's some pretty dark, that's the darkest it gets. And I know that it's so easy for us to say this is widespread, but it's like everything else in the world. The things that are different, the things that are odd, are usually done by a small percentage of people. Now, that doesn't dismiss the the problem. I mean, we do need to act upon the problem. We do need to investigate, and we need to bring people to justice and all that. But I just worry sometimes that we bring ourselves into a frenzy and we utilize certain words and buzzwords and magic words in our vocabulary that make us sound like we're virtue signaling. And I think a lot of people don't realize that they need to understand that there needs to be the same amount of reverence of finding the truth as there is revealing the evil that's out there. And I think utilizing it as some sort of a badge of courage rather than using it as a way to secretly carry out the fight against this evil, and sometimes I think it's damaging to your cause. I think that, if you are determined and if you are willing to do the work, you certainly aren't going to be calling attention to yourself for doing that. You're going to do it secretly, just like the Illuminati does. The Illuminati does things in secret. We can only speculate of the horrors that they commit if they're committing them, if the Illuminati is still in active play right now. I mean, there's several other groups that are probably out there, vampire groups and Saturnalian fraternities and you name it. I mean, it's just a fragmented world when it comes to evil.
Oh, absolutely. Who was it? It was give me a second. It was Roger Avery who was on was it Joe Rogan's show, and he just recently said that there's 8,500 baby eaten ball worshippers in Hollywood or in the world today that he knows about, and he doesn't want to list names because he doesn't want to be sued. But he went on Joe Rogan and he said that's a real thing, that there's people that do sacrifices every day. And you're right. When you look at the numbers, there's 8.5 or 8.3 billion people in the world. 8,500 is not a lot of them, but it seems to be a lot of the people who are in charge. And,
Right.
And I'm not saying that everyone in charge is eating babies or
No,
anything
but,
like
but
that.
see, that's the problem is that if we turn this into cartoon villainy, which I think a lot of the times it sounds like it is, it takes away the power of what it is we're trying to do to eliminate it. I mean, it's scary, and we need to have a respect for it, and not from the standpoint of allowing it or tolerating it, but we need to have a respect for it in the sense that it's like going into a cage of a lion or a tiger knowing that it can bite at any time, but you have to keep your cool. So the animal doesn't realize you're afraid, or the animal doesn't realize that you're, you know, conjuring things out of thin air. You need to use your intelligence. You need to use your know-how. I think a lot of people, they say things, but they're not willing to go, the distance. They stop short of doing any good and do nothing but spread in disinformation. So I think that's the problem we see right now is that we need to, find out what the enemy's doing without giving in to what the enemy's doing. I think you need to know your enemy, and many people don't. They just don't.
They have no interest in learning. They'd rather be an echo chamber and really hear and repeat what anyone wants to tell them. It just look at the society the way it is now. Like the world has completely been pulled away off the Epstein files. We got this Iran thing. We got disclosure. Like how can I take disclosure seriously if you know that they're releasing it just because they want to bring attention away from the Epstein files? They want to give you millions of documents of other things to look into, and then you got the Iran thing, and then you just it's so hard to just sift through all the bullshit, and people are like, oh, there's this code and that code and the Epstein files, and let's work with what we really know. There's easier evil to point out.
There's a niche audience for all this, right? And there are people that say, well, the UFO files are distracting us from the Epstein files. Well, you know what? I'm not distracted from them. I mean, I know there's a place where if I wish to do research on the Epstein files, I can. UFO files are not going to detract me, but UFO files are just one more thing that if I have interest in looking into it, I will. But keep in mind that this is the same government that for 75 years has kept a cover up going on ever since Roswell. So are we willing to trust them now Is this, well, the government says so, so therefore I believe it. No, we've been at this now for 70 years. And, you're looking at the box office, movies, radio shows, books. They're all pretty much, the choices are about these supernatural things. And so making them smaller than they are, I think is also doing an injustice. I think they're just as important as the Epstein files, if not more.
Well, I can't disagree with you there, Clyde. I think it's equally as important, and nothing is preventing us from really diving deep into the Epstein files. But that's the thought process they really
Yeah.
want from us. Not all of us can be the digital version of Max Headroom there, destroying statues of ball and being chased by
Right.
UFOs. But at the end of the day, I think that there's going to be some disclosure that's going to be out there, and it's interesting the whole Roswell thing.
Right.
Like when I had you on, I think it's been 2 months now,
Yeah.
ago. Like we talked a little bit about McCaslin. Boy, has that story gotten out there. We've really I'm not taking it under my like it was because of me. I'm just saying that we've had opportunities, and we were one of the first ones out there actually talking about this when nobody was covering it.
Gotcha.
And I know that we talked about McCaslin. He's going out there for a jog, and now there's other people. They got 11 scientists that have
Yes.
disappeared, and some
Yes.
people are trying to say David Wilcock is in there.
Well, see,
I'm gonna
that's
pass
where I
on that
have to
one.
stop and say, this is where the conspiracy community is its own worst enemy. Okay, when you're reading all these people that are capitalizing on David Wilcock's death, and they're saying, "Oh, I'm channeling him," or "I'm doing this, I'm doing this," it's it's embarrassing. It's just an embarrassment. And, we need to face the facts that people who are on these positions, in these positions, can actually mentally decay. And if they lose themselves, that's easily, I mean, what did, oh my God, I'm trying to think who said this. Robert Anton Wilson. He came up with something called chapel perilous. And what that is you get to a point where you're realizing you can't do anything to change it. And so either you continue working towards bettering yourself or you just off yourself. You have the choice, either saying, "Okay, this is going nowhere, I'm gonna kill myself," or, "This is satisfactory, and I know that I'm a part of it, and I'm gonna keep working until something reveals itself." I mean, nobody's gonna be saving the world here, and a lot of people think that it's up to them to save the world. You're not gonna save the world, but what you are gonna do is you're gonna inform yourself, so when the world decides to throw something at you that's, distracting you or harming you, you'll know what to do to fend it off. Because you have to be in the defense. It's important today to be on the defense. Be on the defense. Yeah.
Well, definitely. I think it's really important to put on that full body armor.
Yeah.
I guess the more I think about how foolish I was covering protests with no body armor, and just having faith that I like doing the right thing would keep me safe. Like
Yeah.
it's not a bad idea to meet the good Lord halfway, like the guys in the Boogaloo outfit said. But like I think that every day we need to do the same thing with our mind, Clyde. Our
Yeah.
mind, like the seeds that we plant in the garden of our mind and the ideas that we grow, they really determine who we are. And the cognitive dissonance that we talked about just before, doublethink, right?
Right.
Cognitive dissonance that we have. And I think that almost the entire world doesn't have an original thought in their mind, Clyde. They just go out there and they just repeat. They're just repeaters of,
Oh,
basic
and they're
figure points.
reactionary. I don't like that either. I mean, even people within, I guess we could call it a community. I don't know what you want to call it, but you know, they're like I said, we're our own worst enemy at times. We want to put a story in there that's not there, like Wilcock faked his own death. He didn't fake his death. I mean, it's obvious what happened, and if you listen to the police calls, you listen to everything, and the family and what they've said, but people say, "Screw that." The family's being, they're being mesmerized by the Illuminati and blah blah blah. No, it doesn't always happen that way. There's not. What is it? just because this happens doesn't mean that it's connected to that.
There's secret
Yeah,
weapons, Clyde. I refuse it. Kerry Cassidy is right. There's got to be, there's got to be another reason why he died. He couldn't have been doing
yeah,
meth with Corey Good. No, that
yeah,
was my thought, is that he was doing meth
yeah.
with Corey Good, by the way. I'm not saying that's anyone, like,
Well,
that's
I'm
real,
just,
but.
I read Carrie Cassidy, and she hedged her bet in her own statements by saying, "Well, if he is dead, it's like they're going to Valhalla to be with, Charlie Kirk. No, they're not. They're dead. They're gone." And David Wilcock was having health problems, and he was having mental problems, and nobody helped him.
He
In the
wouldn't even
end, he
go to the
offed
doctor.
himself. Now everybody has the answer as to what killed him. He was abandoned. He was an abandoned person. I don't get it. People share their guilt by pretending like there wasn't a problem with this man. This man was brilliant, and he was a New York Times bestseller. And then we started noticing his mind deteriorating, and no one said, "Here, let me help you." No, it was, "Hey, we're going to swindle you. We're going to steal your money. And then in the end, we're going to pretend it was all about the Illuminati." No.
And then we're going to double down on any of the bullshit that you said when you were losing your mind.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
sad, but that's what happened.
Everyone I interview, I had Jay Widener on the show. He was the guy who put together Cosmic Disclosure, and everyone I talked to says that David Wilcox was one of the nicest people ever. I've always, like, I got my own personal opinions and
Yeah.
about him, and I've made that known that I think he has some valuable work and research,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
think there's also some things like anybody else that you're saying, well, that seems a little crazy to me. And this Corey Good guy, obviously,
Yeah.
like anyone that talks about teleporting to Mars and doing, time travel and all this, like, okay, I doubt it. Like, and
Well, all of the people can come together and agree on one thing when it comes to David Wilcock, and that is Corey Good was not. And that's all I can say about that.
well, I don't know. He smelled like a Fed to me, but we'll just have that a different conversation because if it walks like a duck and it clucks like a duck, it may just be a
Yeah.
duck. But
Or it
that's
could be
what
a
I get out of
dick,
it.
A cigar is a cigar, or it could be a big dick. That's what
It's
George
a
Carlin
bag of
said.
dicks.
Yeah,
That's Corey Good.
or it's
That's
a
it.
bag of dicks, yeah, or a box of hair. That's what it's a big box of hair.
Corey
Yeah.
Good goes to like his ancestry and looks for his the family crest that they give him, and it's a bag of dicks.
Yeah.
He's like, why?
Why? Yeah.
Why is my family crest a bag of dicks? I don't get it.
That's great. It's all going to come back and bite me in the ass.
Oh, dude, you know that everyone loves you, Clyde. There's no
appreciate
biting you in
that.
the ass. Oh, and Carrie Cassidy, I don't know. She might be next out there. I don't know. Like people are like, and I hate calling out people, but I'm just being honest with you. There's people out there that either she religiously believed David or she's making money off of David. And Corey Good is like, he's playing the sympathetic role. You all wish it was me. You all wish it was me. I know you all wish
you all
it was
wish
me.
it was me. Really? Okay. Don't go throwing yourself out there to the sharks, Corey. I mean, you may just be chum. You don't know.
Hey, Clyde, if we were really good friends and you were making $300,000 a year and
Yeah.
I talked you out of that job because, I just think you'd be better off living in Colorado a few miles from me and hanging out with me all the time, would you quit that job?
Yeah, I would.
I know you would.
I would, because I love you that much. Yeah.
It's a sad story though, like because David Wilcox, like the first time I saw him, I couldn't take him seriously because all I could see was David Spade.
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah,
The
I
resemblance is
understand.
kind of there a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of there.
I
Exactly.
kept singing Tommy Boy, and we're Tommy Boy. He's eating the M&Ms, and they're all rolling into the car, and they stop at the gas station, and David Spade comes out, and he pulls the whole door off, and he goes, "What'd you do?"
Yeah.
But yeah, David Wilcox, I mean, he was a big, like, Ancient Aliens was a big thing, and he had a really good, like, the thing about David Wilcox is anything that he said that I found to be factual. It was like the Q bullshit. Like it was things that were said by somebody else. Like it wasn't things that he
I've
discovered.
never shared my story about David Wilcock that I have with him.
Oh, let's hear it.
Okay, so I was at Contact in the Desert, and there was somebody who was supposed to introduce David. He had this 500 room, standing room only. I'm having some problems here. I think we're having with the feed.
Yeah, Max Headroom. You're starting to sound like Max Headroom. It's pretty cool because it matches your video here. But we're talking about
Okay, it changed now. All right.
You
So he's
sound
trying
great.
to jam my experience with David Wilcock. Anyway, so Contact in the Desert, there was somebody who was supposed to introduce him. They couldn't do it. They came up to me and they said, David Wilcock has basically said that he wants you to open his show. And I'm going, what? Because
that's a cool story.
I never really met David Wilcock, you know, and so he said, oh, well, you know, he knows who you are and he knows how, you know, a lot of people think you're cool and they like you. So don't question it. It's David Wilcock and whatever. So I said, okay. So I went backstage and there was David Wilcock, you know, he looked like a guy that if I was to just like shake his hand, I'd break it off. And he came up to me, he says, hey, Clyde, I'm so glad you're able to come and MC my event. I listen to you occasionally, blah, 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 blah. You know, the whole, you know, nice to meet you stuff. Then all of a sudden, as we were waiting for the lights to go down and whatever, he starts kicking at me. He starts, you know, doing these moves. And I said, what's going on, dude? And he says, I know Kung Fu, Kai. Come on. I know Kung Fu. I'm a Kung Fu master, he says. So he's doing this Kung Fu in front of me, and I don't know what to do.
Well, you
like,
give him the
"This guy's
citizen toxie. You hit him with the mop.
Well, yeah, if I had my mop. But yeah, that's my experience with David Wilcock. He's like, in fact, I said to him, I said, you know, dude, you're a rock star. What is it that, you know? But no, he was fooling around backstage, but I just thought it was hilarious. He just started busting into judo kicks and all kinds of crap, saying, I know Kung Fu. And I thought it was crazy. But that's my experience with David Wilcock, believe it or not.
Well, I'm glad that you survived that because he looked like he could be dangerous there, and he would have hurt himself. That's for sure. Doing
Yeah.
Kung Fu,
Well,
I'm pretty sure. But
if
how
the
did it go?
Illuminati was coming for him, he'd do Kung Fu, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, I heard he bought a gun, even though he hates guns. So, like, that made me
Yeah.
feel like he was paranoid and on like some like other drugs. But I don't know. We'd have to wait till the toxicology report comes out, or if it ever comes out. But you know, it's sad
Yeah.
thing to lose him. It's sad thing for the people who really followed him because I
Yeah.
think it's weird because it's like that whole herd. I think in the framework of shepherds, right? He was a shepherd and he had a lot of sheep. A lot of them were a little bit like they're a little bit of the weirder sheep out there. You know, the
Yeah.
ones that normally don't hang out. But he had a lot of sheep, and now they're just like let loose, and nobody knows what to do. And so Carrie Cassidy's coming along like, I'll take this sheep and that sheep and that sheep,
Well,
and
another thing that I wanted to bring up, I don't know if I can
you can
on
bring up
your
whatever you
show.
want, Clyde.
AJ.
Alex
AJ.
Jones, yeah, go ahead. Let's be honest. I
Last
mean, I've been watching him
broadcast
drunk.
today. It was his last broadcast today. So, yeah, he signed off today, and it was bittersweet. I mean, watching an era go by and knowing that he's been forced off the air because people have a lot of money to shut him down. And I don't think you'll be hearing the last of him because, of course, you can't keep a mouth like that down. But still, I mean, you got to understand what he's contributed to this, whether good or bad. I mean, he had a right and a reason to speak. And even if you're saying something that's completely wrong, I don't think government or courts or anything have a right to shut you down because there's freedom of speech to deal with here. And it's always been a problem with AJ is it's the idea that he says something and everybody wants to find fault with it. And I'm not saying that, you know, Alex and I didn't have hard differences, but I've been on his show many times. And I feel bad for this. I really feel sad.
Well, it's interesting is that everyone's doing what Alex Jones got fined $1 billion for right now. The
Oh, I know.
assassination was fake. President,
Yeah.
like, why aren't they getting sued billions of dollars? Every person who's saying,
No.
"Oh, the president is faking his own assassination plot."
Yeah. Well, it's obviously he was targeted, and again, you're going to watch those you thought were his friends basically abandon him.
Hey,
That
Clyde,
happens.
check this out. I just got a text from Rob Dew. It says the new network starts tomorrow. AlexJonesLive.com.
Okay.
No, so I guess we know. So
Maybe, like I said, you can't keep him down. He said he was fighting. He's got God on his side, and very powerful, very powerful. Yeah,
well, it's one of those things where why is it that they have to censor you? The person that you cut out their tongue, you have to ask why are they cutting out their tongue? And
yeah,
I can understand Alex Jones he's sensational, but the thing is when he tried to prove the things that he says are false, it's really hard to do a lot of times because he's very well researched. Alex Jones is a genius, highly intelligent man.
yeah.
Other than when he's on the whiskey on the Tim Pool show lately.
Well, his thing is the focus. It's like he's everywhere. He's ubiquitous. And even some of the stuff that I've said, and I've said it years or months before Alex, he still gets the credit for it, And it's because he's so ubiquitous. And I don't know if he's going to have that ability to be everywhere and anywhere, and it's like he's omnipotent, and that's something that I have to deal with every day because I know, my research and the stuff I do. A lot of people listen to me, and I'm very happy about that. In fact, I think I got the most support or the best support of fans all over the world. But Alex is just so damn ubiquitous, and I don't know how he can do it, but he does it. And so
He's
he's
relentless.
gonna be successful.
He's
Definitely.
relentless. He's relentless,
Yeah.
and people
Relentless.
understand what's happening to him because
Yeah.
he was like Project Zero. He was like the very first person to be censored, and when he
Yeah.
got censored, everyone was laughing. Oh, the frogs are gay. Oh, Alex Jones, he's got chemtrails.
Yeah.
Weather modification, and then now here we are, where we've all been Alex Jones. Everybody I know has spent time in Facebook jail. It doesn't
Yeah.
happen anymore, but
Yeah, well, I mean, and all the things that he's talked about,
Epstein,
most of it has been true.
right?
And you can't fault that. I mean, give credit where credit is due. And I'm sure there are people out there going, all the things they've said in the media that aren't true about Alex Jones, I'm sure they believe it. And it's just sad the way I don't know, the way the communication systems work today, and you believe anything that anybody tells you about people who explore this field and report these things. It's sad.
Yeah, it's a very interesting subject. And I've noticed that too with Jones. Like you mentioned, that he gets credit for things that he just repeated that other people have said,
Yeah.
including like the most famous or one of the more famous ones, which I think that you got a chance to meet is William Cooper. Like
Oh, yeah.
Jones gets credit for all these things that Cooper said,
Yeah.
that he said years before Jones.
Yeah.
And Jones, obviously, I think he listened to Cooper, and he does, he doesn't want to admit it. That's where he got a lot of
Yeah.
his intel from.
Well,
But
my relationship with Cooper goes back to a man named Mills Crenshaw, who was
Mills Crenshaw, what kind of
Mills
name is that?
Crenshaw, good friends with Bill. Actually, I think he wrote the foreword to Behold the Pale Horse. And I was actually working with him in Salt Lake City. He did a radio show, and I used to produce his Christmas specials. So he introduced me eventually to Bill Cooper. So I had a lot of influences in my young life getting me to the position I'm in now. So, yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Bill Cooper is one of those people that either people love him or they hate him. There's no in between. There's no one that's like, oh yeah, I don't know about Bill. Either they met him when he was consumed with the alcohol demon, or they met
Yeah.
him when he was being a teacher and educational. And they have two different viewpoints of the individual. And not everyone had a great experience with William Cooper, but it's somebody I wish that was still alive to this day that I
Yeah.
could talk to and get his insight, because he was
Right.
without the internet, the guy was genius. Like,
Yeah. One of the things that I remember about him when I met him is I always I looked at him and I always wondered if his head was going to explode because he always looked like he was red, red head, red face,
Pissed,
Yeah, always
hungover, and angry.
pissed. But he wasn't. He was a nice, mild-mannered guy, actually.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool, man. Because I filed a FOIA on William Cooper. I don't know if I ever told you this. Nobody
No.
really knows this because no one would publish it. And I got 300 documents back from the FBI surrounding the death of William Cooper and the unaliving by the law enforcement that went after him. And in
Yeah.
the documents, it talked about how that they were reported to not allow him to go back into his home, and that he was that the law enforcement officers were in plain clothes, which is illegal. He had no
Yeah.
idea that they were cops. They drew him out, and then they went and they unalived him. That's essentially what I got out of
I
it.
heard they shot him in the back because he said he didn't want to let them in, and when he walked away, they shot him. So that's what I heard. But then, again, it's
It took them
all
8
part of
hours
the
to call the
gossip and the
cops.
scuttlebutt. What's that?
I think it took them like 8 hours to call the cops, the document said.
Yeah.
And their
Yeah.
main concerns with Cooper was his interest in these three topics. The Oklahoma City bombing is a false flag. That's what they were really concerned about. The Illuminati and Freemasonry and some of his UFO stuff, but his militia stuff and all that stuff. I didn't know that the penalty for tax evasion is death, Clyde. Is that what we've come down to?
Oh, there are a lot of things that are that way. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you run a stop sign, you get shot.
Yeah,
So, that's the way America is now.
anytime
Sad.
you bring in the cops, there's a chance you get one that's happy, a little trigger happy or a little authoritarian. And I'm going to tell you, there's plenty of good cops out there and
Oh, yeah. A
people
lot
that
of them are
mean
great.
well. But at the end of the day, what we see, there's this lawlessness. Like in the 1970s, Clyde, did you know that they had less than 200 no-knock raids a year? Now they do that in a day. What's gotten different? What's changed?
I guess the fact that we have terrorists and drug dealers among us that need to be apprehended and taken out.
That we let
I
in
guess.
with open borders? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because I once got in an argument with a cop about why we need a military garrison, why police have to be military garrison. And now I know why, because you got all these wicked ass people that want to just kill you. And, the more they have, the less they get killed. So,
Well, I thought it was the government that's doing most of the killing. At least in Waco, Texas, that was the case. So,
oh yeah, well, that was a different time.
yeah. So, yeah, the world has gone a different way. And like you mentioned, Alex Jones, a legend, a changing of an era where InfoWars is now going to be run by the Onion,
Yeah.
which is from Wisconsin. And, it's weird. It's weird to think that the whole idea and the whole thing was set up because some three-letter agency and probably some globalists really hate Alex Jones. And what
Yeah.
better way to really make a punchline of it is to get the Onion money to bid on it and have them get, InfoWars. And that's what's going to happen. And
Well, if they attack him and he comes back, he's going to be stronger and more of a threat. So I hope they're ready for that.
well, I think that's where we're going to be going with Alex Jones. But that being said, Ground Zero is growing. We got a great network,
Yeah.
Clyde. The people over there, we keep getting new shows. This is great, man. You guys are involved every day. Chris is amazing, by the way. Chris and
Yeah,
Ron
yeah.
Patton both have really contributed to the success of my broadcast, and so has Ground Zero Plus in the last several months, Clyde. I can't tell you, our video views are up, our listens are up, and it's all because you guys have decided to do something very different. And I think you guys just said, "Fuck it, let's start our own station." And I think so many
Well,
people are going that way.
I attempted to do it a while ago, but we failed with the relationship we had. We found out that the relationship we had was with somebody that, he was kind of shifty. But now we got
Just a
people
little
behind us.
sketchy. Just a little
Yeah.
sketchy.
Yeah, but we attempted to do a network, and right when we started, we saw some holes and problems, and so now we've eliminated them. And now you take a look at our network, and it's huge and it's great. And there are a lot of people that want to be a part of it. You'd be surprised how many people have contacted Ron saying, "I want a part of the Ground Zero network," because they realize that when they're in our playground, they're going to get quality, they're getting treated well, and again, and I'm going to be in good company, which is good.
Well, definitely, and we're looking like a lot of the listeners who are in the chat. I got Tiffany in the chat says yesterday was 1 year since the first time I listened to Ground Zero and Clyde, and Tiffany reached out to me yesterday and really expressed like how big of an impact that you've had on her. Especially because of the fact that a lot of these things she's never done. There's Clyde, can you believe that there's still people that don't know what's going on in the world, that like
Oh
they
yeah.
don't know that there's a new world order? They've had like they literally have avoided it and they've lived a very happy life
Yeah.
probably, you know.
Well, that's why sometimes I don't assume that people who are listening to me understand what I'm talking about. So I have to go back and give them a refresher course, and I'm sure the diehard academics don't appreciate that, but sometimes you have to do it. You know, you have to explain to people why you're thinking the way you're thinking. Otherwise, they think you're crazy. You know.
Yeah, I know. It's interesting the world that we live in, and it's crazy to me that our culture is now pop culture, Clyde. It
I
really
know.
is. Like I literally saw Stanley Kubrick's like daughter out there making
Uh huh.
punches at Erica Kirk because she believes she's an MK Ultra slave. And I'm like, that's what I think.
Right.
You know, like it's like there's people
Yeah.
out there, and it's like now in the mainstream. Oh, chemtrails, mainstream. You know,
Uh huh.
and
Yeah.
people are still denying that there are no weather modification or chemtrails going on, Clyde. And you know,
Mm-hmm.
like it just keeps going, and you keep seeing it. And now they have the mainstream media talking about how Donald Trump has staged his own shooting, you know, at the White House or at the Capitol
Yeah.
building, wherever the
Yeah.
dinner was. And you know,
Even
I wouldn't.
my stepson, who's in England right now, Liam, I love him. He even says, "Oh, that was staged, obviously." So,
It
I mean,
seems
he's
that way.
also in that world now.
Well, and then you have to ask, was the initial one when I was at Freedom Fest? That's when Trump was. They attempted to assassinate him, and you
Yeah.
know he went down, hit his ear, and some people are like, "Oh, that was ketchup packets. His ears like completely grown back. It must have been, you know, it just grazed him or whatever." Makes me wonder, like after interviewing all these MK Ultra like survivors,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Could this be just some MK Ultra slave that got a phone call and it was Eagle J5269, and then he went
Yeah.
in and tried to take some pot shots at the
Yeah.
president, and you know,
Red Queen. Red Queen.
Red Queen.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see that. I mean, and most of them don't know what they're doing until the end. They think it's a game or something. Yeah. I've heard that before.
Yeah, it's so weird and so interesting, and just like all the guests we've had on satanic ritual abuse and a whole bunch more. So
Hmm.
when it comes down to like the disclosure that we're allegedly going to have, what do you think that we're going to hear there? And do you think like so another perspective is we have these missing scientists, Clyde. Do you think that all of a sudden our government's going to come out and be like, here are the missing scientists, and yes, there is alien life. Here's disclosure. Here are the scientists that went missing. Gives us
No,
credibility.
not going to happen. Not going to
No.
happen because, you know, leave it to the delegates, the ones who are delegated to make that assumption and talk about it. Because if Trump were to do it, they'd say he's unhinged. They already say he's unhinged. So that's why Trump always says, "Well, I don't know if I believe this. I don't know if I
Well,
want to
the
believe this."
globalists love Trump all of a sudden. I saw an interview with Hillary Clinton saying, "Oh, he's got his shit together the second time around." Of course he does. He's all of a sudden he's running the globalist playbook. He's running the deep state. Like I was warning about this, Clyde. I think I mentioned it on your show once too when you had me on as a guest. Which thank you, by the way, Clyde. I never publicly have thanked you for all the opportunities you've given me, both
Thank
on
you.
radio and as a guest. Like when I remember in Bilderberg in 2017, the first time I was on your show, like an opportunity to tell the people about what's going on in the
Yeah.
world around us. But like I gotta wonder, like at the end of the day, what is the end game with Donald Trump and all of this, and why are we all of a sudden we hate him, now we love him, now he's like a pawn of Israel? It looks like he probably always was.
Yeah.
And I think the world is really learning how the government in the world really works, you know, at the end of the day.
Well, there's no honor among thieves. Let's put it that way. There's never been. And I think people who listen to someone like me or someone like you, and we talk objectively about Donald Trump, even if it's some bad move that he's made or whatever, people tend to go, "Oh, you've fallen for the mainstream." No, no, no. we're talking to you because we're not following the mainstream. And people, they won't have it. And that's what's so sad about the way things are in this country is you can't editorialize anymore. You just can't.
No, he's a perfect guy to lead us right into the New World Order, because if he'd do it, the conservatives would be like, hell yeah, as long as it's our New World Order, you know?
Right. Well, that's what I said. I go, there are tons of New World Order things going on, but you have to decide which New World Order you want to be a part of. And there are plenty of them that are going to be available. We just don't know which one. I know which one it's going to be. It's going to be the Chinese version.
Social
And
credit
I've
scores.
always felt that way. What's that?
Oh man, I was just talking about this yesterday. Social credit scores. Lady went into the grocery store. Now they have digital tags. They have cameras on them,
Yeah.
and she says that like based on your social credit score, they will adjust the prices when they see who you are with the facial recognition.
Oh yeah, yeah. So I mean, like I said, it's people say, "Well, we'll kill China. We've got guns. We got this." That's not what it is. It's about winning hearts, and if they win your heart, I mean, already we got May Day today, a nice communist holiday. They win your heart, they got you, and they got a country. Not firing a shot, and they didn't. And so, always keep your mind where they can't get at it. Keep it at a place where you're open and you're using discernment.
Maybe we should just give away tinfoil hats and be sponsored by Reynolds Wrap. I think that might be a good solution.
Maybe. I don't know. That might work.
It might work. So anyways, Clyde, today on May Day, we're hijacking it. We're taking it back. We're trying to raise money for the broadcast, the Rundown Live, and we're doing good, man. Last I looked, we were at $400, and that number keeps going up. If anyone wants to donate to this broadcast, you guys are giving away you're giving away a year subscription to Ground Zero Plus to at least one donor today. So if you guys donate to a broadcast, even if it's $5 or it's $10 or it's $20, Ground Zero Plus is going to select one of you to have a full year subscription. That's like $80 value to the broadcast. And not only will you get me, you're going to get Clyde. I can't wait for you to come back. It's going to be so exciting to have you back, man. I know you can't wait to get back, man.
Sooner than you think. I mean, they're already talking about getting tired of me over here, and I think, yeah, I'm glad you're talking about that because I am too. I'm getting tired of me too. I'm hating myself. I yell at myself every night before I go to bed. Get out of here!
Who are you talking to? Myself. I'm trying to get out of here, man.
I'm talking to myself.
But it's exciting because there's all these things happening. And so I guess with the last couple minutes here we have with you, I wanted you to really talk about, some of the things that are on your mind with what the current, parapolitical environment is. So we got, the whole thing with Iran. We got the globalization. We had the early Bilderberg group meeting this year. I don't know if you know this, but they've met earliest that they have in the last 50 years this year.
Yeah.
In DC, which is
Same with
crazy. Dan
Davos.
Dix covered it. Yep.
Davos met early too this year. I mean, I don't know. They're moving faster because their window is closing. I mean, they got till 2030. The fact that King Charles was in this country and got a good comedy writer behind him, I thought that was great. I mean, he was making all kinds of funny quips at people and charming himself, and especially talking about our 250th birthday as a nation. I thought it was remarkable.
Yeah, like wasn't that against you guys?
Yeah. And he was acknowledging that because he was like, winking and nodding and nudging, Does she go? Does she go? Well, kind of a Monty Python skit or something going on. But
well, that's the
anyway.
only thing we like here in America that's UK is Mr. Bean and Monty Python, And maybe
King
Father
Bean.
Ted on a good day.
King Bean.
Oh, can't forget Doctor Who, and what's the other one? There's another one I used to love that was a space themed one that was really good, like the Red Dwarf.
Red Dwarf. Yeah, I love Red Dwarf.
Those were
Crichton. Crichton was the best robot ever.
I still like Marvin the Depressed Robot.
Oh, I like Marvin too. I think when Alan Rickman played him, though, I think he was one of the best ones to play the role.
Yeah, Marvin is just It says they give a robot for the listeners that don't know. In the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, they had a testing where they could give robots an emotion, and they want to test it out. And so the first emotion ever created was depression for the robot. So you have this
Right.
robot that's eternally depressed and
Oh, and
doesn't have a way to
also
check out.
eternally paranoid. Yeah.
Eternally paranoid.
Paranoid solenoid Marvin. Oh my
Oh.
God. Don't talk to me about life.
Well, all the ancient aliens guys are old and they're dying now, so they're all connected to this scientist conspiracy. So,
Well, that's another thing that really bothers me. Don't connect dots that aren't there, please.
well, they're old. That's the dot to connect.
David Wilcock was not a scientist. He wasn't. Sorry. And he's not one of the scientists that are on the list, so don't put him there. Neither was Nick Pope. Nick Pope had cancer, and he let us all know what was going on, and he died within the month of his notifying us. I think it's pretty simple. He died of cancer. He wasn't involved with anything that would get him killed, and that includes UFO information. So,
Well, yeah, and then David Wilcox funding some like free energy thing, which was basically a shell company, from what I hear, is
yeah,
an abandoned warehouse. So,
yeah,
like,
it
there's a
was
lot of
a company to basically milk him, and they did milk him, and that's why one of the reasons why he told the police he was going to kill himself. He was broke.
well, and he wanted people to know that's the way it happened too, because he could have done it without the cops there, and he
Yeah.
probably wanted people to have the certainty, because he said repeatedly on air that if he ever killed himself, that he didn't do it.
Well, one of the things that I don't know if I should talk about this, but
You can talk about whatever, Clyde. I'm
what
okay with
because I got a lot of inside stuff, and
That's
just to
what people
show
tune in to
you,
hear.
just to show you what kind of a guy David Wilcock was. He came out. This is what I read in the report, and I have some inside sources that told me the same thing. He came out and he was very distraught, and he kept apologizing to the police over and over again. I'm so sorry I have to put you through this. I'm so sorry. He fired a test shot. Okay, he fired a test shot to see if the gun worked. And then he said, and the reason why he moved to the left is he said, I'm going to move to the lawn. That way I won't make much of a mess. I won't leave behind a mess on the sidewalk. So he was caring to the end as to whether or not the cops have to pick up behind him because he was going to make a mess. So he knew what he was going to do, but he was so aware of what the cops would have to go through and everything that he made mention of it. And that's like a Canadian apologizing to the
Well,
couch
all
if
the
it
ways
runs
you could
into
have
it.
gotten out, the guy could have popped pills. I just don't. I just don't quite understand. But like, I'm with you there. I could see that being an option. If you struggle with mental illness, get help. Talk to somebody. Talk to your friends. And like, you're right. The sad story there is that people are profiting off of this, and no one was really there for him in the end. Just Corey Good was there for him, right? And
Yeah, I
that's
guess.
probably that's it.
Yeah.
And look, and
You wish it were me. You wish it were me.
yeah, the guy who
Yes.
looks like he's doing meth in his great grandma's closet because that's the only home they got.
Yeah.
And it's crazy sad, very sad.
I wanted
And
to touch on something too that I thought's interesting and I haven't written this yet. I was thinking about writing it and doing a bit. But when Cole broke into the White House Correspondents' Dinner and he threatened to do a decapitation exercise with all the guns and everything else, and how a lot of people think it's staged, I thought one of the things that was really odd was that after it was done, Donald Trump mentioned, this is why we need the ballroom. And I thought that was a little fishy. That was a little weird because that ballroom is, first of all, it has a blueprint that is similar to Solomon's Temple.
I was gonna say that. I noticed that too. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
could this be Solomon's temple
Yeah.
that the Zionists want us to build
Yeah.
to usher in the Antichrist?
It also is going to have facilities below it. It's going to house a brain center for the White House. Also, the company that first started building it backed out, and now we have a company that's building it. And guess what their specialty is?
What is their specialty?
Building synagogues.
Oh, like the synagogues of Satan, probably. That's what we're talking about here.
I knew you were going to say that, but
Well, I mean, it's
yeah.
Synagogue of Satan Day. It's May Day. It's like the Rothschild Day, the Synagogue of Satan. Why not? Like,
Happy Illuminati Day. That's what
yeah,
I gotta leave
happy
you with.
Illuminati Day. We're
It
hijacking
says,
it.
hey, you got these people building this temple of Solomon. And it reminded me of when I was in Sunday school and I had a teacher, his name was Kenley, and he told us, he says, do you know how easy it is to build the third temple? You don't need to have spires. You don't need to have all this. All you got to do is set up a few altars, a few curtains, and a few, you know, altars, ritual altars, and other things. You got a temple. So I mean, what if they're remaking Solomon's temple? Wouldn't
Well,
that be weird?
look at that. Look at the astro alignment. So these people are obsessed with astrotheology.
Yeah.
Did you know that Washington D.C. aligns with Orion's belt,
Yeah.
just like the pyramids?
Yeah. Yeah. And the cornerstone, I don't know if it's the Capitol or if it's the cornerstone of the White House, is at the top of a pentagram. It's the heart of the pentagram, I guess.
We can
One
ask
of
Joe
the-
Wages. Joe Wages will be
Yeah.
joining us in about 3 hours to
Yeah.
talk about how the Illuminati is not exactly what I think it is, but it's somewhat similar.
Well, I was in a movie called The Illuminated. So if you want to find that movie, it's by Johnny Royal, and it's available for streaming. And I had some very interesting thoughts on the Illuminati because it's a movie produced by by people who claim that they're Illuminati historians. So it's pretty informative.
Yeah, it was really interesting, Clyde, because I was like, did you know that Adam Weishaupt helped the resurgence of Shriners? And he's like, well, there were a lot of Adam Weishaupts. Then I pull up the newspaper that said, yeah, Adam Weishaupt of Ingolstadt, Bavaria. I'm like, well, how many Adam Weishaupts of Ingolstadt, Bavaria are there? And I'm like, come on, brother. That's like saying, Albert Pike, which is in some, I think a lot of this stems from Pike, because whenever you mention that Pike was in some, encyclopedias of Freemasonry as being a founder of a very nefarious organization, the opposite of the Prince Hall, per se. And he's in there. They're like, oh, that's a different Albert Pike. Even though the birth dates line up, it's a different Albert Pike. And I'm like, okay, that's a little weird, guys,
And he made the Fez popular again. I mean, I watch these Shriners commercials with the little cute kids walking around, with no arms, no legs. And I just think to myself, the kids are like all like, oh, this is great. I'm getting taken care of here. And then the guy comes on with the fez and they're looking at him like, who the hell are you? Why are you wearing a funny hat? So I always wonder what that's about. Yeah.
Well,
I'm thinking about getting behind a charity where I help kids with no bones. I think that'd be a excellent charity. Just a kid that's just a bag of leaves,
We can make tinfoil hats, and that will be the new thing.
He's just a bag of leaves, poor soul. Just I don't know, man. It's everywhere. They're asking for people's help, whether it's Jewish grandmothers who can't feed themselves to, I don't know. It's just everywhere. I watch a lot of TV and I'm going nuts. So forgive me for being so hostile here, but
Well,
yeah.
you're getting your programming in, at least. You get to see what the normal, the people that aren't plugged in are seeing and being fed for information every day. And I think it's it's important to see what they call the goyim are into.
We all need drugs. It's what it is. It's like,
but here it is. I want to show you.
Jardians.
I want to show you guys, just so that you guys don't know that I'm not bullshitting you. Here is this old newspaper from the 1838. Is it? I think it's 1838. And when you zoom in and you look at it all the way at the bottom, it talks about the origins of the Shrine Order. And guess who it mentions? Oh, good old Adam Weishaupt. Yep.
Yeah, can't escape it. You just can't. And the little cars too. You can't escape them.
do they get tickets? They get pulled over by the cops, and they're just like, or do they give them the little handshake and they get out for
It's
free?
not a misdemeanor, it's a mini meter. Oh, you got a little mini meter there. No, I don't know what it is.
Well, unless they're part of the secret order of the Jesters, which is the real cool kids club of Shriners, and we
How
might
did
not
I
want to
know
get
that
in
was
there.
part of the Jesters? Somebody. I knew somebody was part of the Jesters at one time. I didn't understand. I didn't even know they existed. But
Yeah, that's where all the fun stuff happens. That's completely illegal. I guess those are the parties you want to go to if you're there in the masonry. But
it's the sole reason why daddy jokes are still popular. You know,
the Shriners.
Anybody wants to hear a good daddy joke, just
Well,
go
that's
to
gonna
the
be my
Shriners.
first question for Joe Wages. Is it true that the reason why daddy jokes are still popular is because of the Shriners?
I swear to God. Talk to a jester. They'll keep your ear open for all kinds of great Shriners jokes. Trust me.
I'm sure they will among some other things there.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll be a very enlightening conversation
It would be.
about what goes on in those lodges. And what's interesting about the Shriners is it's the only sect of Freemasonry where you don't have to have belief in any creator, right? From my
I
understanding.
didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, so if you don't believe in a creator, then you become a jester, and that would explain why maybe Adam Weishaupt had so much interest in the Shriners.
Oh, okay. So if you can't believe in God, you just kind of mock it, right? I don't know.
Right. At the end of the day, it just kind of mock it, right? The Solomon's Temple, was it really Nimrod? Who knows? At the end of the day, they keep rewriting history. But Todd says that you still have your sense of humor, so that's good.
I don't know. Do I? I just
I think you're doing
I thought it
pretty
was
good.
just the drugs that keep me on. I don't
Katie
know.
in the chat says, I think Dr. Sala's comments on Wilcock was very fair. It made sense how people are targeted and taken out and can be very complex and retroactive. Doesn't have to be conspiratorial.
Why
but
was he
does relate.
targeted for one thing? See, this is the thing. When people throw stuff like that out, give me a motive for being targeted.
He looked like David Spade. We know why. He was a clone.
I'm just saying, what did he reveal that was so bad that they had to take him out? Nothing. He revealed nothing.
Well, the whole Galactic Federation of Light, Clyde. Obviously, you're missing out about Commander Ashtar,
Yeah,
or
so you're thinking
Ashtaroth.
that all these people for the last 20 years who've, tread along the path of light and love have not been targeted by the CIA to be shot and killed because they're bringing new things into light. I don't know. Like I'm saying, whenever you hear people do this, just ask them, so what would be the motive for eliminating a New York Times bestseller who was broke and was screwed over by not only his friends and colleagues, but people who tried to milk him for an aerospace company? What would be the motive? Well, the motive would be that he's lost everything, and when you lose hope, you have nothing else to lose.
Well, and to like whoever the commenters, to their like defense, like if they were going to do it, that's how they would do it. They'd make you go bankrupt and want you to kill yourself. But I don't think there's secret weapons doing that. I believe like Alex Jones would be somebody. Why is Alex Jones still alive? That's a good question, because he would be a martyr, right? They make a martyr of him.
Well, that's one of the things I worry about is, something like that happening. But there's always going to be, mysteries, behind these people. And, I've had people tell me that, my kidney failure was a part of a sabotage thing. And that, whoever it was, they beamed something to us that got our kidneys, got my kidneys or whatever.
Well,
I
it
don't
wasn't
know.
that he was laying in a bathtub of his own piss and crying, that wasn't it, like our Todd mentions in the chat, a lot of weird things that were going on there. And I don't know if that's the first thing I would do, Clyde. If you suggested that at where you're at, if you just wanted to lay in your own urine, they'd probably come in and clean you for you there, Clyde, huh?
Well, I've already been there, so I don't know. When the kidneys fail, what happens.
Now I know where David Cox got it. That's one of those things where you said it first or did it first, huh?
Well, it was no angel that brought me into that situation. So, yeah.
All right, Clyde, I know we're running out of time, and we have Ryder Lee that will be joining us shortly, and I wanted to thank you for taking time out of your busy day and joining us on the Rundown Live as we're trying to raise money for new equipment here. And for the listeners that might want to do that, you can go to the rundownlive.com. You can screenshot and get the QR code. It's a give, send, go, and there's no right amount, but we're giving away a free annual subscription to Ground Zero Plus for anyone, for not anyone, but for one lucky person out there that donates. And you can donate any amount. We appreciate you out there. Clyde, thank you for joining us. One last thing for all the listeners. When are you going to be back? Do you have a date?
Nope, don't have a date. And I want to get one. I'm trying to confirm one, but they won't give me one. They're still interested in.
We got to ask a girl out, Clyde. You know,
Yeah,
that's
well,
how it works.
they're interested in my prostate now. I don't want them to be, but they
That's
are.
all dates.
Yeah. So anyway, apart from my being in the hospital for a while, I like to give Ryder Lee my love.
He's
I
doing a
miss him.
fantastic job. He's blowing up out there.
He scares me. That's what I love about him. He's just a scary MFer. He just really, really scares the shit out of me. And so that's what
It's
I love
his
about
voice,
him.
Clyde.
I
It's
know.
his monotone voice.
I've been in his presence. He's like being in the presence of something, some spirit or some power. I don't know what it is, but so yeah, listen to Ryder Lee and realize that he is a powerful person, a very attractive, powerful person, and we need to listen to him. No, I love him. I love Ryder Lee.
Yeah, dude, he's doing these mini documentaries and everything else.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, they're
Stanley
great.
Kubrick,
Yes.
Apollo, and all the
Yes.
11 symbolism, and
Yes.
did Stanley Kubrick actually help film the original moon landing? Do you think? Oh wait, we got one. What do you think about Artemis 2? Do you think that was legit? Did we go to space and actually fly around the moon this time?
Well, it's easy to do. Well, now it's easy to do. We've done it
Now
like
it's easy.
60. I don't know. I'm
I
still
fly
trying
around
to
the moon
figure it
all
out.
the time. I pick up space chicks, you know.
I've
at the
seen a
moon
lot
bar.
of awkward stares. So I'm just wondering if they have secrets they're not telling us about Artemis. So we'll see. We'll have to. The only thing that bothered me about Artemis was the Earthrise. I have to compare it to Apollo, and it didn't seem to be the same to me. So something's not right there. That's the only thing I thought was kind of odd. But anyway, there you go.
All right, Clyde, thank you for joining us as Clyde Lewis, host of Ground Zero, mastermind behind Ground Zero Plus. And for anyone today who is tuning in that donates to our cause today, we're taking back Illuminati Day, May 1st. You have an opportunity to win a full year's subscription to Ground Zero Plus. So go check that out. The links are in the chat. We'll drop them in the chat for everyone. Thank you, Clyde, for joining us.
Man.
It's a blessing. We'll
Love
can't
you
wait for
guys.
to have you back. I love
you
you too,
everybody.
man.
Rundown Live. Take care. Have a
All
good
right,
day.
brother. See you soon.
Bye.
That was Clyde Lewis. What a great guy. What a great man. He's one of the OGs, man. He was talking about this stuff way before anybody else. Clyde Lewis. Check him out, groundzero.com, Ground Zero Media, and groundzeroplus.com. And make sure that you guys go over there and support Clyde and all the family over there. That's Ryder Lee and, Ryan Gable and everyone else that's joining us over there. And JP and all the great minds. I don't know if Richard Serrett is over there. I think he's got his own different program on there. Another great individual on the broadcast. Today is Illuminati Day, guys. And if you want to know how you can support this broadcast and donate, just go ahead, go here and screenshot this barcode. And we are going to take a moment break here before we come back.
You are listening to the Rundown Live. Your protection from deception and your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day, May 1st. Urgent. 8+ hour truth marathon on Illuminati Day. Help us raise 11776 for the Rundown Live. Scan the code on the screen now. Today's guests: Lyon Zagami, Max Lowen, Clyde Lewis, Ryder Lee, Joe Wages, and more!
You're listening to the Rundown Live. I'm your host, Kristan T. Harris. And yes, we are raising money for the Rundown Live. We have now hit 25% of our goal. This is growing and going and going and going. So We need your help, guys. Listen, I believe we can do this. If you feel like donating $5, $2, $10, maybe God has laid on your heart to donate $100 or more. We need the support. Listen, I don't put the money in my back pocket. I don't buy cigars or drinks with it. In fact, there's only one time in history, and that's when I was covering the Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein trial for almost 6 weeks. I had to pay rent. That's the only time I ever did it. And that was like 5 years ago. 100% of what you will donate will go towards equipment for this podcast, for this broadcast, and help us making new news. We're going to investigate child trafficking. We're going to investigate satanic ritual abuse. We're going to investigate MK Ultra and a whole bunch more. And we've been talking about on this broadcast. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat for any of those that want to click on it. If you are on Facebook, if you are on Rumble, if you are on a different platform like YouTube, the link will be in the chat. It's also in the description of this show, but it's Give, Send, Go. It's an 8-hour truth marathon. And this will be, it will be live for up to a couple weeks after this event. So we're hoping to hit our goal today, right? We're looking to kill it. But at the same time, we need you guys to make a commitment that you guys are going to support this broadcast. We're 100% listener funded. We've reached tens of millions of people. We've been on the front page of every newspaper out there. Now, when I say we, it's because it's not me who's doing this. This is us together. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you guys, the listener. I work a whole separate job just so I can do this and invest my time in bringing you guys truth. So that being said, I think it's really important that we really talk about what today is about. And today is about flipping the script on the Illuminati, breaking the matrix, and funding a program that brings you truth and honesty. And we need you guys out there to really come forth and support this broadcast. We will have Ryder Lee joining us soon. Soon will be joining us on this broadcast. And we're going to talk a little bit about the Illuminati. We're going to talk maybe a little bit about Kubrick. We'll talk about some other things when we get into it with Ryder Lee. If you have any questions for Ryder Lee, go ahead and drop them in the chat right now. And we can have you joining us anytime if you guys like. I was thinking about having caller lines or open lines, but we're going to go to chat and see what we got. We got Chris from the UK. Howdy. We got Flux Capacitor that says, hey, Chris, keep up the good work. We also have Ryder Lee is awesome. Love the guy in the chat. That's Katie. What's going up, Katie Cat? How you doing? Kaylin Longergood. How you doing, Kaylin? She says, what does Kaylin have to say? Oh, great to hear from Clyde. It was great to hear from Clyde. It's interesting to see how Clyde has progressed. He sounds lively. I can't wait for Clyde Lewis to join us back on the broadcast and join him. But in the meantime, on the subject of the Illuminati, I got a little video here for you from William Cooper. I want to share this with you guys for the next few minutes. And when we come back, hopefully we have Ryder Lee with us.
And there's a reason that people are like this. Because people, for the most part, are mindless sheep. The Illuminati are absolutely correct. I have discovered this. It has been one of the greatest disappointments of my life to discover that most people, the people that I have been battling for, the people that I have laid my life down for you can be sure that when the New World Order comes into power, my life is forfeit for the work that I have done. It has been the greatest disappointment to find out that they are absolutely right about most of what they call the masses. Whenever you hear somebody use that term, they're usually one of them. They're nothing but cattle, sheep, mindless animals, steaks on the table and beasts of burden by choice and consent. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's true. It's because from the beginning people are taught to be stupid. Taught not to think, not to challenge. Taught not to ask questions. You can't even figure out what's going on in your own neighborhood, much less how to stop this New World Order or what to do about it. And so many of you are so absolutely ignorant and stupid You see, I'm sick of it, folks. You're not going to win anything. You're not going to escape anything, and you're not going to get liberty back. Not at all. You're too stupid to do it. You're too ignorant to do it. You've got too many agendas of your own, most of which are to keep your little fantasies going around you so that you never have to look at the truth and so that you never have to be blamed for anything. But the truth is, if you want to know what's wrong with this country, ladies and gentlemen, go look in the mirror. Go look in the mirror. And you will see exactly what's wrong with the United States of America staring at you in the glass. And I'm just sick to death of it. I am so sick of the lies and the hypocrisy and the bullshit and the manipulations. And you think that you're going to create a world of liberty and freedom? No, these people are going to enslave you because you must be enslaved, because you've got to be controlled, because you can't control yourselves. You can't decide upon the truth. I'm beginning to have a much greater respect for the Illuminati than I ever have in the past. You know, they've been telling me for years, Bill, these people will spit on you. We know that you're telling them the truth, but they don't want to hear the truth, and that's why they have to be controlled and manipulated and led to the slaughter. And I always said in my stupidity, no, you're wrong. You see, you've been hiding the truth from them. All you have to do is show them the truth, and things will be better. It will change. We'll have a good world. Peace on earth. Nobody will have to kill anybody again. We can live in freedom and liberty, responsible with the truth. Boy, what a fool I have been all these years.
You're listening to the Rundown Live. Your protection from deception. And your forecast into the future. The Rundown Live. Mayday, Illuminati Day fundraiser. Early drop happens today. Just scan the QR code on the screen to support this.
Is there a group of men and women out there who are secretly controlling our finances, our media, communications, and every aspect of our lives? Well, my two guests think that there very well might be. We have Jordan Maxwell, who has made an appearance in Ancient Mysteries of the Bible on CBS with William Devane hosting it, and he has agreed to come back and do the sequel. And we have Anthony J. Hilder of Radio Free World. Both of these people will be appearing at Wembley Arena in England on Saturday the 9th and the 10th of January 93. And under Jordan Maxwell's name, there's a quote that I'd like to bring to your attention, and I'd like to start off with Jordan answering this. It is probable that most of the public figures and military men involved in the secret scheme are unaware of the real goals or who is really behind it. Jordan, I've got to ask, what's going on here?
Well, let's start with a term that we're hearing quite a bit about in the last couple of years, the New World Order. Our president is going all around the world proclaiming a New World Order. Incidentally, all the presidents, living presidents, along with many of the heads of state throughout the world, are going to meet, according to the LA Times, are going to meet in the year 2000 at the pyramid in Egypt to bring in what is called the New World Order. There is something going on here on an international, worldwide scale right before our eyes, but that so many of us are unaware, and consequently we're not really seeing what is happening. There is, in fact, a conspiracy or a planned world domination coming by this thing that George Bush calls a New World Order. On the back of the $1 bill, there are a lot of important occult symbolism on the back of the $1 bill. On the left-hand side, you'll see the pyramid, and the pyramid of Egypt. That's an Egyptian pyramid on an American dollar bill. The significance is very important. Above the pyramid, you will see the words annuit coeptus, which basically means in Latin, our enterprise is a success, or our project has been crowned with success. And the project, which is a success, is on the banner beneath the pyramid. Novus Ordo Seclorum, being Latin for New Order of the World, or the New World Order. On the bottom of the pyramid, you will see the Roman numerals for 1776. This exact identical emblem of the pyramid within the circle, the Novus Ordo Seclorum, it was not original in America. It was first found on writings that are today in museums in Europe in the year 1774, 1775 by a man named Adam Weishaupt, who founded the Bavarian Order of the Illuminati, a secret society of Freemasons operating in Europe that had designs on the entire world and to bring about what they call a New World Order. So that emblem on the back of the dollar bill on the left-hand side with the pyramid is not an American symbol. It is a very old symbol coming from
you should bring out the fact that this is the order of the Illuminati.
Yes.
And the May 1st, 1776 did not signify the creation of the United States of America,
no,
but the order of the Illuminati for the enlightened ones, or the Luciferians.
Yes.
And this is a satanic symbol. It is on the cover of the Illuminati documents from May 1st, 1776, which obviously precedes the birth of this nation on July 4th, 1776. Okay. And at the very top of the pyramid, there's the Agpu, all-seeing eye, which was the name of the Soviet secret police during the Stalin era.
Right, now, Anthony, you spent most of your life studying these secret societies and the Illuminati, and you put out a record some time ago called the Illuminati
CFR, Council on Foreign Relations, right.
Right. This is, I've heard various charlatans coming out talking about the Illuminati, but I was wondering if you could get into a little bit more detail about the history of this organization and some of the more, you were talking about the eagle, for instance, and the pyramids and that sort of thing,
right.
And talk a little bit about the Freemasonry origins of the Illuminati.
Well, let me just make this one comment first, and then Anthony can go on with it. At the top of the pyramid, you'll see the little triangle with the eye in it. The eye was the eye of Horus. Horus was the eye of God, the sun. And so the sun represented the pupil, or the eye of God, in the ancient Egyptian philosophy. And that's why you'll see the light emanating from around the eye. So it's the worship of light, Luciferianism. It's the worship of the coming forth of light into the world. And therefore our masters, these manipulating masters behind the scenes of world government who are manipulating all peoples, consider themselves to be enlightened despots, enlightened people. And of course, when you go to university, you graduate from a university, you wear the Masonic square of Freemasonry on your head to symbolize that you're an alumni. Alumni comes from the word illumini. You have been illuminated into the enlightened power structure of the New World Order. That's the actual basis for these symbols. And to go on with the rest of the symbolism.
Well, I think it's important to bring out the fact that George Bush did not write the New World Order. In fact, if you want to know who wrote the New World Order, you simply go back to Adolf Hitler. It wasn't his first book, that was Mein Kampf. The second book,
right,
the New World Order. Right. And Rudolf Hess went out and said, in introduction of Hitler, he said, Ein Volk, ein Reich, ein Führer. One world, one race, one ruler. That's what this whole United Nations is all about, and I'm for a free world. That's in total opposition to the New World Order.
Well, Bush's New World Order may have come from Adolf Hitler, but Bill Clinton's New Covenant clearly comes from the Old Testament.
All right, now, the New Covenant, that is a catchphrase. That is a term which has been used for at least 500 years by a secret society of Freemasons in Europe called the British Israel World Federation. British Israel World Federation, you can see topics in movies based on this subject, like there's a motion picture just come out called The Handmaid's Tale, based on British Israel philosophy for America. A secret society of Freemasons promoting something that is called, as far back as 500 years ago, British Israel philosophy, Anglo-Israel philosophy, which is tying in the Old Testament governmental system to be the basis for a new world order in the coming future. And that's why the symbolism...
Clinton went to Oxford, didn't
he? And it has to do with Rhodes Scholar. Right. The Rhodes Scholarship Foundation, and this whole thing of a new covenant comes directly from British Israel Freemasonry. Rhodes Scholar, the Rhodes Scholarship of England. So that we can get into that. We can get into all of the significance
to the Rundown Live.
The Democratic Party.
Your protection from deception. And your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day, May 1st. Urgent. 8+ hour truth marathon on Illuminati Day. Help us raise 11776 for the Rundown Live. Scan the code on the screen now. Today's guests: Lyon Zagami, Max Lowen, Clyde Lewis, Ryder Lee, Joe Wages, and more! You are listening. And your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day, May 1st!
And we are here live with Ryder Lee. Ryder Lee is our guest today. He's joining us for our 8-hour marathon on the Ground Zero Plus as we are raising money for improvements at the Rundown Live. If you want to support this broadcast, you guys can see, I think it's over by Ryder Lee there, the little QR code. You can scan that, or you can go to therundownlive.com and support this broadcast. Every little bit helps. We've had some great guests on. We had Lyon Zagami on. We had Max Lowen on, satanic ritual abuse survivor. We also had... so far, Clyde Lewis, and now Ryder Lee. What a great show today. And I can't believe I'm doing this for 8 hours today. It's crazy, Ryder. Thanks for joining me today. And we're talking about May 1st, where it came from, the Illuminati, and so much more. And you're a film director. We talk behind the scenes, and I know we're talking a little bit about journalism and reviews and stuff. We'll get into that offline, Ryder, but we can definitely dive into that in the chat a little bit later. But thank you for joining me today. And you're working on something very special, and you're taking time away. I know you said that you're going to do no more podcasts until you finish your documentary. So you're working on something very special. Clyde Lewis had a lot of good things to say about you. And I had to remind him, like, Ryder Lee is trash. And he's like, no, he's not. And, me and Clyde went at it a little bit back and forth. And he actually said you're a very dangerous person. That's what he said.
How's it going, Kristan? It's my first show back. I said that I wasn't going to do one of my shows until the movie was finished. I didn't say that I would go on someone else's show, but it is complete. I can confirm the movie is done. I'm currently just making a trailer for the movie. I have one trailer made. I just need to make the second trailer and then get it submitted online. It has been quite a long journey with it. I've been working on this thing for over a year. The title of it is called Psychic Agent, the Gate Program. So hopefully by the end of this month, it will be live on Amazon Prime and Apple TV+.
Whoa. The Psychic Agent. So is this about the secret military MK Ultra? Because I'm working, haven't really told. I've been talking about it all day today, but I want to. First of all, I got to finish the book I'm writing, but above and beyond that, I want to do a little mini documentary series on MK Ultra and satanic ritual abuse. But it sounds like it's kind of in that vein. Like that's what you're like, because it wasn't psychic abilities, telekinesis. That's something I hear a lot of MK Ultra survivors talk about.
Yes, that is. I mean, I have it in the movie. I show the proof. It's a very factual movie. I show a lot of documents and a lot of different MK Ultra programs, because a lot of people don't really realize that that is where some of the first experiments really started, was with MK Ultra sub projects. They were studying psychic abilities to see if this would be a viable intelligence asset, essentially. And then later on, it became known as the Stargate Project, and then that kind of morphed into other things, and it went into the GATE programs in public school, gifted and talented, and this ties into the Monroe Institute as well, and having out-of-body experiences. Because from doing all this research, Kristan, I 100% believe that out-of-body experiences are 100% linked to psychic ability. And that's one of the things that I talk about in the movie is, and I show the documentation for it, and other people from the Stargate program verify that they were sent to the Monroe Institute to have out-of-body experiences. And this is what a lot of the remote viewers talk about, and how they gained their psychic abilities was through having an out-of-body experience. Now, regardless if that happened when they were really young, several of the remote viewers that like Ingo Swann and some of the original remote viewers, I mean, not original psychics. People have been psychic for decades. They've just been called something completely different than, remote viewers or psychics. They were known as shamans and people that were enlightened. Precognitive abilities has existed for decades, for centuries. It was just called something, completely different. But that's what I really realized, and that's kind of what got me into researching a lot of this stuff, was this out-of-body experience. Does this unlock these psychic abilities, and does it increase your psychic abilities if you're already psychic? So if you're already psychic, going outside of your body makes you more psychic. But if you're not psychic, then going outside of your body makes you psychic. Now, another thing that I really discovered is that remote viewing is 100% real. It is a real thing that people can do and can access. Now, Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ had claimed that everyone can do this. Like early on when they started their research in around 1972, they claimed that everyone has the ability to remote view, but from the documents, there's a document called the Stargate 5-year plan that came out in 92, 3 years before it was shut down, which is kind of suspicious. They had a long plan, and then it was shut down in 95, but that's another topic. But from reading these documents, it says that only 1%, now again, this is from 1992, only 1% of the population of the world can remote view, and remote view accurately, right? Everyone has the ability to do it, but that ability differentiates how accurate you actually are, right? So only 1%, this was from their research and what they were doing, only 1% of the population, the world population, is able to remote view and actually be accurate at it. So yeah, that's where I'm at. There's a connection here. MK Ultra, Monroe Institute, the GATE programs, all of it is intertwined. The Twilight Learner program by Thomas H. Badinsky, which was a literal, worked at Area 51 on the SR-71 Blackbird, and then moved to Colorado to start this biofeedback institute where they would, put these devices on the person's fingers, put headphones on them. I have Katie Page in my documentary that actually had the Twilight Learner tapes. She still has them from whenever she was a kid, and she was put into this program.
What are the
So
Twilight Learner tapes?
I believe that they were a precursor to the Monroe Institute Gateway tapes. So they were like an offshoot of the Gateway tapes. They're called Twilight Learner relaxation tapes, but children were used in these programs. Supposedly, it was to get the person, relaxed and. But Katie says that it did the exact same thing to her that the Monroe Institute Gateway tapes did. So it puts you into this really relaxed state. It's these frequencies in your ears that gets you into this sort of out of body experience. And she said that she didn't realize them or make the connection until she heard the Gateway tapes. And she was like, these Gateway tapes sound very similar to the Monroe Institute the Twilight Learner tapes. So I think they go hand in hand, and they came out around the exact same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you've done a couple documentaries. You did one on Stanley Kubrick, which is interesting because his daughter has come out against Erica Kirk. I don't know if you saw it. It's viral on the internet right now, where she says, well, she seems like an MK Ultra pawn and fake as can be, essentially. I'm just paraphrasing. Well, and it's interesting that Stanley Kubrick's daughter would come out and say that, especially with all the controversy of what her father was involved with. When you start talking about The Shining and the number 11 and Apollo, and then him being rumored as being the person that filmed the fake moon landing, per se. Not saying, if you want to believe he went to the moon, that's fine, but I do believe that those videos are fraudulent. I just they don't look real to me. And so he also was 2001 Space Odyssey, A Clockwork Orange. And so just all these topics, it's like the whole world has become a cesspool of disclosure right now, and what is real and what is not. And it's really interesting that you are really diving into this and bringing out awareness and actually following up on the scientific studies and interviewing people. I happen to know Katie Page. She's a wonderful female. I know she's involved with, at least currently involved with MUFON, the UFO network, the Mutual UFO network. And there's been a lot of people, both credible and not so credible, I've talked to over the years that are involved with that. But she seems to be very genuine, and it's interesting that you've found access to certain people that have these abilities. So another thing that's really interesting is in the Epstein files. I don't know if you saw this. Autistic kids are a percentage of them have telepathy, according to the Epstein files.
Yeah, it goes so deep. There's so many different avenues and things that you can go down, and all the connective tissue. I mean, the movie runtime is around an hour and 50 minutes is what it's at, and it really, really covers a lot. Gets into, of course, the MK Ultra stuff, the remote viewing stuff, the Stargate stuff, because really the Stargate stuff is really convoluted, dude. It's there's so many different
what's the Stargate stuff? I always thought that was kind of like hocus pocus, although I love the Stargate movie series. But when I hear people talk about it, and I think Corey Goode did a very disservice to a lot of people that might be genuine people that have interest in this subject. I don't know what your feelings are on Corey Goode, and that's a whole nother subject. Maybe let's hit that up a little bit later. We'll parking lot on that. But yeah, man, it's really interesting. Keep going.
So after SRI started their research into remote viewing that was funded by the CIA, that started in 1972, they had two researchers named Pat Price and Ingo Swann, and a few others. This is also where Uri Geller came from, and then they got rid of Uri Geller because they believed that he was going to be a Mossad agent. Well, that he was a Mossad agent. But then they got awarded a research and development contract by the Defense Intelligence Agency to start a small remote viewing unit for the Defense Intelligence Agency, because the CIA had been funding this psychic research to SRI for a long time, and they were like, okay, well, this seems like it's a real phenomenon. We need to use this for intelligence and data collection on foreign targets, because they had also found out that the Russians were doing psychic spying as well, and that they had found out United States secrets, that they were remote viewing and using their psychics to find out things about the United States and the military, and remote viewing secret bases. And I'm paraphrasing a lot of this here, I'm kind of just cutting down to it because it's way more complicated than just that. I mean, the first hour of the movie is basically a history of the entire remote viewing DIA Army Intelligence Unit. So SRI gets a contract. They develop this program for the DIA. The DIA goes through several different name changes throughout its history. It starts in 1978, and then it goes until 1995. And from that period, it goes through many different name changes: Sun Street, Girl Flame, Center Lane, and then it finally ends on Stargate. And that was its final name that was given to the program by Dale Graff. Dale Graff was the operations manager, which is he's also in the movie of the Stargate program. And then it was supposed to be transferred to the CIA in 1995. The CIA got their hands on it. Then they decided to shut the program down because they claimed that no intelligence data had ever been collected from the program, that it was essentially we're not going to continue this work. But one of the things that I found really interesting through reading the documents is that it seems like they were running out of psychics. Right, people were leaving. They were having trouble finding people that are actually psychic that could be put into this program, right? And that was one of their mission statements in the 5-year Stargate plan, was to try and find other psychics. Like, how do we develop these abilities within people, and how do we find them? Okay, so that's when you get into a lot of this gate program stuff and what people claim happened to them in public school with these supposed psychic tests that were going on in public school through the gate program, the Zender cards, which the Zender cards are psychic flashcards, the hearing tests, which I believe were the Monroe Institute gateway.
Isn't it like the intro to Ghostbusters where he's holding up these flashcards and then the chick keeps getting them wrong, but he says they're right. And the guy who gets them right, he shocks because he wants to impress the female, and kind of joking there, But isn't that kind of what we see in the beginning of have you seen the original Ghostbusters?
Honestly, dude, I have never seen the original.
What? Okay, we've got to stop everything right now. We're going to air Ghostbusters. Everyone, hold on tight while I download the movie so we can get Ryder Lee up to speed on what goes. You got to see the first Ghostbusters. It combines horror, all this stuff we're talking about, MK Ultra and the paranormal. And the first one was more of a horror comedy, kind of like Evil Dead, but then they started to get get a little less scary as they went on. But yeah, you definitely should check out Ghostbusters. But keep going. So for those that are listening, you guys know what's going on.
Yeah, people probably give me shit for that one.
I hope so. I'm giving the shit. I had never seen Ghostbusters. Come on. Then I get I'm old as fuck. So
there's a few of those that I just have not seen. I didn't watch E.T. until the past couple of years. There's a few of those that people have seen that are like these big tentpole movies that I just never watched. I don't think I've ever watched Jaws all the way through. But, that's just, just how it is, and this was just the things that I'm interested in. I probably will have to check it out, but that remake that they did, I haven't watched any of the Ghostbusters movies where they
Well,
remade
yeah, like
it.
originally it was supposed to be The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but then it ended up, it ended up becoming this huge thing about people busting ghosts, and it's a very interesting concept. And when I was a kid, it was like that. Like here, I'm gonna play the segment here. We'll play a short part of the scene so we don't get entirely flagged, but just so you can kind of feel what we're talking about here. And here we go. Let's see, do we have a full screen? Here it is. We're gonna go ahead and play this real quick. Let's see if I can get some sound. I got sound from it, and so here, check this out real quick. Here, Ryder Lee. This is the spot I was talking about. And this is where she guesses. That's essentially it right there. Did you hear it? Oh wait, you probably didn't even get a chance to see it. I didn't even put it on the screen for you. You could hear it, but this is.
I watched it in a little bubble.
Oh yeah, here it is.
All right. Think hard. What is it? Circle. Close. But definitely wrong. Okay. All right. Ready? Yeah. All right. What is it?
Figure 8.
Incredible. That's 5 for 5. You can't see these, can you?
No.
You're not cheating me, are you?
No, I swear, they're just coming to me.
That's essentially the scene I was talking about there on Ghostbusters. And for those at home that listen, they're going through the flashcards, but they're poking fun at the MK Ultra stuff. Is essentially what they're doing.
Well, those symbols that are on the cards, those aren't the exact cards because the Zinder cards don't have like the playing card back to them. I believe it's just blank, and they're have the child or the person, be like, hey, what is on the back of the card? And then a lot of the kids thought that it was like a guessing game, but it wasn't a guessing game. It was like a covert psychic.
Yeah, there's a whole Wikipedia page dedicated to it. And you're right, the symbols, I'm looking at the symbols right now, and they're very similar to what you are talking about there, Ryder. Definitely what we're seeing here. And I'll try to put it on the screen for the listeners or the viewers at home that are diving into what we're talking about. This whole premonition, viewing the cards, all that stuff. Here we go. Here's let's see, full screen. We'll share this one right here. There's the cards right there on the table, and they look very similar to what he was showing there.
Yeah, those are they were almost identical. Yeah. So they have all these symbols on them, and this first started in Canada. So J.B. Ryan, this was from Duke University, right? And this was in the early 30s. And he's the one that developed these cards, these telepathy cards called the Zinder cards. So he went to Canada, just like a lot of the MK Ultra experiments went to Canada, that they were subleased out to Canada at Ravenscraig in Canada by Hugh and Cameron, okay, where he would do all of these experiments in psychic driving and depatterning. That's where a lot of the MK Ultra stuff actually came from. But he went to Canada, J.B. Ryan went to Canada, and he started testing indigenous school children on psychic and ESP testing. And then he came to the United States and started doing it in the public schools in the United States as well. So, and these cards are what people that have been through a lot of the GATE program stuff, Gifted and Talented Education Initiative is what it is, the full title of it is. But these cards are what a lot of the people that went through these programs in the late 80s into the 90s and then some into the early 2000s remember going through. So they were pulled out of the classroom by a guy in a suit. They were brought to a separate part of the school, and then they were given all of these weird, strange tests that, hearing test, vision test, and they remember these card games that were going on.
Well, that was probably the fun part of it, and that when they got it right, like memory or whatever, they got rewarded. And it's would they have them like draw what they were seeing in their head, and then they would match it, or how would they do that?
The person would just be. It would be like the Ghostbusters scenario that you just watched. That's what it would be. Is someone would be in control of the cards, right? And then they would be like, "What's on this card that I'm holding in my hand?" And then the child or the person would be like, "It's a circle." Then they would flip the card over, and then they would see if they got it right or if they got it wrong. But I'm sure there are some instances where they wouldn't tell the child or they wouldn't show the child, because that's another thing with like psychic abilities and stuff, is that if you know that you're really good and you're getting all the stuff right, it kind of messes with your head a little bit. You know what I mean? And then
Makes you confident that you actually know stuff, maybe even when you don't.
Yeah. So that could be a part of it as well. Maybe they showed the kids, maybe they didn't show the kids, or probably just, on a case-by-case basis. But the liquid is what a lot of people are, really want to know what it was. Like this weird drink that all the kids...
Acid?
Could be. It might be. I mean, hey... If they were going through a lot of these, the hearing tests, which I believe is the Monroe Institute Gateway tapes, to have this out of body experience to unlock these psychic abilities, then why wouldn't you want to drug the person, right? You would want to drug the person to get them to relax so that they can get out of their body way easier. I mean, this is what people talk about doing in float tanks, right? They'll take LSD or some kind of mushroom, go into a float tank, and then they'll have this crazy psychedelic experience in the float tank, right? So it's not out of the realm of possibility that this was some form of drug that was being administered to these people in the GATE program.
Yeah, that's all fascinating, and it's very interesting stuff to think about, especially when you're talking about children. One of the guys I interviewed that was an MK Ultra survivor, an alleged Montauk boy, his name was Chris Latour, and he said every morning his mother knowingly put a drip of acid on his tongue before he went to school because they wanted to test him specifically to see if he could do things like move boats with his mind, out-of-body experiences, astral project, he said. They were trying to teach him to be super soldiers and astral project so they could spy on other people. And he said his parents willingly sold him to the government, essentially, saying that the government sold the parents, saying that he would be taken care of for life, 401k, never have to worry about money again, and that what he would be doing would be a pure Americana service to his government and his country.
But I'm guessing he's super poor.
Yep, pretty much. His father tried to get him out, and he claims that during the Montauk Project that through his consciousness, they put a coil on his head, which I asked him if it was a lot like Steve Gibbs's hyperdimensional resonator. I don't know how familiar you are with Stephen Gibbs and astral protection and his claims of time travel on Art Bell's and George Norrie's Coast to Coast AM, but He used to create these magnetic coils that you put over your head, and he claimed that it basically amplified your psychic abilities. It amplified your abilities to communicate, and essentially that's kind of what they had, but they had a giant machine set up and plugged into him, almost like in X-Men, where they have the helmet and they put it on Professor Xavier, and he can pinpoint and zoom into anyone. You want to talk about programming? That's essentially kind of what the Montauk Campiro project was. But he said that he at one point became either scared or just so sick of the abuse that he created like Frankenstein and werewolves and brought them out of his imagination into reality, and they destroyed the plant, and then they stopped all the projects he claimed. That was his claims, and those are sensational claims, and I don't expect anyone to believe those things. I'm just saying that he was an MK Ultra program. He could have been programmed to believe that happened too, amongst other things. But he did mention that every day he went to school, his mother put acid on his tongue. So that's what you do.
There you go. I mean, if you're being drugged, you don't know what's real and what's not real.
Well, and that's what it comes down to. You just don't know. Ryder Lee, what's your thoughts on Mayday and the Illuminati? Have you ever looked into the Illuminati? Is that something you believe in? Do you believe that there's a nefarious organization that still meets in secret, or that there are bloodlines like the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and the Vanderbilts and the Kennedys and all these other bloodlines that are linked to ultra secret societies and the synagogue of Satan, as they call it?
Is this a real holiday, bro? Are we celebrating a real holiday?
Yeah,
Is
May 1st is Illuminati Day. It's the day the Illuminati was created. The Bavarian Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt's Illuminati.
This is not on my Apple calendar.
It's not an official government holiday. It's Illuminati Day. It's Labor Day. It's May 1st. It's Communist Day. It's Red Scare Day. And communism comes from the Bavarian Illuminati lodges. In fact, the Illuminati Manifesto was originally written by Adam Weishaupt. And the reason why we know it existed is because Lanza, a courier, got struck by lightning. And essentially it was published, but it eventually became the Communist Manifesto because, as in Marvin Antelman's book, Eliminate the Opiate, he goes on to say right in the beginning that it's on contrary to popular opinion, Karl Marx did not originate the Communist Manifesto. He was paid for his services by an organization called the League of the Just, just like the Justice League. And their colors are the same as the Justice League. The Bund Society later on became and originated the International Communist Party. But basically, they got their ideology from the Bavarian Illuminati. When it was disbanded, they adopted these new mystic beliefs and communistic beliefs and carried out and furthered the agenda years later.
I do believe in rings within rings of power, right? So you have like these groups of people that think that they're the top of the food chain, but they're not. There's another group that is around them, outside of them. And then those people think that they're the top of the food chain and call all the shots, but they don't. There's another group behind them, and so on and so on and so on. And it might go on. It might go so freaking deep that nobody actually really even knows who's really in charge of anything.
It's probably a female. That's why the world's so fucked up. I'm just kidding.
It's getting trickled down into the lower, upper echelon or the pyramidal structure, and nobody knows who's at the top of the pyramid because everybody thinks that they're at the top of the pyramid.
Well, right. I had Lyon Zagami, former high-ranking Illuminati member, 33rd degree Freemason, confirmed Mason, by the way. He also was in charge of the OTO Satanist organization for a while. And he told me something very interesting on the program, that he thought that the Illuminati ran everything until they met with the Jesuits, and he saw his leadership bow and kiss the ground in front of the Jesuits. So he believes that the Jesuit order is at one of the groups on the top of the pyramid and on the chain. And then I had our next guest, Max. She was a satanic ritual abuse survivor. She was stuck in caverns underneath the Vatican where she claims that they were doing child sacrifice and drinking kids' blood. Like, there's a lot of crazy things, but this is like in MK Ultra, when they talk about satanic ritual abuse, these were the descriptions I'm hearing from like Elisa E., Chris Latreille, Alan, all these guys that I'm having on that are MK Ultra survivors and brave enough to talk. Again, it matched what she said, she's a therapist now, and she helps people with satanic ritual abuse and MK Ultra survivors, right? And it's just weird. You're right. It's always a group inside of a group, and there's always a hoodwink, and everyone thinks they're in the know of the cool kid club, and then they think they know everything, and then once they get to the top, they realize, oh, there's a whole nother organization I got to work my way up on.
Yeah, I think that's how it works, and that's how blackmail works as well. They have something on you. They then are like, okay, well, we're going to, if you don't play ball, then we're going to release that thing. But then sometimes they don't even really release that thing that they actually have. It's like a completely made up thing that you got to kind of take the fall for, or they try and entrap you in some kind of way or like set you up. That's what I believe happened with Kobe Bryant. I think that something went down with him, and then he didn't want to go along with the plan or whatever that thing was that they were trying to get him to do. So therefore, they were like, "All right, well, we're going to hit you with this rape charge." I don't know if do you remember the Kobe Bryant rape charge?
I do remember the Kobe Bryant rape charge, and I know for our listeners out there, what you are describing is an initiation ritual where they do lewd acts on camera, and they keep it for blackmail in case you step out of line for your agreement to essentially what we would call selling your soul, but an agreement for the wealth and power and being a slave to whoever the powers are that are going to run and control your life, right? You have this video out there, and if you don't act properly, the video gets released, and then you end up in jail or in a psych ward, and then you just mysteriously die. Yeah.
Yeah, but the problem is, Kristan, with the video stuff and the sex act, none of you can't really release that. How are you going to release, even if the person? That's what I'm saying is, that might be happening, and they hold that over the person's head, but that's not ever what happens. No matter if they go along with it or not.
There's no videos of Trump out there, even though allegedly there's videos of Trump out there, according to the Epstein files. You're right. Like, you never see, like, all these claims. If there are people, like, the videos don't make it out there. They just end up in snuff markets, probably for elitists to buy for their home collection.
Because that's the issue with doing something like that. One, how are you going to release something like that legally? And then two, that brings up way too many questions, right? How did you get this footage? Where did this footage come from? And then that blows the entire operation out of the water, right? So the thing that they end up getting them on is normally some kind of like setup. It's a thing that is almost a creation of fiction, right? That they've just poofed out of existence, right? The filming of them doing something is what's held over their head, but that thing never gets released. We never see it. It doesn't happen because they can't release it because too many questions come out about how it got released, where did it come from, what was going. So then something else is created to take that place of that thing, and it's normally something pretty outrageous, but something that is outrageous and it's believable enough. This is also what I feel like happened with Michael Jackson as well. I believe that they did this exact same thing to Michael Jackson.
Do you think he was trying to save the kids because he knew about the Illuminati formula and how it works and how they abuse small children? And I agree with you. Like they'll put the bad images on your laptop for you get arrested. That's their MO, right? All of a sudden they find a laptop and there's some inappropriate images that you never knew were on there, and you end up in jail. Unless you're Bill Gates.
That's definitely a way to do it. I mean, there's several quiet ways. That would be like a quiet way to do it. There's like the public ways. It's the Kobe Bryant, Michael Jackson way. You accuse them of, rape and molestation and all that, and then it becomes this big media frenzy. All the while, they really have zero proof of any of that thing going on because it's a made-up, fictitious thing. Now, when it comes to Michael Jackson, I don't know if that was really the case or not. I don't know if he really was trying to, quote unquote, save the children from the Illuminati or not. But I do not believe that he ever did anything to the children. I don't believe that he did. I just don't.
Yeah, that's interesting because most of society would really believe that. They believe that he was kind of a creep and he was sleeping with the kids in his bed. But in his mind, it sounded like he was trying to keep them safe. And if like let's play in a different metaverse, right? Max Lowen was just in the show talking about underground caverns where they keep sex slaves and they breed women for children for sacrifice and cannibalism. If that is real, and Jackson, if he was at the level where he could have known about that kind of stuff, he would have housed as many kids as he could to save them. I'm just saying.
I think there's some truth to some of that. Have you ever watched the show The Blacklist?
No, I have not.
It's a really interesting show. I think it reveals a lot of things that are going on. It's like this super secret, ultra mega it's about this drive or whatever that the Illuminati and all the secret societies put all of their information on, and they're trying to get access to the drive because the drive has been stolen. And that's not the entire plot of the entire show because it evolves. It has like 8 seasons or 9 seasons or whatever. But there's this one episode in there that it's an investigative piece on this this sex trafficking foundation, right? Where they would give it was this foundation to help sex trafficking victims, and it turns out that the charity and the foundation to help sex trafficking victims were actually the sex traffickers. Okay, and they had all of these women in these big giant warehouses that were in comas that were pregnant. And they were essentially just breeding people at this sex trafficking foundation to help sex trafficking victims, but they were the actual sex traffickers. Like, this seems very plausible, but there's a lot of things like that throughout that show. It's a very fascinating and interesting show. Definitely.
Well, you know what that reminds me of, and this is going to sound a little weird for a lot of the listeners out there, is during the whole Pizzagate scandal, which had to do with the WikiLeaks, there was a kid who went in and shot the computer hard drive of Comet Ping Pong Pizza. And what's interesting is there was allegations that somebody hacked the computer and forwarded all the data that was on that computer, which allegedly was underage imagery, and that this person went in there and shot him. But what was interesting is the kid that shot them, it was like his father was like a prime like curator for needy children and homeless children, and all his imagery was the typical trafficking and MAP, minor attracted person symbolism, which is big hand, small hand, butterflies. And it's like, boy, they're just laying it all out there. This guy who went up and shot up the Comet Pizzeria, Ping Pong Pizzeria might have, been a MK Ultra victim himself when you start looking at it and looking at these things. But it's very similar to what you're suggesting, is that, you get these people out there and they cover it up with other individuals who are involved in the market under the guise of, oh, look, this is leading to extremism. Same thing with the Trump assassinations, plots that have been going on. They're all it's a Jeffrey Epstein fanatic. He's read the Epstein files. Oh, the Epstein files are dangerous. Well, I mean, if there's no accountability for people trafficking children, of course it's going to lead to crazies who are going to go and try to hold people and politicians accountable.
Yeah. But that's what they want, though. Like, they want people to go crazy and create chaos and attempt to go out there and assassinate people and run like... I don't know how truthful that the newest assassination attempt was on at that correspondence dinner. Because from my knowledge, that guy never fired a shot. The shots that those people heard did not come from him.
Really?
It came from the Secret Service, bro.
So, like, so this guy, so what's the official story, and what's your thought process on it for the listeners who may not know all the data?
Well, the official story was that this gentleman rushed in through one of the entrances into the correspondence dinner, which is another really weird thing. Trump never showed up to any other correspondence dinner throughout his presidency. This is the only one that he ever showed up to. Okay, Erica Kirk was talking about a threat on her life just a couple of weeks prior on an event that she was supposed to show up to with J.D. Vance. Okay, so she was supposed to do a speaking event with J.D. Vance. She canceled last minute, said that there was a threat to her life. So claiming that the Secret Service could not keep her protected at this event, and the event still went on. J.D. Vance still showed up and spoke at that event. So it was like she was saying, the Secret Service can't protect me or guarantee my safety at this event. There's a security threat here. But at this event, this is a different story. The Secret Service can't protect me here. But then she did show up to another event and spoke with at another Trump event later on after that. But it's just so interesting how these string of events just kind of came up. And then Erica Kirk is also there at the correspondence dinner, and then someone randomly had a phone out and was filming her whenever she was walking out of the event, saying that she just wanted to go home and she's crying. I just want to go home.
She didn't cry that much during Kirk's death. She was like all like excited, it seemed.
Yeah, it's strange. It's weird, isn't it? Super weird. But anyway, whenever you look at these string of events that were leading up to this guy rushing into the correspondence dinner through a entrance and then supposedly firing shots, which the shots didn't actually come from the guy that rushed in. It was from the Secret Service that was apparently shooting at him. They apparently shot like 4 to 5 times at this guy. They didn't hit him, but there was a lot of other people that they could have hit. Like, they're just firing off shots at this guy. Like, so that's the thing. The shots didn't come from the actual guy that rushed in. The shots actually came from the Secret Service. And then you have one of the reporters that were talking about the event earlier on that was like, before the event even happened, I forget what her name was, but she was like, a lot of things are going to happen at this correspondence dinner. Shots are going to be fired. Now, that could just be coincidence that she mentioned the shots are going to be fired and then shots ended up being fired. Because I have a really, I kind of try and stay grounded and based when it comes to things like this. I don't try and jump out and be like, this thing was fake. The entire thing was just like
Alex Jones lost his whole media platform because he said Sandy Hook could have been a government staged operation, and he got sued for $1 billion. And the people who harassed the family members had nothing to do with Alex Jones. They just went after him because he had the money. Now everyone's saying, well, this presidential assassination attempt could have been staged, but nobody's getting sued for billions of dollars.
Yeah, that's why I've always been kind of like that, because I've always, whatever people say is completely fake is normally not. And whatever is real and people say it's fake is normally real, right? It's the opposite of what people...
upside down world.
Yeah, it's upside down world. It's a complete inversion of reality. So whenever everyone starts coming out and saying that everything, that this thing was completely fake, is normally not. And then whenever people say this is real, it's normally fake. Okay, so it's just the opposite of what everybody, the consensus of what everyone actually believes, right? But the events leading up to this makes the thing seem suspicious, is all that I'm going to say.
It is
suspicious. It's very suspect that, Erica Kirk was talking about this. It seems like a setup from Erica Kirk from, 2 to 3 weeks ago, that there was this security threat on her, and then this guy ends up and then she just happens to be there at this correspondence dinner too. So it seems like that it was just these really weird string of events that kind of happened that all kind of correlate with each other and kind of lead up to make you think that there's something suspicious going on here. What do you think about it?
Well, I think that the whole thing smells from the get-go. Like when Donald Trump, when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. We'll start there. The first thought I had is that the Trump administration had him killed. That was my first thought. And then the way Erica Kirk acted, I said, I wouldn't be surprised if she was a Red Sparrow project. Let's look into this. And then all of a sudden, the next few days came out that she knew Trump before Charlie Kirk. And, you know, the Red Sparrow project essentially is where they take young females and they teach them to be adult film stars. And not everyone is cut out for it, but it's for the whole ruse and guys to become a spy, collect all the data, and then if you get married into a family like the Charlie Kirk family and they off Charlie Kirk, then guess what? You're rewarded with the responsibility of running his current operation, but under the control of whoever MK Ultra'd you. And so that's the way I saw it, and I could be completely far off, and I could be completely in left field, but something just doesn't add up. At the very least, we're being lied to about everything.
Well, that's another one of the things that is in the blacklist. Is this guy that is running this freaking decades-long operation against this FBI agent that, but he's undercover and he meets her and marries her and like all this stuff, and he's an agent. And he's been an agent from the very beginning, and he's been working this angle with her this entire time for freaking years. The operation was going on, you know? So it's like, how many of those people actually, you know, exist? Because I 100% believe that that is a real thing that actually happens. That people are planted in to, and they're running an operation the entire time.
Well, and think about all the issues they can cause. You know, Erica Kirk could go in there like a porn star and then all of a sudden cut him off and start sleeping with somebody else and ruin the whole operation mentally, psychologically. They could, like, there's a lot of stuff, man, especially if you're married, then you have kids with them on top. That just adds to it all. I'm not saying, I just don't know what happened. Like, I don't want to say that she's a plant and a MK Ultra, you know, a harlot, but that's how I feel. And there's a lot of Christians out there that uphold Charlie Kirk, but then again, there's a lot of people that upheld Martin Luther King, which, according to FBI documents, was, you know, banging prostitutes and raping in the room when women are getting raped. You know, it just, I don't know, man. It's a weird world. It's upside down world. Ryder Lee, thank you for joining us today. Tell our listeners where they can find out about you. And by the way, I have to ask you, how often when you search for Raised by Giants do you find Magic the Card Gathering or the Gathering card game? Because whenever I search Raised by Giants, I get your stuff and Magic the Gathering card game. Because I guess it's a card in Magic the Gathering.
Hey, I didn't know that. That's interesting. But does my stuff pop up first?
Your stuff does pop up. If I put in Ryder Lee, it absolutely does pop up first. Erica's family is military and arms connected through both parents. She looks and groomed as a handler for Israel, is what Katie Cat in the chat says. Very interesting. That's an interesting viewpoint all around. I wouldn't doubt it, though, Ryder Lee. Ryder Lee, so again, let our listeners know, where can they find you? What's your website? Are you just on YouTube? Do you you have a show, right? You have a broadcast that you do on Spotify. Let them know where they can find all of that.
You can find me on YouTube at Raised by Giants and on all podcast platforms on the Ground Zero Plus network, and on anywhere that you can find me on social media on X, Twitter at Raised by Giants 8, Instagram at Raised by Giants Pod, and Facebook at Raised by Giants. Really quickly, though, I do want to say that I believe that if Charlie Kirk really was shot, I believe that Charlie Kirk was shot up close with a small caliber bullet, and the guy in the rifle and the guy on the roof is completely, he's a patsy.
I don't think he did it either. I don't think he did either. I'm wondering if he's again an MK Ultra victim, right? Disassociation, multiple personalities. He's trans, so he doesn't know what he really believes at the end of the day. I'm not saying like permanently, but he's part of that weird organization of ideologies. Why wouldn't he be an MK Ultra slave? He gets a phone call in the morning that says Eagle 543-J6, and the personality of the assassin comes out, and he takes some pot shots at Charlie Kirk, and he knocks him out, or somebody else knocks him out, And I think there's more person. I don't think Tyler Robinson acted alone. I don't believe that for a minute, and I don't believe he's the one that's the shot that killed him. Although they said that they couldn't really match the gun to the bullet. But, I think that he's going to go down for it either way.
Well, that's the thing is that did they find the bullet? If the bullet exploded in Charlie's neck because there was no exit wound, that's been proven. The bullet did not go through the back of his neck. Then the bullet is inside him. You should be able to find the entire bullet. Why can't you find the entire bullet and assemble the entire bullet? You should be able to do that. And and that's the thing. They found the bullet. They didn't find the bullet. It's back and forth. It's back and forth. They found a piece of the bullet. They found the full bullet. The full bullet was lodged in his neck.
It's like JFK. His whole brain was scooped out when they did the autopsy. They said, "Oh, don't turn him around because his brain's missing." I spent.
And it was a hit to the back of the head. There was no. The autopsy does not show a shot to the side of the head where you actually see it in the Zabruta film. It's sent to the back of the head. Whole thing's just crazy, bro. But anyway, that's what I think happened. Is that because the bullet didn't go through? If it was from a 30-06, you could talk to anybody that knows anything about guns. The bullet would have directly went through. That means that it had to have been a frangible bullet. You would never shoot a frangible bullet out of a rifle at that far of a distance, 150 yards. It just wouldn't happen because the bullet is way more flimsy. You have to account for too much wind. So it would have been shot with a close-up handgun at a very close range with a frangible bullet that exploded inside of Charlie's neck on impact.
Ryder, one question that I couldn't have asked the first couple of months after Charlie Kirk's assassination, which we're still kind of in the era. But the question I was asking is, do you believe that Charlie Kirk staged his debates? Like, why wouldn't you? It's real currency. They're viral. You put somebody in there that's possessed by a demon, and then you have Charlie Kirk go confront them, and they act all weird, and you get millions of clicks. Like, do you think that either Turning Point or Charlie Kirk ever staged the people that went up there and debated him, or do you believe that they were all genuine?
Oh, that's a really fascinating question.
Isn't that a fair question to ask?
That is really fair. It was really fair. I don't know. I never really thought of that because we tend to believe everything that we see on the internet now. And it is, I'm not going to rule that out. That is definitely possible.
Why not? You get somebody up there that acts crazy or borderline retarded or ill or whatever, or satanic, and then they go into their convulsions, and all of a sudden you got tens of millions of clicks. You have more people donating because you're casting out demons. I'm just saying something doesn't seem right. I'm not saying that Charlie Kirk is a hoaxer, but I'm not saying Turning Point is innocent either. And maybe there's some showmanship by the kids, but at the end of the day, you have to wonder if they've ever put in their own agents to challenge Charlie Kirk with some questions that had some theatrics to it. And why wouldn't you, especially when you're talking about tens of millions of views? A little bit of stage theatrics would go a long way.
Yeah, I would definitely not rule that out. I definitely see that as a possibility, but I can tell you one thing that definitely was not faked is his responses. Like, you can't fake those responses. Regardless of what you think about him, he believed what he was saying, and he was able to debate his points no matter who brought whatever up to him. He knew what he believed, and he could say it without hesitation. And
that's because he rehearsed it, though. Like if you listen to Erica Kirk, he would rehearse his answers, and they would play out, and they would debate all the time, and he'd come up with perfect his answers, I guess. So that's why I felt like, well, if he perfects his answers and he's got trigger answers and 3 stump speeches for every answer, and he has a comeback for everything, well, then he's going to win the debate. And you should prepare for debates. but it just makes me wonder then why wouldn't you have the opposite, have the person who's asking the questions also staged, practicing the questions and their rebuttal to get the most views and links. But I agree. I think that Charlie Kirk did believe what he practiced, and I think he practiced very hard and studied hard and came up with great comebacks. And like, I think at the end of the day, we just don't know. We just know that Charlie Kirk's dead and that we're being lied to again about everything. And it won't be long. I won't be surprised in 20 years when it comes out that the agency groups are responsible about it. And it was something to do with a matter of national security, you know, just like JFK, matter of national security, you know.
What is national security, Kristan Harris? This is what I'm going to
it's Israel's national security, I think, at the end of the day, you know, because that's really we're the policemen of the world for Israel, it seems. We're in Iran now, and we got disclosure, and everyone's kind of trying to forget about the Epstein files. And, you know, Donald Trump, every assassination attempt, it's a guy who's obsessed with the Epstein files. So they definitely want us to stop talking about those, so.
National security is anything that they say that it is. Thanks for having me on, Kristan. Really appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, Ryder Lee. I appreciate you. And thank you to everyone that's tuning in today for our 8-hour marathon. Ryder Lee, Raised by Giants. Check him out. He's got his own YouTube out there. He's got a documentary. Ryder, if you're still with us, what's the name of your new documentary so people know what to look for?
Psychic Agent, The Gate Program.
Psychic Agent, The Gate Program. Psychic Agent, The Gate Program. Psychic Agent, The Gate Program. And 3s there, guys. Remember, when it comes out, we'll get Ryder Lee back on to talk about this. When I get a hold of the trailer, we'll air it on this broadcast. Thank you again, Ryder Lee, for joining us today, and we'll have to have you back soon. For those who are tuning into today's broadcast, we have an 8-hour broadcast to raise money for the Rundown Live. We are taking back Illuminati Day. And if you want to support this broadcast, you can scan the barcode, or you can go to one of the links in the description to go give, send, go, and you can go help us there, donate a little bit of money. Right now, I'll give you an example of something cool I'm working on myself. This is my little mini documentary on Lyon Zagami, who joined us a little bit earlier today.
Leo Zagami from leozagami.com, author, investigative journalist with a prior experience within that world that you define as the Illuminati and the New World Order. So this is summarizing Leo Zagami.
The weapon business is the big business to make the cash. I was a rich man when I was in that kind of business. Now I'm a poor man. Well, the difference is now I'm an honest man. Before I was a crook. That is something that people are waiting for. Everybody's waiting for 2012. Why they're waiting for 2012? Why? Because they are hoping that this will lead to somehow a cosmic consciousness and the unveiling of certain energy. And that's true. That's why? Because you are a corrupt nation, subservient to a Vatican, subservient to the Zionists, subservient to a new world order that, in my opinion, is completely corrupt.
Future. Today is Illuminati Day. May 1st!
You're listening to the Rundown Live, rundownlive.com. I am your host, Kristan.
You are listening to the Rundown Live. Your protection from deception. And your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day, May 1st. Urgent. 8+ hour truth marathon on Illuminati Day. Help us raise 11776 for the Rundown Live. Scan the code on the screen now. Today's guests: Lyon Zagami, Max Lowen, Clyde Lewis, Ryder Lee, Joe Wages, and more!
You're tuning in to the Rundown Live, Milwaukee's independent news and talk radio. And we're here today for 8 hours bringing you news you won't hear anywhere else. What a great program today. Thank you guys all for joining me. We got another 4 hours to go. 4 hours of programming. And if you guys haven't donated yet, if you have not supported this broadcast yet, I'm going to ask you guys, if you don't know how, you can go to therundownlive.com, therundownlive.com. And if you go to therundownlive.com, you can type it in on your cell phone. You will see on the very front page something called live broadcast, how to donate to Illuminati Day. And you're not donating to the Illuminati, you're donating to the Rundown Live. 100% of these funds support this broadcast. We are using the money to buy cameras and upgrade our equipment to do mini documentaries on MK Ultra survivors. We're going to interview them personally, satanic ritual abuse survivors, and we're going to try to get, interviews from like Christians and Satanists and people who have been in and out of the occult and secret societies. We're going to do a whole bunch more, but we need to raise that money. We've been stuck for the last 2 hours. For the last 2 hours, we've been stuck at the total of 401. So I need one of you guys out there to check out our Give, Send, Go and donate, even if it's $5, $10, $20. We've been asking $17.76. Tatiana Moroz, thank you. Tiffany donated $51. Tiffany, you are awesome. Thank you for supporting us. Tatiana Moroz, if you don't know who Tatiana Moroz is an amazing, famous singer-songwriter. Thank you for your support today, Tatiana Moroz. Missy, it says, I am proud of how far you have come. You are a key component to waking people up, and your efforts will always be admired by your loyal followers. Keep up the good work. Great things are in store. Thank you. Hey, my mom donated, praying for God's wisdom and safety. My mom's name is Helga. It doesn't get much more German than that. Helga Harris, thank you for donating. My mom donated. That's pretty cool. My mom donated. Thank you, Mom. Gotta be nice. So Todd Jones, thank you for the donation, $25. Groundsy Chris France, $100 donation. The top donation is $100. If anyone can beat that $100 donation, the next person that donates more than $100, I will give you guys. We'll tell you what. We will definitely see what we can do to get you a membership at Ground Zero Plus, but I'm going to go ahead and continue my promise. Whoever donates today will get a chance to win a free year subscription of Ground Zero Plus, and to the highest donor, whoever the highest donor is, if Chris will allow, will also give a subscription, and that donor has to be more than $100 because that is currently the top donation. So whoever is out there wants to go to Give, Send, Go or to the Rundown Live or scan the barcode, take your phone out, put the show on the TV. You can put us on your TV, or if we're on your screen, take a picture and it'll take you right to the link. Support the Rundown Live. We are 100% listener funded by you guys. So thank you guys very much for all of that. We have Joe Wages is going to be joining us at 6 p.m. That's in an hour and a half. But before he does, we are going to dive in deep. We're going to dive in deep into the Illuminati. We're going to listen a little bit to this segment by John Todd. I hope you guys enjoy it. And don't forget to donate to this broadcast. And we'll be back with Joe Wages in about an hour and a half. So check this out. Don't go anywhere. This is information you won't hear anywhere else. And make sure that you guys support us. Share the Rumble live feed. Share the Facebook. If you guys don't have cash, it's $1, $2, $5. Donate something. Support us. Of course, John Todd came into the Christian scene announcing that he was a former member of the Illuminati involved in the cult before becoming saved by Jesus Christ. Several attempts were made to his life, and today no one knows for sure what became of John Todd. I can tell you he went to jail, and then he was in an insane asylum, and then he got out for 3 years and died. The following audio tapes are of him explaining how the Illuminati works and helping you guys understand what is really going on in this world. So he was the head of Zodiac Productions, one of the most prominent record label execs in America in the 60s and 70s.
Now, most people do not understand the Illuminati. How many people here have ever done any study on the Illuminati before they heard of me? Okay. How many have done some since they've heard my tapes? A couple, okay. Boy, are the rest of you in for a surprise tonight. I don't want people to listen to me and walk out of here and just accept the things I have. I kind of like it when people go out here and say, boy, he's nuts. Because they'll go and they'll try and research to prove that I'm wrong. And the more they research, the more they start believing me. It is impossible to research history and to research the conspiracy and to research the Illuminati without coming away a solid believer. As the brother who prepared these, Brother Tom Berry, said, he went through almost 2,000 books for 20 sheets of notebook paper filled with notes. That's how well it was hidden. How many people have a set of encyclopedias at home, a good set? So home tonight, look up the word Illuminati. In some of the encyclopedias, you will find that it existed but does not exist now. And in other encyclopedias, you will find that it existed and still exists now. But they don't tell you anything about it. Before we go into it, I want to give you a reading list, okay? Now, I want to explain a book before I give its title, and I want you to choose carefully as to whether you want it or not. I don't want you later getting mad at me because I recommended it. It is not a Christian book. It is not a political book. It is an Illuminatus book. The book was ordered, written, and produced by Philip Rothschild, the leader of the Illuminati in this day and age. It was ordered, written by a woman named Anne Rad, and she was at that time one of Philip Rothschild's mistresses. It was written some 12 years ago. She was already a well-known author, and her books sell nationwide. Mostly people who read them are communists. And she wrote this book. It was supposed to be a novel. It's 1,100 pages, so if you don't like to read, don't buy it. And it was written as a novel, supposedly, but it is a code book. And within the book is a step-by-step plan to take over the whole world by taking over the United States. Now, I'm going to say many things tonight that a lot of people will try and go out of here and say that I'm anti-American. No, I'm extremely pro-American. I couldn't be that until I became a Christian. But I'm extremely pro-American. I am just anti-government that exists within America today, because it is not the government of the people any longer, and I'm pro-people government. That's a term misused by communists a lot. I'm sorry if you're upset that I use, but that's exactly what it says in the Constitution. Oh, this is what I've been waiting on. I'm glad he brings it. I know what's in it. Wouldn't be the first time. Now, the power of the Illuminati, and I'll give an explanation. The Illuminati is as following. Okay, first, most people have found the Illuminati in things that have crossed their path. People have found it in the occult, and mistakenly they have said, aha, the Illuminati is the occult. Then they have found it in the Masons, and they said, aha, the Illuminati is the Masons. Then they have found it in politics, and they said, oh, it's politics. So they found it in the international banking system, or they found it in Zionism. So they list it as just being that. Actually, it is all these things, and much more. They found it in the Mormon religion. That's because the leaders of the Mormon religion are high echelons in the Illuminati. They have found it in the John Birch Society. That's because the man who leads the John Birch Society is both a high-degree Mason and a Mormon. But it is all these things, and its power is finance. If you would take its finance away, which is impossible. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you the name of the book, and I just realized that. I started out. I'm getting ahead of myself. The book is called Atlas Shrugged. Oh, Atlas, you know, Atlas supposed to hold up the world? Shrugged, like you shrug your shoulders. Atlas Shrugged. Now, this is the warning that goes with it. I'll be talking about occult books tonight and how demons are in occult books and in their music and so on. This isn't so with this book. They didn't place a spell on this book because they did not want people to buy this book other than those told to buy it within the occult and within the Illuminati. They are extremely mad because just this year alone they sold several million of them, mostly to Christians, and they don't like that. In fact, they've tried to stop printing it, and people don't want to stop printing it. They're making so much money. The bad thing about it, though, is that since it is written as a novel, it has some passages that I think might belong in Hustler or other places. Maybe out of 1,100 pages, you might count 5 that are this way. You can tear them out and throw them away. They're just stuck in there to hope. They're stuck in there on purpose to keep Christians from reading the book. So if you should get to a passage that is a little something you shouldn't read, just turn to the next page. It'll be over by then, and you can go on with the story. Now, if you don't like to read, skip the first 200 pages. The first 200 pages is exactly the way most people in the world are. They're very boring. No, actually, they're the conspiracy from people in all the walks of life talking about this incident happening and that incident happening, and you know, it's very boring to the fact it lets you know that it's the conspiracy that's planning the incidents. It's like reading the newspaper today. You don't really know what's happening behind it. But after about the first 200 pages, 8 chapters, 9 chapters, something like that, it starts showing you that everything that is happening is conspired to happen. And I'm going to give all these things, and I want to say something before I give the rest of the reading list. The common name for the Illuminati is the conspiracy, or the Great Conspiracy. Now, until we lost the school system to people within the Communist Party and within the organization of the Illuminati and so on, you were taught in your history classes, and some people can remember this if they want to confess up to being that old, that history was taught that it happened because somebody conspired for it to happen. Then we didn't want in this nation anybody to get ideas that maybe our government was a conspiracy, so they decided to start teaching that it just happened because it happened. You know, World War II happened just because some people got mad. World War I happened because some people got mad. The Depression happened because we bought too much too soon without enough money. They did not want anybody to get the idea that it all happened because somebody conspired for it to happen. But I hope to accomplish one thing tonight more than anything, that I will change your attitude, that I'll set new forms of patterns or whatever in your life, that you will walk out of here and when something happens you'll go, now I wonder what they're really up to. Really? Okay? And we'll be talking about a few things tonight. I want to start with the yellow sheet. Now there's something missing on the yellow sheet. I want you to draw a block. No, don't draw a block, I'm sorry. Under the First National Bank, write Federal Reserve Act, or the Federal Reserve Commission, FRC, FRA, whichever way you want to write it. You can abbreviate it or whatever you want to do. All right? Now, if you look at the pyramids, let's start with the one that says organizations. Now, there's no way to preach a sermon when you're given a teaching like this. I'm going to play school teacher tonight. If some of you find it boring, you happened in the wrong meeting, because you might as well think that you're back in high school or going to college or whatever, because that's about what it's going to be like tonight. I'm going to give a lot of facts. I'm going to try and leave enough time that we can have some questions, because there's no way I can say all I'm going to say tonight without leaving some people in confusion. Pastor disappeared. Here he is. Did you turn that air conditioner on? It's hot in. No, I don't feel nothing. Can't put this many people in a building like this without starting something. Okay. Start with the one that says organizations. And if you'll notice on all the pyramids, the first 3 blocks are exactly the same. Now, if you've heard my testimony, you know that I came from the Council of 13. Now, I want to stop, take about 3 minutes to explain the doctrine of the high part of the occult. The last 4 levels of the occult, or the last 3 levels of the occult, the 4th, 5th, and 6th level, and most of the modern cults today, particularly Mormonism, believe the same thing. How many people ever saw a movie called The Dunwich Horror? Nobody ever saw that movie. A couple people saw it. Okay? And I think Sandra Dee was the star of it or something. Okay. That was probably one of the strongest movies truthful about witchcraft and their beliefs that ever existed. Now, there was the original occult Bible, witchcraft Bible, was called the Necromonicon. There's only 3 copies in existence today. One is in the town in St. Petersburg Cathedral in the USSR. One is in New York City. No, I'm sorry. One is in Glasgow, and one is in London. I saw when it was on, the one from the London Museum was in New York for a while. I got to hold it and look at it and so on when it was in the occult. Now, from that, the Book of Shadows, the occult Bible, came into existence. Several books have been written from the Necromonicon and are in many Christians' hands today, which we're hope that will burn before it's over. Now, according to the Necromonicon, the beginning of the world happened at man or mortals. You watch the... It's worse than no knowledge. All right? And in all of theirs, they stopped the Illuminati at the Rockefellers. They always are after David and Nelson and these type of people as the leaders of the Illuminati. They're not. Second, they also say that the Illuminati, and it's in many books, and I can prove it, and in many tapes, that the Illuminati is a Zionist conspiracy. And it is not a Zionist conspiracy. The learned elders of Zion, or the synagogue of Satan, that were Jews that believed that Lucifer was the true God, okay, existed before the Illuminati, and the Illuminati came, used their teachings to start the Illuminati, all right? but they're not Zionists. In fact, most of their leaders are Gaelic. The Rothschilds are Zionists by birth, but they quit believing in Yahweh hundreds of years ago. And Weishaupt had already left the Jewish church, had been a Catholic and a Satanist before the Illuminati was formed. And on, and they try to make the Rockefellers and everybody at one time a Jew, and everybody's changed their names to hide they're a Jew, and all the Jews are the evil people, and they lead the Illuminati. Well, I have news for them. I sit on the Council of 13 that runs that organization, and my family's never been a Jew. They're all from Scotland. So something's wrong in the translation somewhere. And I cannot believe that a member of the Council of 33, the second highest council within the Illuminati, can run an organization that exposes the Illuminati. It just doesn't make sense. And the other strongest thing, we'll let that one go. That's a little too strong for anybody around here. But all I can say is that the Birch Society is like the Masons. Now, I'm going to hit another group here. You're not going to like it. We've got some people here, but hear me out before you all want to lynch me at one time. It's like the Charismatics. And that's because the people, the little people, it's just like, okay, like the coal miners and like the farmers' strike and like the Teamsters. You've got the people in it below who do not know who its leaders are. Okay? Now, where I sat, I had to hand money to people. Okay? And when I come out, people wonder, why are you mad at these people? These people are good men of God. Why are you mad at them? How would you feel if you had to take millions of dollars in checks and currency and dispose it to these people to do things for the Illuminati? Would you respect them as Christians? That's the idea. Too much money went into the Birch Society from the Illuminati for me to believe that it's an instrument against the Illuminati. Okay? I saw $35 million in 2 years go into the charismatic movement to build the 4 biggest churches in the United States that lead it, plus the full gospel businessmen. I saw $20 million given to Demos Securian one night. I can't accept it. Okay?
I'm not a member of the Zagami Society, nor a defender, nor particularly excited about the Zagami Society. I would say for the record sake, because I had contact with the documented the Illuminati all the way through Rothschild.
Okay. Wait a minute. Well, let me catch you up a minute. I wasn't going to give it, but I'm going to go ahead and give it. Some of its biggest people, like the man you mentioned and Gary Allen, have both stood up and just literally ripped, by name, the Baptist Fundamental Church apart. And have you ever seen the Blue Book of the Birch Society? No Christian can read that book and say that book is a Christian book. All right? And I've heard them stand up and say they're fools in the fundamental church. Okay? No, I cannot in any way. So let's pass over that one. I hit that, and I also hit a dozen other things at once. I'm going to get lynched by 3 different groups before I get out of here.
But let me interject time, please. Yeah. Let's hold our questions to one per person.
Yeah, really.
We've got about 400 folks in here tonight.
And everybody wants to ask me questions. After what I just said about the charismatics, I know they're going to want to.
So let's limit them just to one question.
What's a charismatic? Okay. A charismatic, let's put it this way, a charismatic movement, the charismatic movement to the outside people is the movement that declares the speaking of tongues. Okay? That is separate from the Pentecostal denominations and churches. Most people do not realize that the Pentecostal churches are not part of the charismatic movement. In fact, many of them oppose it. All right? The charismatic movement in reality was one of 3 steps declared back in 1964 to do 2 things, while the main function was to destroy the fundamental church of any type. All right? The Masons was one, and the charismatic church was another, okay? And then the political maneuvers was the third. Now, most people, they get caught up in the charismatic movement, they don't stand back and watch it. It has 2 distinct signs wherever it goes. If it isn't a fundamental church, it splits it every time. I've never seen any fundamental evangelical church say the same after it came there. And the other thing it does is it unites all the liberal churches. It has brought the Catholics the Lutherans and the Mormons, even the Mormons, the Methodists, the Episcopalians, Presbyterians, everybody together. Now, I'm going to make some quotations. See, I'm not a charismatic, I admit it, but I'm not a Baptist either, so don't say I'm saying it because I'm a Baptist. I'm against it. I'm against it for one reason. I was on the Council of 13 and had to pay too many millions of dollars out to that organization to accept that it be of God in its leaders, since I know most of its leaders by first name basis. They used the charismatic movement to establish Jesus Rock. I had to deliver a $4 million check that was the second $4 million check that Chuck Smith, that created Calvary Chapel and Maranatha Productions, received from the Illuminati. And he knew it was Illuminati money before you go out of here and say that he didn't. The purpose of it was to build Maranatha Industries and Productions, which started Jesus Rock. Back when the Christian church was preaching against rock music, not knowing why, but preaching against it just the same, and throwing it out the churches, that scared the Illuminati and the occult world to death. At that time, they almost thought their end had come. Because if that really happened within the Christian church would have the biggest mass revival of souls in the United States that this world has ever seen. That's the purpose for rock music, to make sure that that never takes place. Now, okay, let me finish all this, because it's long, before any hands come rushing up. When that took place, they got scared. So they got smart. They thought, and they built Jesus Rock. And you can take some of the top Jesus Rock songs, and you can play the same rock songs over here, and it's the very same tune with new words stuck in. Now, I want to give you a key that witches know about. Okay? The sign of the devil's music, as they say of Lucifer's music, is not the words. It's the music. The power is in the music. The sign of Christian music is not the music. It's the words. That's why one song written by a group will catch on and will bless Christians' hearts, and others won't. Have you ever wondered why the Gaithers are the #1 group in the United States? It's not because they sing great. It's because of the songs they write and the power in those songs. Now, I know from being in the occult world the power in music. And I'm saying all this because I was the leader of Zodiac. I was going to get on this, and I'm still taking care of yours at the same time, by somebody asking me about rock music, but I'll do it this way. The thing about rock music was I was the leader of Zodiac Productions, which is the conglomerate that owns almost all of the rock booking agencies and production of concerts in the United States. Almost 95% of the groups that you hear in concert belong to contract to Zodiac Productions. Most of the friends that I have that are still in the world are friends that I met in the rock industry of people whose albums you buy today. Okay? The Illuminati doesn't produce rock music to entertain you. They don't produce rock music to make money. They don't need that money. They own everything anyway. They do it to put demonic influence in your life. The music is a spell, and every witch knows it. That's why when somebody's saved out of the occult, and they say, to say, Pastor, what do I do? The pastor will go, well, burn everything that has to do with the occult. That's all the pastor says. And they'll bring in their rock records. Nobody has to tell them to do it. They were in witchcraft. They know what rock music is. Now, kids, I'm going to get you with this. Parents, don't pray that your kids throw out the rock music. It doesn't belong to them. It belongs to you. You are the head of the house, and although you think it belongs to them, according to God's word, everything in that house is yours. And you are the one that will face Jesus and say why you had it. The problem with Christians, particularly in a Baptist church, is that they don't realize that there's 2 judgments coming. One for the lost and one for the saved. Some people to wonder about some things. And this is all in this book that was written 12 years ago. And in the book, they gain control of the world by bankrupting their own businesses. The Illuminati owns most, I would say 99 9/10 of the stores that you walk into and shop and the gas stations you go to. and they are going to destroy them on purpose. They are in the process of buying up over the last few years all the stores they don't own. They bought up grants and they bankrupted. They just bought up 2 guys, and you can watch for them to go out of business. And they keep in business the ones that they've always owned, and they are going to bankrupt them before long and cripple them and destroy them. And the idea of taking over is to bankrupt the whole world where nothing is of any value and the currency does not exist anywhere, and then come back and solve all the problems. I heard the Gaithers, which are my favorite group, recently on a record in a live concert. The guy was talking about the energy crisis. He says, it's funny, it doesn't matter if it's Republicans or Democrats. They get elected, they cause us problems, and then solve them so it looks like they're doing something. Now that's about the way it really is. And the book in Atlas Shrugged ends with the hero, John Galt, which is really Philip Rothschild, lifting his hand up in the air and drawing the symbol of his organization. It never says Illuminati in the book. In the air, it says, we shall follow this symbol back. And the symbol that he draws is that. Can everybody see it? Where you at? The dollar sign. Now, the dollar sign is only used in America, by the way. Nowhere else to represent money. It's almost 8,000 years old, or probably older. It goes back, you can find it in the pyramids. And it means to scourge or to punish, and through punishment to purify and make right. That's what it means. Funny that that's what we symbolize their money. Now, the Rothschilds lead the Illuminati, and in every country they have a family, with the head of that family being the head of the Illuminati. In the United States, we have the Rockefellers. David Rockefeller is the head of both the Council of Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Administration or Council, which is the name of the Illuminati within the United States. And there's more blocks in these things and more blocks in the pyramids, but we have placed the main blocks that would interest America. And the main source of finance for the Illuminati and the whole world, but particularly in the United States, is the Standard Oil Company. Now, I'm going to educate you about something tonight that the Illuminati hoped nobody would ever find out about. Of course, you can check out who owns Standard Oil. That's David Rockefeller. He's the owner of Standard Oil. Now, when we were in the Illuminati, we had to learn the hieroglyphics of the Illuminati, and we had to go and shop at the stores that the Illuminati marked their stores by. Of course, they own almost everything, but their main business is they mark. And Standard Oil is the conglomerate that owns almost everything. If I'm going to tell you the things they own, you're not going to believe what they own. It's that astonishing. If I ask most people today, besides Standard Oil, in fact, I'm going to, what would you say was the #1 conglomerate within the United States? Anybody, tell me. Besides Standard Oil. Sears? That's Standard Oil. General Oil, that's the one I was waiting on. Standard Oil owns General Motors. They own Ford. They own American Motors. They own Chrysler. Now, you'll see Federal Department stores down here. Federal Department stores is Sears, Kenny's. A man very close, very powerful in the Illuminati, doesn't live too far from here, that owns all the Federal Department stores. He lives in Columbus. His name is Lazarus. Now, Lazarus owns Federal Department stores. Federal Department stores owns Gold Circle. They own Kresge's, which owns Kmart. They own just about every department store in the United States. Globe, Ontario, so on. They own Woolworths, which owns Wilco's. But Standard owns Mobil, and Mobil owns Montgomery Ward's. You get the message? Now, you can find out what Standard owns because they mark their signs with blue and red, everything they own. They also, in all of their oil companies, mark their oil companies with occult symbols. The main symbol is the sign of their god, the 5-pointed star. Now, and the strongest version I've ever seen of it is the 5-pointed star radiating rainbow colors, because they know that Lucifer is the god of the rainbow, as they put it. And if you'll read Ezekiel 28, you'll find out he does kind of radiate like a rainbow. He's covered with different colored jewels and so on. And this thing, they have Sunoco with the arrow through it because that's the sign of casting a spell, the arrow. They use 76 because May 1st, 1776 is their birth date of the Illuminati. They use the sign of what witches practice in, this magic circle. When they write mobile, they write everything in blue, but they leave the circle in red. Most people don't even notice that there's a difference. The winged horse in Marathon, Pegasus, is the messenger of the god. It goes on and on. Holiday Inn is the star with the rainbows. And you just go on and on. The eightfold path of what a witch must master to be a powerful witch is the symbol of Denny's. That's owned by them. So I see that they've got Sears separate from Federal Department stores. They really shouldn't. Shell Oil was the last oil company to go when Queen Julianne which is a member of the 500 here, and her husband, Prince Bryden, and Philip Rothschild own 90% of Shell Oil. Gulf doesn't bear occult signs because it's owned by British Products, but British Products is owned by the Illuminati. Bosnios is owned by the Mafia that's controlled by the Illuminati. I don't know why Union 76 is separate, because it's a member of Standard Oil. But this will give you an idea. And First National Bank is doing a new thing now. They're putting out 13 circles on their buildings with all the emblems of the Illuminati on them. I guess they want lots of power. They've used the 13 plus the I and plus, different things and so on. Chase Manhattan Bank and Bank America are both owned by the Rockefellers. First National is owned by the Dows and the DuPonts and the Kennedys. And the I am cracking up. I told you, right, Federal Reserve Act, it's on there. I'm not even looking tonight. The Federal Reserve Act, most people think is a section of the United States government. It is not. The Federal Reserve Act is a stockholder-owned company. It's illegal. It's against the Constitution of the United States, but nobody dares oppose it. Now, what most people don't realize is the Constitution says Congress will set our weights and measures and the values of our dollar. But the Federal Reserve Act does that. Now, the Federal Reserve Act was pushed through by Woodrow Wilson, the first Illuminati president since Thomas Jefferson. And he was smart. He adjourned everybody to go home for the Christmas holidays and kept 55 congressmen and senators back that belonged to the Illuminati. This was back before they ran Congress. And before that everybody could get back, he adjourned Congress, and they passed the Federal Reserve Act. You see, now they do it in a different way. They own everybody. Now, I want to say a couple more things, and then we're going to go into some things here on those signs, and then we're going to take questions. If you'll take up this blue sheet that says Illuminati Plan for World Takeover. All right. Look for, it says Democratic President gets laws enacted. They're talking about JC. The first law that the Illuminati has, but they have not got passed yet, the number one law they want passed is called the Dow Gun Act. I'm sorry, the Dees Gun Act. It's penned by Isaac Bronowitz, which you'll find on the Council 13 list there, but it's supposed to really be penned by Martin Dees, who led Jimmy Carter's campaign, and is head of the National Handgun Control Center in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, most people don't know how important it is that we not lose our constitutional right to own a gun. The Illuminati will never be able to start Helter Skelter, which is on this thing, and you can read about it later, unless they can convince the people that they're not going to have to go from door to door fighting their way down the street as they burn and kill and rape and everything else. So they have promised them there'll be nothing existing in the form of guns in anybody's hands within the next year and a half. Now, I think that that's where the Illuminati is going to have a little problem, because they had counted on passing the same law in Massachusetts as the test law, and they lost it. The law would have gave the National Guard the right to come into your home and the state police without a search warrant and search for your guns and confiscate them and arrest you if you had not turned them in within 60 days of the passing of the law. They thought that since Massachusetts was the strongest anti-gun state in the nation, and since Ted Kennedy supposedly wrote the bill himself, it would get passed. Boy, were they in for a shock. It lost by a landslide, almost 3-1. And that has thrown them in fear that maybe that same law would not be passed in the United States. Now, the other laws remove tax exemption from churches, House Bill 41 I spoke of when I was here before. By the way, did they pass that bill here? That when you were fighting, 1441 or they did pass it? They passed it? It was about tax or something here. They didn't cut the vote? Okay. Now, 41, I understand, has been passed by now, at least by my information of what I can get. And it is supposed to pull the tax exemption from churches not belonging to the World Council of Churches or not having memberships of 500. And then, or what it doesn't say is a poem. It says that you must go to court and prove that you should stay tax deductible, and you'll spend a couple $1 million in court, so it's not worth battling. Then, those that keep their status, all except those belonging to the the National Council of Churches denominations, which leaves out Independent Baptists, by the way, all except them, no other exemption. You will have your name, your address, your phone number, just people coming in, we'll just keep on, printed in every post office in the United States. Plus, you may have an IRS audit without any reason, just because you gave to the thing. This is what the bill's about. The next is the Genocide Act. Now, this law was defeated 8 years ago, and it's up for vote again in about, 3-4 weeks. Now, it will send you to the federal penitentiary if you convert somebody from the faith that they were born into. I don't mean born again into. It's a copy of a law in Egypt that you must leave everybody alone to their own fate. That means if you convert a Mormon, a Catholic, a Southern Baptist, something like this. Nobody laughed on that one. If you convert somebody from another faith, even if they're over 21, their parents may press charges against you and have you indicted, not for conversion of somebody, catch this, for genocide. And you'll stand trial not for some misdemeanor, but for murder. That's right. And that one is being pushed through. The next is the presidential martial law powers. It's called the Martial Law Act. It's already been passed. I think it was passed last November, signed, enacted in a law. Now I want to say something. If you haven't heard about these, that's because you typically do something that the Illuminati counts upon. Now people, I'm going to try and change your life with this. When Congress is arguing over something about a law that they're going to pass or something they're going to do or somebody they want to fire or get rid of, start digging and find out what they're really doing that you're not hearing on the television. The only time Congress or the government argues or does publicity about anything they're doing is when they don't want you to know what else they're doing. It's a smokescreen. When they fired, I can't even think of his name now, that guy that was on President Carter's committee and so on, when they fired him, they passed the Martial Law Act while you weren't looking. Right now, they passed House Bill 41 and they're trying to pass the Genocide Act without you knowing it while they argue over the Panama Canal. Now, we're never going to give the Panama Canal up, even if the law is passed, because we're supposed to get up in the year 200, and all the people in politics believe that we'll have a world government by the year 1980. So they don't plan on giving it. In fact, they don't even believe the Panama Canal is going to exist anymore, that it's going to be blown off the face of a map in a world war about the year 1980. So they don't care what they do. They're arguing over it. They could pass it right now if they wanted to. They're arguing over it and feuding and fussing and getting as much publicity as possible so you won't know about the other laws that they're trying to pass. So when you hear something big explode, like the upcoming trials on the congressman and so on over the Korean thing, that's probably about the time that they'll probably pass the Anti-Hoarding Act and finish up the Genocide Act. The Anti-Hoarding Act forbids you to own more than 1 month's food or 1 month's fuel supplies on the penalty of 1 year and $5,000 fine, 1 year in federal penitentiary. Now, I want you to go home and ask yourself why our government, we're not starving yet, we will be before long, but we're not yet, why they want to pass a law forbidding you to have more than 1 month's food supply in your home. Why you are not allowed to stockpile food. We're not in World War II when you had to do this. We're now. There's a reason for it. Those are the major laws that they're trying to pass. Now, I got all that stuff out of the way. Now, we'll play school. I'm going to need a mic. Can I move one of these mics with me? Do any of them disconnect? Or? Not really. Okay, then I'll stand over here and point. Excuse me for pointing. It's worse than no knowledge. All right? And in all of theirs, they stopped the Illuminati at the Rockefellers. They always are after David and Nelson and these type of people as the leaders of the Illuminati. They're not. Second, they also say that the Illuminati, and it's in many books, and I can prove it, and in many tapes, that the Illuminati is a Zionist conspiracy. And it is not a Zionist conspiracy. The learned elders of Zion, or the synagogue of Satan, that were Jews that believed that Lucifer was the true God, okay, existed before the Illuminati, and the Illuminati came, used their teachings to start the Illuminati, all right? But they're not Zionists. In fact, most of their leaders are Gaelic. The Rothschilds are Zionists by birth, but they quit believing in Yahweh hundreds of years ago. And Weishaupt had already left the Jewish church, had been a Catholic and a Satanist before the Illuminati was formed. And on and on. And they try to make the Rockefellers and everybody at one time a Jew, and everybody's changed their names to hide they're a Jew, and all the Jews are the evil people, and they lead the Illuminati. Well, I have news for them. I sit on the Council of 13 that runs that organization, and my family's never been a Jew. They're all from Scotland. So something's wrong in the translation somewhere. And I cannot believe that a member of the Council of 33, the second highest council within the Illuminati, can run an organization that exposes the Illuminati. It just doesn't make sense. And the other strongest thing, we'll let that one go. That's a little too strong for anybody around here. But all I can say is that the Birch Society is like the Masons. Now, I'm going to hit another group here. You're not going to like it. We've got some people here, but hear me out before you all want to lynch me at one time. It's like the Charismatics. And that's because the people, the little people, it's just like, okay, like the coal miners and like the farmer strike and like the Teamsters. You've got the people in it below who do not know who its leaders are. Okay? Now, where I sat, I had to hand money to people. Okay? And when I come out, people wonder, why are you mad at these people? These people are good men of God. Why are you mad at them? How would you feel if you had to take millions of dollars in checks and currency and dispose it to these people to do things for the Illuminati? Would you respect them as Christians? That's the idea. Too much money went into the Birch Society from the Illuminati for me to believe that it's an instrument against the Illuminati. Okay? I built I saw $35 million in 2 years go into the charismatic movement to build the 4 biggest churches in the United States that lead it, plus the full gospel businessmen. I saw $20 million given to Demos Securian one night. I can't accept it. Okay?
I'm not a member of the Zagami Society, nor a defender, nor particularly excited about the Zagami Society. I would say for the record's sake, because I had contact with them, documented the Illuminati all the way through Rochester.
Okay. Well, let me catch you up a minute. I wasn't going to give it, but I'm going to go ahead and give it. Some of its biggest people, like the man you mentioned and Gary Allen, have both stood up and just literally ripped, by name, the Baptist Fundamental Church apart. And have you ever seen the Blue Book of the Birch Society? No Christian can read that book and say that book is a Christian book. All right? And I've heard them stand up and say they're fools in the fundamental church. Okay? No, I cannot in any way. So let's pass over that one. I hit that. I also hit a dozen other things at once. I'm going to get lynched by 3 different groups before I get out of here.
But let me inject something, please. Yeah. Let's hold our questions to one per person.
Yeah, really.
We've got about 400 folks in here tonight.
And everybody wants to ask questions. After what I just said about the charismatics, I know they're going to want to.
So let's limit them to one question.
What's a charismatic? Okay. A charismatic... let's put it this way. A charismatic movement, the charismatic movement, to the outside people, is the movement that declares the speaking of tongues. Okay? That is separate from the Pentecostal denominations and churches. Most people do not realize that the Pentecostal churches are not part of the charismatic movement. In fact, many of them oppose it. All right? The charismatic movement, in reality, was one of 3 steps declared back in 1964 to do 2 things, while the main function was to destroy the fundamental church of any type. All right? The Masons was one, and the charismatic church was another, okay? And then the political maneuvers was the third. Now, most people, they get caught up in the charismatic movement. They don't stand back and watch it. It has 2 distinct signs wherever it goes. If it isn't a fundamental church, it splits it every time. I've never seen any fundamental evangelical church say the same after it came there. And the other thing it does is it unites all the liberal churches. It has brought the Catholics, the Lutherans, and the Mormons, even the Mormons, the Methodists, the Episcopalians, Presbyterians, everybody together. Now, I'm going to make some quotations. See, I'm not a charismatic, I admit it, but I'm not a Baptist either, so don't say I'm saying it because I'm a Baptist. I'm against it. I'm against it for one reason. I was on the Council of 13 and had to pay too many millions of dollars out to that organization to accept that it be of God and its leaders, since I know most of its leaders by first name basis. They used the charismatic movement to establish Jesus Rock. I had to deliver a $4 million check that was the second $4 million check that Chuck Smith, that created Calvary Chapel and Maranatha Productions, received from the Illuminati. And he knew it was Illuminati money before you go out of here and say that he didn't. The purpose of it was to build Maranatha Industries and Productions, which started Jesus Rock. back when the Christian church was preaching against rock music, not knowing why, but preaching against it just the same, and throwing it out the churches, that scared the Illuminati and the occult world to death. At that time, they almost thought their end had come. Because if that really happened within the Christian church would have the biggest mass revival of souls in the United States that this world has ever seen. That's the purpose for rock music, to make sure that that never takes place. Now, okay, let me finish all this, because it's long, before any hands come rushing up. When that took place, they got scared. So they got smart, they thought, and they built Jesus rock. And you can take some of the top Jesus rock songs, and you can play the same rock songs over here, and it's the very same tune with new words stuck in. Now I want to give you a key that witches know about. Okay? The sign of the devil's music, as they say of Lucifer's music, is not the words. It's the music. The power is in the music. The sign of Christian music is not the music. It's the words. That's why one song written by a group will catch on and will bless Christians' hearts, and others won't. Have you ever wondered why the Gaithers are the #1 group in the United States? It's not because they sing great. It's because of the songs they write and the power in those songs. Now, I know from being in the occult world the power in music. And I'm saying all this because I was the leader of Zodiac. I was going to get on this, and I'm still taking care of yours at the same time. By somebody asked me about rock music, but I'll do it this way. The thing about rock music was I was the leader of Zodiac Productions, which is the conglomerate that owns almost all of the rock booking agencies and production of concerts in the United States. Almost 95% of the groups that you hear in concert belong to contract to Zodiac Productions. Most of the friends that I have that are still in the world are friends that I met in the rock industry of people whose albums you buy today. Okay? The Illuminati doesn't produce rock music to entertain you. They don't produce rock music to make money. They don't need that money. They own everything anyway. They do it to put demonic influence in your life. The music is a spell, and every witch knows it. That's why when somebody's saved out of the occult, and they say, as a saved pastor, what do I do? The pastor will go, well, burn everything that has to do with the occult. That's all the pastor says. And they'll bring in their rock records. Nobody has to tell them to do it. They were in witchcraft. They know what rock music is. Now, kids, I'm going to get you with this. Parents, don't pray that your kids throw out the rock music. It doesn't belong to them. It belongs to you. You are the head of the house, and although you think it belongs to them, according to God's word, everything in that house is yours. And you are the one that will face Jesus and say why you had it. The problem with Christians, particularly in a Baptist church, is that they don't realize that there's two judgments coming. One for the lost and one for the saved. And you will have to give account at the judgment seat of Christ for the things you didn't do and did do. You get it coming and going. So, if you think that you're keeping your kids from being rebellious by having the rock music in the home, have I got a surprise for you. They wouldn't be rebellious if you'd burn the stuff. So go home tonight and get rid of it. As I told the congregation last night, you can go home and count how many demons are in your home, or at least the minimum number by how many rock albums and 45s your kids have. Now, we started out on charismatic somehow. Probably the strongest person in the charismatic movement is the man who led the charismatic conference in Kansas City. Now, charismatics, I'm not picking on you as individuals. I'm picking on your leaders in the movement itself. Just like I'm not picking on Masons, I'm picking on the leaders of the Masons. Now, it's funny. I can come in here and I can tear down Billy Graham and nobody will lynch me. Some people may think I'm crazy, but they'll let me alone. But if I get in a charismatic church and I touch one of their people up here, they're ready to crucify me on a moment's notice. Now, I'm going to tell you this. The man who led that conference was a Catholic cardinal, who, when they elected Pope Paul, lost by 2 votes. Now, I don't know if you know this, but Pope Paul's in critical condition. They're already talking about a new pope, and they're proclaiming him by a landslide, the leader of the Catholic charismatic movement, and, by the way, the leader of most of the charismatic movement. He said 5 years ago at the Notre Dame conference, it's a matter of public record, but they like to keep it from you, that give him 10 years, and you'll have all of the churches as one because of the charismatic movement. That's why the uniting of the liberal and the destruction of the fundamental. You'll never get the fundamental churches to unite as one. They can't stop arguing long enough to do it. Which I praise the Lord for. Keeps us on our toes. But they are getting the liberals. Now, most of you probably sitting here will not be in this meeting unless Jesus was your Savior. But I have talked to thousands of leaders in the charismatic movement who say it is not necessary to repent of your sins and be born again. Demos Securian, this is what Demos believes, head of the full gospel businessman. He does not believe that you need to repent. He does not believe in a rapture, and he does not believe in a tribulation. He believes that a one-world government is coming which Christians will lead. He has said over and over, if you receive the Holy Spirit and speak in tongues, and you belong to a church that is not preaching the Word of God, don't leave it. Stay there. Don't leave it. Now, I believe that the Word of God says, come out from amongst them and be ye separate. And I also believe that the same as when a prophet prophesies wrong one time, you mark him and leave him alone. If a man preaches false doctrine, you leave him alone. Of course, you can leave me alone if you think I'm wrong about the charismatic. That doesn't bother me a bit. My job is to tell you what's happening. And I'm going to tell you whether you like it or not. You yell for it, you praise the Lord when I'm telling the Masons. Keep on praising what I'm telling you. The second most powerful man, or third most powerful man in the charismatic movement is Ralph Wilkerson. Ralph Wilkerson is the head. He is really the person who tells all the charismatic leaders. He's actually the number one, but he's supposed to be ranked third. He is the man who must appear before the Council of 13 to take back the orders to all the rest of the people in the charismatic movement. He is the pastor of a multi-million-dollar church called Melodyland, one of the largest independent charismatic Bible schools and universities in the country. And they gave that man so much, everything that is there, the Illuminati bought and built for him, and him knowing it all the whole time. The reason that he preaches that witches can't be saved and can never be saved is he's so scared that some of us will blab on it. And you're right, I'm doing it too. Now if you think that everything else I say is great, then why would I lie about this particular? I have nothing to gain. I go into charismatic churches and say the same thing. I do. You think that's rough here? You ought to be there. My job, when I got saved, I told the Lord that everything that I knew the devil was doing now was going to let the world know. And man, I'm going to let them know whether you like it or not. Now, I told you the thing about it, and I can go on with more churches and more churches. The point is, you're going to have to question yourself about the thing. Okay? People are preaching a last-day revival in the United States. The only last-day revival we're going to get in the United States is the devil's. You may not like it, but the United States is just like Jeremiah. The United States is just like Jerusalem in Jeremiah's day. They were all waiting for God to save them when the prophet was telling them that God was going to let them be destroyed because of their sinful ways. And one of the things said, you went off under every tree and committed whoredom with every belief there was and worshipped all the pagan gods there was. That's America. The biggest, fastest growing religion in the United States is the occult, and that's a fact. We're not having a Christian revival. It really tickles me how we're supposed to have 2/3 of the population as born-again Christians. I understood that almost 75% of the United States were into witchcraft and the occult. Something wrong somewhere. People, something is terribly wrong. When we have a country that's so sold out to the devil and its way of life, and we have at the same time such supposedly mass revival of a Christian belief, something stinks somewhere. Now you're going to have to pray about it yourselves, but I'm telling you for a fact, you better question it. You better question what you're into and the little groups. And this, I don't know if the charismatics know it here, but see, I get all the charismatic books and read them and all the teachings, and I know what's taught by this leader and that. It's funny, they'll say one place something, someplace, and something different someplace else, and so on. I don't know if they ever know what they're saying. And they're really recommending that you not go to church. Most of them are teaching. Bob Mumford, Prince, and Basham, and others are preaching stop going to church, to go home and hold your own individual prayer meetings in your house, and don't go to church anymore. I'm sorry, that's not the Word of God. There'll be a day where you won't be able to go to church, but while you can do it, that day has not come yet, and your home won't be safe when it comes either. Okay, I took the longest on it, but go ahead, try to get these others.
This card that you were talking about with that symbol on it. Now, we don't have a choice. We've got to take it in order to...
Whoa. Let's back up a minute here. The Bible says that if you take it, you're lost.
Okay, so this is the mark.
This is the mark. If you're waiting for a tattoo, I've heard Christians say, well, I'll take the card till the tattoo comes. Let's go about that tattoo for a minute. It says that an angel of the Lord is going to come down and seal God's people in the forehead and hand. Now, does that mean we're going to walk around with a tattoo? If it's spiritual there, it's spiritual when we're sealed in the forehead and the hand with the mark of the beast. Now, I want to tell you something. The forehead means the mind, and the hand means the works. It always has in Bible prophecy, and it always will. There's something strange. We'll go over to Ezekiel, we'll go over to Isaiah, we'll go over to all the other prophets, and we'll read their prophecies in Daniel, and we'll say, oh, praise the Lord. You know, that means this, and that means this, and so on. And we know that the dry bones meant something, and the wheel within the wheel meant something, and the statue with the 10 toes meant something. But we'll go over to Revelations, and we'll say, well, of course, the Antichrist is not going to be a dragon with 10 heads, or 7 heads and 10 horns, and so on and so forth. We don't really believe he's going to be that. And we'll call that spiritual. But we'll go over here and call something else physical. What makes Revelations different from the rest of the prophecy books? I thought it was the same God giving the prophecy. You can't do it that way. No, when this card comes, and you take it, you've made your stand. As for me and my family, we're going to serve the Lord. And you can't do both. So you're going to have to go home and ask yourself what you're going to do when you can't go to the grocery store. Here. Mm-hmm. It's not established. They don't put a sign and say, here we are. Yeah. No, the witchcraft on the post is undercover. Totally. But it's not so undercover that most people on the base don't know it exists. Okay? Right here.
You mentioned in your tape that you recorded before, some man asked you a question, and I think it was you, that was Jimmy Carter the man mentioned in the 6th letter as being the son of Lucifer?
He's Adam. Right here, the best. Oh.
He said in another tape that there was different visits to play, actually interviewed different churches, and there was someone put in to indoctrinate or get false doctrine or conferences into the church. How can you as a Christian, and you'll never eliminate, you'll never enlarge upon that, you'll say about those poisons that were injected.
Okay. Well, I can say the others. Okay. Melanie Land teaches that witches can never be saved, or anybody that ever practices in the occult. Well, we got a lot of lost people here tonight because a lot of people read their astrology charts. Ralph Wilkerson is teaching that there is no rapture, that church will either go through the tribulation or there'll be no tribulation. He hasn't quite made up his mind yet. I want to think about these because I want to make sure I word them the way that he worded them. Okay? The Old Testament is not the ordained word of God, that Lucifer inspired it, and that the Ten Commandments were not written by God or delivered by God to Moses, that Moses was fooled and the devil delivered them. I'd say that was quite a few right there. Now, these are things that he has said and are being taught in his Bible college. Okay? Over here.
1 Corinthians chapter 8, Apostle Paul discussed the subject of idol worship, which at that time was heathen worship.
Same thing today.
He makes the remark that the presence of symbols, for instance, meat, offered to idols, and the very presence of the believer even in the temple of idols, in 1 Corinthians chapter 8, will not defile the believer. I'm a little concerned about the statement you made that the presence of an ungodly symbol in the life of a believer is defiling. Paul clearly says that the symbols of idol worship and demon worship in his age are not defiling the believer, only defiling his conscience if he was still guilty of practicing in that particular way.
All right, we're not under the law. We're under grace. First to admit it. And Paul was talking about the grace, mercy, and law, and so on. Now, I would never place myself under law, because one thing I learned in witchcraft was that all of the devil's power was through the law, and that he was defeated by grace. But he is our accuser, okay? People get very hostile to me when I say that according to a Christian's life depends. They're not immune from a witch casting a spell on them or demonic influence in their life just because they're a Christian. That's not a cure-all. I sum it up, but most people don't understand what I mean when I say it. There are Christians that have accepted Jesus as Savior, and there are Christians that have accepted Him as Lord. Okay? Oh, by the way, I wanted to add, it just struck my mind, Ralph Wilkerson also teaches that Satan and Jesus have been united. Okay? Now, the thing here about these symbols is it's like the Word of God. The Word of God, and I think that everybody will accept it here, unless, of course, you went to Melody Land, that the Word of God was inspired by the Holy Spirit through men. Okay? That it wasn't created by man. Man didn't sit down and think it up. Any person with any intelligence can know it couldn't have been put together the way it was put together with man's intelligence. You couldn't do it with a computer. Next, this was drawn by the devil's instruction. This isn't meat that was sacrificed to idols that came out of a thing. This was something that the devil said, do. Okay? This has power. Most people don't realize how much power. Should have been a witch, then you know how much power. This has power to it because of the words that are in it and the power of those words. It has power. Now, we have found this very extensively. That's why some of the other translations are so bad, because they have stripped the power out of it. Now, this jewelry was inspired by the devil, and all I can tell you is what I have seen. And that is that I have seen two things. That at a council meeting of the 13, it was decided that above all, more powerful than rock music, more powerful than Christians owning books and astrology charts and Ouija boards, was to place this in their hands. All I can tell you is that demons follow this. They're not going to follow the slice of pork sacrificed to an idol, but they're going to follow the idol. I'm getting to it. I'm trying to lay the groundwork. I can't just jump into it. Now, let's take the two Christians. A person totally serving Jesus Christ as Lord is not going to have him in his life anyway. And that's where it lies. A Christian that's living, that's assuming he knows. Okay, what happens when he knows? Okay, whether they do or not, all right, I think that Jesus stops being the Lord of your life when you know this and keep it. I mean, you're not going to set up in your house an altar just because it's safe to go into a pagan temple with a statue of Satan. Okay, so you're not going to set this stuff up. When you know you're going to get rid of it, that's the idea. Okay? If it was harmless to lordship Christians, I'd shut my mouth and let it go and keep the heat off my back. Everything I say in meetings is controversial one way or the other. You know, I could be a good minister, I could be another Billy Graham if I watched what I said. I just can't announce to do it. It's not jewelry. The trick is jewelry. It's not the symbol. It's when it's cast in jewelry that it holds its power. Okay? Okay. Yeah. Well, they belong to the same bank. They belong, okay, Prudential, Chase Manhattan owns Prudential. Actually, Lords of London owns most of the insurance companies in the United States, and Lords of London owns Chase Manhattan, okay? So it's a chain. Allstate's owned by Sears, which is owned by Federal Department Stores, okay? I mean, when you study conglomerates, you'll find out there's 4 conglomerates in the world and everything's owned by them. It doesn't matter who they say owns them, it's who really owns them, okay? I think you'll get the message. I know you got your hand. Let me ask other people. If you ask a question, hold it off and let me get some of the others. Yes.
I'm a bit concerned about what you said. My concern is that if a Christian has eternal life, as the word says, and he receives that sign in the next year and a half or 2, however it is, by a credit card or jewelry, whatever you may call it, and you said to this woman that he's lost. And this confuses me because I understand that a Christian has eternal life. He can never be lost. And so I want to have to stand on eternal security. Because if eternal life is it's eternal. And you don't get lost by a sign or something else that you take. So I wonder what is your position? Do you believe eternal security is belief?
Okay. I believe in eternal security. I believe in everything that I believe in for reasons that I see. Okay? I came to believe in eternal security in a very real manner. Because I believe in demon possession and demons in Christians' lives, and I've seen hundreds and thousands of people that have been Christians originally go into witchcraft, and no matter what they did, they couldn't be possessed. That convinced me right on the line. It may not mean anything to you, but it meant to me. Now, I believe in eternal security. But I have a question for you. What happens if a Christian blasphemes the Holy Ghost?
Well, you get into a discussion of what...
Yes, we will.
My question is, though, is the person lost after you say he received that sign?
That's a good question. Oh, yeah, I said it. I believe in eternal security, but I believe that if you knowingly blaspheme the Holy Spirit, you're lost. I believe that's what the Bible says, too.
Well, now, that blaspheming the Holy Spirit, and people back in Jesus' time were able to do that, and they didn't have that sign. But was that blaspheming the Holy Ghost when Christ was here on earth?
Blaspheming the Holy Ghost can come in many ways. When you sit there and you take a sign that the Bible has said, now remember, we're not talking about the lost who might take it ignorantly. We're talking about the Christian who knows all the way through the Word of God that taking that is rejecting God. And rejecting God is blaspheming the Holy Spirit when you reject Him knowingly.
I think you will answer that, and I'll shut up. If a person had received Christ and had eternal life,
I answered you.
You cannot blame God at any time, because he can't have Christ in the Savior who blaspheming God and rejecting him be lost.
He can't? He can't?
That day he's lost and saved at the same time. One person can't.
You're quoting one scripture and I'm quoting the other. It's something you've got to decide. The Bible says that if you blaspheme the Holy Ghost, you're lost.
So no forgiveness, but if a person is saved, he's already forgiven. And the blood of Christ is cleansed from all sin. He is forgiven. So it's obvious that Christians can't be lost if he's saved.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that a Christian can sin?
But he's had his sins paid for on the cross.
Sure, but if he can sin, he may not be lost. But does he have to ask for forgiveness of the sin that he's committed after he's saved?
All sins are forgiven under
If you sin after you have had your sins washed away, do you have to repent of the sin you committed?
all my sins.
I asked you a question. Do you have to repent of that sin? Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. That's not the Word of God. Right here. Is the Mooney movement connected with the Illuminati? The Moonies and the Krishners and the Way were all created for one purpose, and that was to pass the Genocide Act. Because when the Genocide Act was first tried to pass, the Christians fought it. This time it's being passed because the Southern Baptist Church and BJ and other places are backing it to stop the Moonies. And I don't know if they realize what it really means. It means that the same thing can be done to a Christian. Okay? Yes. Spiritualism? Have you read? All right. How much do you know about this book? Okay, I believe it. I'm not making fun of you. I'm going to use it to answer your question. No, wait a minute. Now let me say something here. Because somebody says they believe in God, big deal. The devils do too. They know that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. No, the Bible through and through, particularly Deuteronomy 18, forbids spiritualism, consulting of familiar spirits and demons, consulting of mediums. And it says in Revelation that these people shall have their part in the lake and fire, and before the blood covenant, it was punishable by stoning and death. All right? In fact, the only time that I ever know, and boy, was the witch surprised,
that the real person ever came back and communicated was when Samuel came back and talked to Saul, and the witch was so surprised that the real Samuel showed up that she ran out of the place. Okay? No. Now, the Spiritualist Church is called the Christian Spiritualist Church of America. They believe in God, but their teaching is not the Word of God. They don't believe in heaven. They don't believe in hell. They believe in reincarnation. They don't believe in the devil. They don't believe in demons. I mean, there are over and over. They don't believe in salvation, repentance, born again, nothing. You know, no. Sometime back, about 70, 80 years ago, I guess it was, maybe even longer. Yeah, it was. It was before the turn of the century. Well, that's about 70, 80 years. The Illuminati decided that not everybody would ever worship witchcraft. So they pulled 4 of the major beliefs out of witchcraft. Spiritualism, okay, which created psychic healing, okay, and many other supposedly signed gifts and so on that were counterfeits. They created astrology separate. That's when astrology started picking up. They created yoga, or TM, Transcendental Meditation, which was astral projection. And they created psychic powers of ESP and so on. Okay, and controlling somebody with your mind. They call it parapsychology, telekinesis, and so on, which is the same thing as casting a spell. So this way, by giving it scientific names, but evidently the professors at the Parapsychology Institute at Duke University never read Act 16:16, where it said that a person with this power had demons, and when the demon was cast out, they lost their power. That would blow their philosophies out the window. But no, it's definitely of the devil. Okay, back here in the blue. Oh, go ahead. No, it's all right, ma'am. Go ahead. Oh, it's appearing just like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's appearing just like that. In fact, in Jerusalem, almost all of the license plates begin with 666. What? This right here appears. It is on the card. I've seen a copy of it. That's what I said a while ago. It is. That's why it's so funny that supposedly a born-again Christian said, I designed the card and put that on there. Right here. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to ask that question that maybe I shouldn't ask.
You won't be the first.
Is there on Council 13? Did you have any knowledge of some big Christian leaders caught up in this?
You're the Baptist speaking now, huh?
No, I'm just curious that, you know, I'm not talking about Billy Graham or Roberts, but, you know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, quite a few. Let me say something. Have you ever noticed the bigger you get, the less fundamental you get? Now, there's an exception to that. In the occult, I didn't have any heroes. Now, I like John Wayne. You know, I don't know any better. No, my heroes are heroes that were enemies to us when I was in the occult. The most feared man in the world is a Baptist fundamental preacher by the name of Jack House. He is the most feared person. In fact, there was barely a month went by that man's name didn't come up in some way. By several doctrines he preaches, on armed Christians for one, preparing for the end times, the Christians will see trouble before the rapture, the requirement of Christian retreat, the separation of the Christian from the world. That really scares the Illuminati. The Christian, when he starts becoming separated from the world, and when a man teaches the Lordship of Christ, that causes that. And they're scared of that, because that is an enemy they can't reach. They're sold out, okay? That's the main reason. Also, he teaches on the Illuminati and other things. And he teaches it the way it really exists, not the way somebody in Macon, Georgia said. Yes. Smith. I don't know his first name. I never met him after that night. I never met him after that. Huh? Oh, he was talking about all my testimony. In my testimony, I talked about the Baptist minister who prayed and fasted in order the demons to be silent and not have any activity in my life till I was saved. Now, all I know is his name is Smith. I don't even know his first name. He pastored a little Southern Baptist church over by the Air Force Base. But that's all I know. Okay? Yes, I'll go.
When were you saved? Exactly what do you believe that to mean?
Okay. I was born again, which is what I believe it is. Completely a new person. Let me explain what born again is first. I'm tired of people saying they're born again and not.
Amen.
Oh, I like those amens. Born again is two things. One, it is the complete change of your life. If you are not a changed creature, you are not born again. And the only way to be a changed creature is through repentance. That doesn't mean that you are perfect and that you will not sin and that you will not need continual forgiveness. It is unscripture for anyone to believe otherwise. Second, the fruit of the Spirit will be present in your life if you are a Lordship Christian. Now see, these Christians that are knowing just a Savior, I won't deny their salvation. I may frown upon it a little. I can't believe that a person can be a born-again Christian and not sell out to Jesus. But it seems to be done a lot. But I do know that where He is Lord of your life, the fruit of the Spirit will be. Now, that happened to me on May 1st. I'm sorry, I got May 1st on the brain tonight. It happened to me on Labor Day, 1972 in San Antonio, Texas.
You are listening to the Rundown Live. Your protection from deception and your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day, May 1st. Urgent. 8+ hour truth marathon on Illuminati Day. Help us raise 11776 for the Rundown Live. Scan the code on the screen now. Today's guests: Lyon Zagami, Max Lowen, Clyde Lewis, Ryder Lee, Joe Wages, and more! You are listening to the Rundown Live. Your protection from deception and your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day, May 1st.
Urgent 8+ hour truth marathon on Illuminati Day.
Help us raise 1766 for the Rundown Live.
Scan the code on the screen now.
Today's guests will be Lyon Zagami, Max Lowen, Clyde Lewis, Ryder Lee, Joe Wages, and more!
Leo Zagami from leozagami.com, author, investigative journalist with a prior experience within that world that you define as the Illuminati and the New World Order. So this is summarizing Leo Zagami.
The weapon business is the big business to make the cash. I was a rich man when I was in that kind of business. Now I'm a poor man. Well, the difference is now I'm an honest man. Before I was a crook. That is something that people are waiting for. Everybody's waiting for 2012. Why they're waiting for 2012? Why? Because they are hoping that this will lead to somehow a cosmic consciousness and the unveiling of certain energy. And that's true. That's why? Because you are a corrupt nation, subservient to a Vatican, subservient to the Zionists, subservient to a new world order that, in my opinion, is completely corrupt.
You're listening to the Rundown Live. I'm your host, Kristan T. Harris, and that was John Todd discussing witchcraft and his conversion to Christianity and being a member of the Illuminati, running Zodiac Productions, and discussing the secrets of the Illuminati, as some people believe it to be synagogue of Satan for others. Some people believe that it's just a boogeyman at the end of the day. We're going to be being joined by Joe Wages, a Masonic historian, in the next top of the hour. Top of the hour, he'll be joining us, and we have a couple hours left on this broadcast. We're trying to raise $1,776 if you support freedom, if you want unbiased news. Listen, what we've done together as a broadcast, we were was one of the key reporters of the George Floyd protest, first reporter on scene, or credited reporter on scene at after the shooting of Jacob Blake. One of the key reporters in the Kenosha unrest. Video was used to exonerate Kyle Rittenhouse. We were there on January 6th. We've covered hundreds of protests. We've went to places. We've covered places, trucker convoys during COVID protests. You name it, we've covered it. And when I say we, I'm here as a subservient to you guys, the listeners. Every day we put on a broadcast. I use none of the money to pay my bills. 100% of what we get goes to the show. We haven't updated equipment in about 10 years, so we had to do something. And I thought, what better way than to destroy the Illuminati narrative on May Day, May 1st, 1776, the day the Illuminati was formed by Adam Weishaupt under the direction of the House of Rothschild and that kind of money, which developed communism. And that's what we've been fighting to this very day. You want to know where the New World Order ideology came from? Adam Weishaupt and those great old bankers, those international bankers you're not allowed to talk about. I think they're called Zionists, Sabadian Frankists, like when we were talking to Lyon, Zagami earlier, and a whole bunch more. Did you guys know that Benjamin Franklin was Adam Weishaupt, Illuminati sympathizer? And you're like, oh, how dare you say anything bad about Benjamin Franklin? He's on the $100 bill. Oh, geez. Here we go. Do you guys want some proof? Well, I'm going to show you stuff that you've never seen anywhere else. Right now, we're going to dive into some of these deep dives I've done in the Library of Congress, and why it's interesting and imperative that you guys listen and check this out. This is from the Library of Congress, right? I was digging through the Library of Congress, and this is a Cuban's Ben Franklin. And this is about Ben Franklin. This is in the newspaper, published in, 1956, September 23rd of 1956. It's a Sunday issue. And when we deep dive into this, it says, among other aspects of Franklin legend of Benjamin Franklin are two of capital importance. One is what might be called the legend of the rustic philosopher, right? Oh, Benjamin Franklin, he went out and hung a kite and got struck by lightning and discovered electricity. He probably wasn't the first one. It was probably somebody else in some Masonic lodge, and they probably had electricity beforehand. I'm not sure. He disseminated principally by the legend of the rustic philosopher, disseminated principally by the French Illuminati. Oh, look there it is, right here. Illuminati, with the complicity of the protagonist. The other is that the character is specifically and peculiarly North American, even provincial Yankee, to which U.S. historians with understandable but misleading patriotism has contributed and still do. So basically, the folklore and the protagonist aspect was exaggerated, and he was principally, a rustic philosopher and kind of infiltrated by the French Illuminati. So Benjamin Franklin, Illuminati, say it with me, Illuminati. So very interesting stuff. How many of you guys out there have heard of Shriners? Ooh, Shriners are Freemasons. They're Freemasons. Some people believe that they don't need to have belief in a creator. It's like the atheistic aspect of Freemasonry. And some people believe that it's, something different. But here's the Benjamin Franklin image for you guys that are viewing now. And check this out. here is the zoom out so you guys can see where it's from. The Cubans, Ben Franklin. It's from a newspaper, September 23rd, 1956, Library of Congress. And basically, they just tell you right here that legend of the rustic philosopher disseminated principally by the French Illuminati. The French Illuminati, the French Illuminati like Benjamin Franklin. Ooh, pretty interesting stuff. So Shriners, right? Not saying there's anything wrong with the funny little hats and all the cool things that they do, running around in little baby cars like Clyde Lewis and I talked about earlier. But check this out. Same topic. Here we go. The Evening Star, Washington, D.C., June 10th, 1935. That is 91 years ago. Published, thousands of lame boys and girls owe their chance in life to the Shriners, Temples of Mercy. Okay, very cool. Origin of the Shrine Order. So where did it originate from? Well, here it says, we'll zoom in, we'll come all the way down, we'll put it on the big screen for you guys who might not be able to see this, right? All right, and we're going to go ahead and it says, origin of the shrine, 1,291 years ago, a small band of harried Arabs, impatient with slow process of Eastern justice, determined to take the law into their own hands. They gathered together at Mecca in Arabia, and in the 25th year of the Hegira, 1644 AD, under the leadership of Mohammedan Caliph Alis, son-in-law of the prophet himself, Muhammad. Their object was to clear and dispense justice and execute criminals who escaped with the penalties of the corrupt courts of the time. Kind of like a vigilante, like Batman, after such persons had been validly accused. They bound themselves to work speedily, to work quietly in order that security and secrecy might be maintained. They pledged themselves to three aims: punish the guilty, protect the weak, and promote religious toleration. Thus began the ancient order of the Nobles of the Mystic Shrine, an international fraternity which today's members, millions of men in every corner of the world, a mighty strength for good. Okay, mighty strength for good. That sounds wonderful. Okay, not bad. Many times the work of the organization was halted by revolutions in the Oriental nations, where it first flourished. However, it must have met with approval, for each time it was suppressed, it again sprang into activity, functioning openly as an extra-legal body. In Europe, one of the more recent organizers of the order was Adam Weishaupt. Oh, he's a recent organizer, right? A professor of law at the University of Ingolstadt in Bavaria. In the year of the American independence, he revived the order. So what does revive mean? When we look at the word revive, that means the order had died. There were no more Shriners, and then in the 1700s, Adam Weishaupt is like, let's bring back the shrine, right? He revived the order under the name of the Illuminati, establishing a society whose members became known all over the continent. Interesting. Understand the common humanities, learn of the great work accomplished day in and day out every week. You know, the Shriners do good things. I'm not saying they're all bad. I'm just saying it's interesting that the guy who is responsible for reviving Shrinerism under the guise of an idea called the Illuminati. Is the Illuminati synonymous with Shrinerism? I don't know. But when Joe Ages joins us, we can ask him about this, and I'm sure things have changed from 200 or 300 years ago, 250 years ago plus from when this article, is talking about. But it's all interesting nonetheless. Stuff you won't hear anywhere else that you guys hear on the Rundown Live. The French Revolution is an Illuminati takeover. Franklin Hellfire Club was satanic. Bolsheviks too. And Joe Ryder says, hi, what's going on? Lyon Zagami is a prolific writer. Thank you guys. Some of you guys have been hanging out this whole time with me. I'm pretty impressed by that, by the way. If you guys have any questions for me or my guests today, feel free to drop them in the chat. For those that don't understand where the idea of communism comes from and why it's synonymous with the ideology of the Illuminati, right?
It is because of the fact that, here we go, we're going to pull it up right here. Where do I got it? I got it right here for you guys. The main reason that we can say it's synonymous is that we've learned in Marvel Antleman's book, he published a book called Eliminate the Opiate. Right here. I got it on my hands right here on the screen for you guys to check it out and see what I'm talking about right here. And Eliminate the Opiate is really about the Illuminati and what happened to it after it was disbanded in Bavaria, Germany. They also had lodges in Italy, in Bavaria. Obviously, that's where they were eliminated. France, America, Portugal, all sorts of places. They weren't just in one spot, aka Germany. They were all over the world. So when they made them disband in Germany, that doesn't mean that all the other sects disappeared. In fact, I literally wrote a post just recently about something I found online that showed that the Bavarian Illuminati was recruiting at a place where Roosevelt used to live. I just found it interesting. I just wanted to share that with you. So here we go. We're going to put this on the screen. This is from the book Eliminate the Opiate by Jewish Rabbi Marvin Andelman. A very interesting topic. Here you go. Full screen for you guys. You cool kids only get the best here on the Rundown Live. Here it is. Contrary to popular opinion, Karl Marx did not originate the Communist Manifesto. No, of course not. You guys might not know this, but it's probably Weishaupt's Illuminati Manifesto, polished up and eventually, published, put out there. But he was paid for his services. So the idea wasn't his. The book and creation wasn't his. There was already a masterpiece taking place, and he polished it up because he was a known writer. He was paid for his services by a group called the League of the Just. Have you guys ever heard of the Justice League? Like in superhero, the Justice League. I wonder if that's where they get it. I wonder if how many of those superheroes have commie colors. The League of the Just, which was known in its country of origin, Germany, as the Bund der Gerechten, the Bund, which existed as a secret society, was later to become known as the International Communist Party. The actual origin of the Bund seems to be lost in obscurity, but it is believed by many political scientists to have been influenced largely by another secret organization. Oh, the Illuminati, the brainchild of Bavarian intellectual named Adam Weishaupt, who is believed to have been an ex-Jesuit. And in fact, them being an ex-Jesuit, have you guys ever seen the Pyramid and All-Seeing Eye? And you always wondered why it's separate from the actual pyramid. That's because it's known to those as a chief cornerstone. What a chief cornerstone is basically a pyramid or an obelisk because you can't put another brick on top of it. So what do you got to do? You got to reject it and you got to cut it off. That's why it's separate on the back of the dollar bill, is because Christ was rejected by the Pharisees. Adam Weishaupt was rejected by the Jesuits. So he became the symbol that he believed in, right? And that was before the United States used the symbol. But he was an ex-Jesuit, and the Jesuits rejected his ideologies of communism, which were 7 major goals, were allegedly abolition of the family, abolition of inheritance, abolition of private property, abolition of all religions, and establishment of a one world government. At least that's what the old school newspapers say about Adam Weishaupt. The Illuminati was founded on May 1st of 1776. That's today, May Day. And it is for this reason that many scholars believe that May Day has achieved prominent status in Marxist, Leninist organizations and other socialist, communist coalition groups throughout the world. When Weishaupt first conceived of a new social order in the world,
He was guided by the model by the Republic by Plato, it claims. Weishaupt was a professor of canon law at Ingolstadt, Bavaria. The Illuminati was also known in Germany as the Perfectionabilists and had the parallel with Plato's Republic. Just as Plato provided for three classes of people in his Republic, so too did the Illuminati. Its highest class was mystery class, which comprised grades of membership consisting of a priest, regiment, magus of the king. They were like Plato's rulers. One thing is certain, when Weishaupt died in 1830, the roots of the Communist Party were well established. The party was secretly dominated by some of the most prominent men in the German society, and its most influential chapters extended into France and Belgium. And keep in mind, those were key locations where Illuminati had lodges. Another book I recommend reading for those that are out there on the subject is a book by none other than Jim Marrs. Jim Marrs, who wrote an interesting book called Rule by Secrecy. Keep in mind, these books are for information. Doesn't mean it's all factual. Check your facts. Listen to everyone. Question everybody. And don't believe unless you can prove it with your own two hands. But the Illuminati, the secret society that hijacked the world, it goes into the Minerva worship, which is interesting. Minerva is a deity outside of Bohemian Grove. Just saying all those interesting things. There's so much we can get into. But while doing this show and bringing you guys what a lot of people believe to be conspiracy fact, I wanted to bring on what I would consider a true historian and an expert from within Masonic lodges to talk about this. So when I reached out to my buddy Lyon Zagami, he recommended Joe Wages. And I'm like, I talked to Joe once because I saw the documentary he was involved with, and I had some questions, some things we agreed with and some things we disagreed with. And, it was a very enlightening conversation, all right? Me and Joe got along real well in the conversation. I felt like I was talking to a brother and somebody that I knew real well that understood what I'm talking about. Because I'll sit down and talk to Freemasons about the subject we're talking about, and they'll, hand me a tinfoil hat. They're like, yeah, sponsored by Reynolds Ramp. There it is. And they don't think I know what I'm talking about. But then I'll have a 33rd degree Mason, and I can always tell them because they have the cool little pinky ring with the double eagle, and maybe they just bought it on Amazon. Who knows? But they claim to be part of these lodges, and they love talking to me. When I used to bartend, they used to come to my bar, and they'd be like, well, how do you know all this stuff? And, where did you learn this stuff? And I said, I read a lot of the books. Don't you read Manly P. Hall? Don't you read Albert Pike? Don't you read all these interesting people? Nah, they're just there for the good old boy club. And I'm sure they moved their way up. And some Masons at the 33rd degree, that's an honorary degree. You only get lifted up to it. I've read what the ritual is for the 33rd degree. And out of respect, we won't talk about that today. But if you want to know what it is, just read the book, Understanding Your Bible by Manly P. Hall. And he talks about the ritual to getting into the 33rd degree. It's very interesting, and it has to do with Noah's Ark. So that being said, we have a very special guest joining us today, Joseph Wages. Joseph Wages, welcome to the broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us today. Joe Wages is a prominent Masonic historian. He's an author, researcher known for his extensive work in the history of the Order of the Illuminati and high-degree Masonic rituals. He's a 32nd degree Freemason and serves as a board of members of the Scottish Rite Research Society. Welcome to the broadcast, brother, and thank you for joining me to have this conversation today.
Yeah, glad to be here with you, celebrating, I guess not celebrating May Day, but observing its passage. How about that?
Well, we're hijacking it today, right?
Okay.
The idea of communism, the idea of the New World Order that Weishaupt proclaimed, allegedly, right, based on newspapers and what we've learned. It's a very dark and sinister ideology. And when you looked at some of the things and the funding he had and where it led to, we have things like the United Nations, I think, in large part because of Adam Weishaupt's utopian ideas. And like we were talking earlier, that there are some of our favorites from the Constitution era who were Adam Weishaupt sympathizers, Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin. And you would have never known this unless you read newspapers from the 18 and 1900s.
Yeah, that's interesting too. And a lot of there were a couple of guys that were kind of inspired by the whole Robeson Illuminati book. And one was a guy named George Washington Schneider, and he writes to George Washington. It's like, hey, you need to read this book. He's like, no, I'm serious. And so finally Washington writes him back and says, hey, I'm not going to, I've been too busy doing stuff, being president and whatnot. And so, anyways, he ends up getting him to read it. And so Washington has his famous line in there. But what it was is George Washington Snyder, if you track that book down, he was just trying to make his own condensed version of Robeson. So he was trying to basically scalp the book and make a little extra coin himself.
Well,
so
I'm sure there was a lot of money in that back in the day. Because how would you prove it? Like, there wasn't the internet.
Exactly. Like, it's all he does. He took someone else's book and like chopped about half of it out and maybe wrote a couple of pages, and then it's his own book now.
Well, you know, what is it? Every artist is a plagiarist. Every poet is a thief. You know, it's just one of those things. It's very interesting when we start talking about the whole idea. You know what I found interesting in George Washington's response was the fact that he's like, I haven't stepped in the lodges in years. Like, and they make it sound like he was like this great, like, when you think Freemasonry, you think George Washington and the Washington obelisk, you know, the phallus of Osiris or Nimrod or whatever you believe it is. Like, there's all this like Masonic patriotism towards George Washington and the Masonic lodges. But when you read him, he's like, yeah, I haven't been to a lodge in years. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, he was kind of got in right before the French and Indian War, and there's a book that I forget the name of it, but Sean Eyre wrote it a couple years back, and it documents like all of Washington's Masonic encounters, and it's pretty sparse if you get right down to it. Like, he attends a handful of lodges like after the Revolution, and that's about it. So like it's funny, like even like within Freemasonry, like we kind of like blow up this thing, oh, George Washington the Freemason, but like if you look at his attendance records, it's not really the same.
He's got all the questions wrong. Did you be the third degree Master Mason? You know, but we'll just give it to him anyways.
Get in here, Mr. President.
But it's interesting, and I wouldn't know any of these things unless I actually did the real research. A lot of people will take the superstition in, and I'm not saying that there isn't a little bit of superstition in the modern day versions or whatever the revised version of the Illuminati is, whether people believe it's skull and bones or some of these other, you know, Sabinian Frankism or all these Jacobism and all these other subset categories. But most people, like, they want to believe the fringe stuff, the Jim Carrey and the all mocking tongue, and you know, oh look, it's Illuminati, and I think there's like a big entertainment buzz around the term that really helps boost sales. But when we come down to the actual history about what we can prove, that's where you come in, right?
Yeah.
That is something that like when me and you had a conversation, for somebody that I've done all my own research, so I had to buy the books, I had to read the Masonic books. I read Albert Pike. I can tell you page 744 on Morals and Dogma talks about the Illuminati and Kabbalism, saying that Pike believed that majority of the rituals came from the Kabbalah and Freemasonry and the Illuminati. He talks a little bit about that, but that was his viewpoint, and as you know, he was really instrumental in developing the Scottish Rite and the Morals and Dogma, which maybe doesn't have as much, I would say, nostalgia these days, but at one point it was considered kind of the Masonic Bible.
Well, I don't know about that. Like, for the Scottish Rite, really, because like the Freemasonry is kind of divided up into different groups. So for the guys that are in the Scottish Rite, that book carries a lot of weight. Like myself personally, come into researching the older stuff even before it, what they call the Order of the Royal Secret. I think those rituals are a little bit more interesting personally, but you know, to each his own.
Well, yeah, it's like the Rosicrucianism. Like, so one of my takeaways, and this is a complete side story, from the Secret Teachings of All Ages, was not your typical takeaway. I was reading it and I heard about ever-burning lamps, and I'm like, what the hell is an ever-burning lamp? A lamp that burns forever. And like Manly P. Hall is talking about how that there's this lamp and they've opened up tombs, Egyptian tombs and other tombs, and there was lamps still burning, and it was known that the ancients knew how to make a lamp that could replenish itself and that would never burn out. And it was really interesting to hear that there was over 130 some accounts of these ever-burning lamps being lit when people opened ancient tombs, including documented by Blavatsky, who some believe is a female honorary Mason. I don't know whether that's true or not, but that is the legend behind the Blavatsky there. But yeah, Manly P. Hall also echoed her ideas that there are these things called ever-burning lamps that were around at one time. They knew how to make lamps that could burn forever.
Yeah, there's all these like things like mythical like instruments. Now, of course, none of this stuff's ever been documented, but there's all kinds of these cool legends, and like even like in the Masonic like scholarship and literature and stuff, you find a lot of these cool, interesting things that are talked about. Like, and of course, it's all it's mythology. Is probably what we're dealing with here. But the same token, though, like you talk about like lost technologies. I mean, we're discovering now that like there's complete technologies that we've only now starting to understand that ancient civilizations had. So who's to say? But like I'm just saying, like you read a thing, it's like, well, there's these people that are really big into esoterics and mystery school type stuff, and they're talking about these mythological devices that no one's discovered. So it's like one of those things where it's like, weigh your sources carefully.
Well, and that's just it. You got to listen to everyone, question everything, and not believe unless you can prove it with your own two hands. Even though I've read these newspaper articles, they could have been biased. Where did they get their information from? And John Robeson, who claimed to be a former member of the Illuminati, and some people believe that he was just disgruntled because he found out that he wouldn't receive any real esoteric secrets, and that Weishaupt was just really interested in mind control and controlling people, was really upset, and he wrote a big slanderous book that was full of half-truths. But it does shed a little light on the whole idea of I think it was 7 degrees in the Illuminati lodges, at least I believe that from my understanding that's what they had.
It's 12.
Oh, 12 degrees. Okay. And they were really into Minerva, where like the whole Minerva aspect, the owl, the wisdom, and the tapping of the shoulder was part of the initiation, which is interesting because that reminds me a lot of Skull and Bones, where they tap you on the shoulder.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it's like it's a ritual cue, like when they're doing like floor work and stuff like that. So if someone's blindfolded or they can't see what's in front of them like that, they get like a cue, like tapping them on the shoulder and that kind of thing. But what's interesting about like all the Minerva stuff, it's like it's a constructed mythology, right? Because here it is, this college professor, he's effectively inventing a secret society from scratch, and he wants it to look like, right? And so he basically creates a mythology. So that's why like he's got like the greater and lesser mysteries, like out of the Eleusinian mysteries from Greece. He's got the whole Minerva thing in there. He's got the Zoroastrian calendar, the Persian dates. And so, like, it's like when you're looking at things that are unnecessarily complex, there's a reason, because they're obscuring something. And it's that basically a college professor cooked it up.
Well, let's get into the nitty gritty. So,
sure.
Adam Weishaupt, like when I did my research on Adam Weishaupt, he was very like interested into the mystics. He is part of I believe what was called Swedenborg lodges. Like, I don't know a lot about what
Swedenborgianism.
Yeah. And so is that like, it seemed a lot like Rosicrucianism almost, but it involved, from what it sounds like, the mysticism that they were explaining seemed like undiscovered science, like electricity, recording of audio, just things that they would consider potentially witchcraft, where people that had neat ideas in science could come together and practice these things. And there's other things like trying to speak to spirits. I mean, that's how the telephone came around, right? They wanted to talk to the dead. I know it sounds funny, but that's what inspired it, right? So,
well, like even guys like Weishaupt, like they're coming from the other direction. Like if you read the Illuminati stuff, they're pure rationalists, like to the point of almost being materialist, but not really, because they believe in the existence of a soul. They believe in the existence of a God, but they don't really necessarily believe so much in the divinity of any scripture. They think they're all the products of men. And so, like, if you really wanted to put real criticism at the Illuminati, what they're doing is effectively trying to create a people's republic and a people's religion, right? So a secular religion and a secular government. And so it's not really like, they don't use the term New World Order anywhere, like as far as the systems go, but like the concept is still the idea, Republic of Man. So like, potato, slice it whichever way you like. But like from a terminology standpoint, that term's not in there. But what is in there is the idea, and here's a funny one for you too. Like if you read like in the top degree, he believes he's going to bring the world into this state of perfection by increasing the population. So no, this one doesn't talk about decreasing population. He wants to increase it, and like he's got this twisted idea that through the competition of resources, that everyone's going to have to work together. But like as you know from like all those different government experiments, like where they pump the maze full of rats After so many days, they all turn cannibal and kill each
Well,
other.
right, because like that's what they do. And that's like scientifically, like there's evidence that that's a bad idea because at some point, we turn into cannibals, which is
Yeah.
that etymology there is Babylonian priest. If you don't know where Cana and ball come from, as in play ball or baseball or basketball. We talked about that earlier, just the etymology of words, and it's interesting. But yeah, cannibalism and rats, they'll just start eating themselves. And
Yeah.
not only that, they'll just get bored. They stop, mating. They stop, reproducing. They just get bored and they just start eating themselves because they're overpopulated, which is, would humanity, I like to think that we're a little bit more intelligent than rats, but now we've reached a point where they're saying that the population is decreasing. And you're right. It's very counterintuitive to
Mhm.
what you would consider the Illuminati agenda to be,
Yeah.
eugenics
The other
and
way. The other
depopulation
way.
of the world. And Weishaupt obviously he was really into Gnosticism, and I think it's interesting because a lot of the beliefs you talked about permeated in a society that kind of outgrown or grown out of the Illuminati, which was the Bund Society or the League of the Just, and their whole idea was to infiltrate religious organizations like Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism, a Muslim, religion, all of those, and permeate the idea of atheistic ideology, and that to challenge the unprovable stuff about a creator God or a creation per se. And that was their idea. And later on, that organization became the Communist Party. So a lot of these ideologies, I do believe, stemmed from the Bavarian Illuminati lodges of communism, and the funding and the money behind that and where it led later on. And so I think a lot of people don't understand that communism in many shapes and forms is Illuminati. That is that's the surviving factor. That's what Weishaupt contributed to society.
It's a
This idea
descendant.
of communism.
The philosophy is a descendant. So, like, if you look at like when he's composing these ideas, the American Republic really hasn't been successful yet. Like, we just had the Treaty of Paris in 1783. At the same time, he's writing that last ritual, and so like he doesn't really have any example to copy off of what freedom looks like. And so, on some aspects, it's very like libertarian, like his approach, right? Like a minimalist role of the state, a maximalist interpretation of individual liberties and freedoms. But it also like it goes the other way too, like where it branches out into like socialism and stuff too. So like it kind of like if you look at the Illuminati, they kind of like straddle like the middle of the political spectrum, right? So where they get some aspects right, what we would think like what modern American like libertarianism, a lot of those ideas fit inside of that, especially with respect to religion and stuff, because like in some aspects like libertarianism, like to its extents, like it goes almost towards deism, right? Like where it's like, well, I don't want to tell you what to call God and this, that, and the other, and we don't have to talk about these things. And so like that's maybe one extension of that. And so that's from the libertarian perspective, it's more that way. But as far as like individual liberty and autonomy and this, that, and the other, not being controlled, subversion, and spying on people and that sort of thing like that, they definitely go the other way.
Well, right. The whole idea of Weishaupt's main agenda is to become a mind control and control the minds of the masses. I think at the end of the day is what we were looking at. I was talking about this with Lyon Zagami because I asked him, him being from Italy and the Italy lodges, what was the link between Giuseppe Mazzini and the Illuminati? And he said that there was a lot of propaganda. Although that there was some, he said that there was some intersections where those two ideologies crossed with Giuseppe Mazzini. He said that there was a lot of Jesuit propaganda that really was coming up with different ideas to kind of pin on people that they didn't agree with. And as you know, Giuseppe Mazzini was trying to kind of revolutionize Italy against the church per se.
Mm-hmm.
So of course there's going to be propaganda out there. The 3 World Wars with Albert Pike, which that's not a newer conspiracy. Like I found
trails William Guy Carr. Yeah, pawns in the game.
Well, even before that, there's some mentions to it in the 1930s or 40s.
Okay.
It's very interesting. And somebody wrote about it in one of their diaries about seeing the document in a British museum. And William Guy Carr, Pawns in the Game, which is a great book, and it's a very interesting story because at that point, that's where and Myron C. Fagan is another one. Very similar conversations, right? The CFR Illuminati, which is Myron C. Fagan follows the descendants of the original Illuminati. He lists them in documents, and then he says some of them have changed their last name, and they're related to international bankers, which I could see happening because at some point it was rumored that the Illuminati grew in large numbers because the Masons stripped the Templars and gave them strict observance rights. And as you know, the Templars were the bankers of the day. So I think that's kind of where the banker Illuminati conspiracy may have originated.
Yeah, and then even the Illuminati themselves, like if you look at them, like where do they fit, like in the arc of Masonic history? Like there was that whole movement, like where they said that the Knights Templar were the creators of Freemasonry, and it goes down to this thing called the Scots Master degree. Like it first appears like in 1733 in England, and it gets exported to Europe. It's kind of like they're working 4 degrees, so the first 3 degrees in Scots Master in Germany, all the way through the 1750s. Strict observance pops up in the 1760s. And it replaces a very short-lived thing called the Claremont Rite, like this weird like Templar system, but it's also got pseudo-magical stuff into it. They do away with all the magical stuff, and they keep all the Knights Templar stuff, and that runs from like 1764 all the way till 1782. And so what the Illuminati really is, it's like Masonically, it's like it's a reform of the strict observance, right? So like once that system dies in 1782. You've got the rectified Scottish Rite, the Illuminati, and the Golden Rosy Cross, and they're trying to pick up like the pieces of the former dominant Masonic Rite in Germany that has now been quashed.
Well, I learned a lot of that from a book called Scarlet and the Beast. I don't know if you've ever read that book. I think John Daniels wrote it. It's a very expensive book. It's like one of those $400 or $500 books that has like the minutes of the Masonic meetings and stuff like that. It's a very interesting book.
Oh, is it the Wilhelmsbad Protocols? Is that what you're talking about?
What was that?
Was it the Wilhelmsbad Protocols? Like, was that like where it had like all the? There's a book that was put out like by Reinhard. Like he was my co-author on The Secret School a few years back, and it's literally every meeting that took place in that 1782 Wilhelmsbad conference. It's massive. It's like 2 volumes of stuff.
Well, and that's funny because that's what Scarlet and the Beast is. It's part book and part minutes, and it's from the era. And the books were written, I think, in the 80s or 90s, but they're very expensive books. I think it's a 3-volume series, and it might be worth reading because it's somebody else's investigation. I think that's where Jim Marrs might have gotten a lot of his research from. And I don't know if you know who Jim Marrs is. I got to meet Jim Marrs in person.
I'm pretty steeped in the literature on both sides.
Well, it's funny. I met Jim Marrs in 2015. He's dead now. And I was like, I'm going to tell you my story. I was at a JFK convention. I spent a week with Lee Harvey Oswald's former lover, Judith Baker. I spent some time with St. John Hunt, Howard Hunt's kid, the former director of the CIA. And at this event, I decided, you know what? I'm from Wisconsin. I need a beer. So I went down to the bar, and I look across, and there's Sean Stone, Oliver Stone's kid. And I happen to know Sean because he's a little interesting. Like he believes a lot of the things that we do, but then he's like also UFO aliens and reptilians, David Icke. And I'm like, I don't know about that. But
he's
at the same time, it's Sean Stone, right? So I'm like, hey, Sean, how you doing? Let's talk about giant human skeletons. Because as you know, in Wisconsin, we had a lot of effigy mounds unearthed, giant human skeletons. I went to Madison. I pulled the old archives from the 1800s, looked at the handwritten notes by Charles E. Brown and P.R. Hoy, talking about very large skeletons in the effigy mounds. Because I know Masons have an interest in giant human skeletons as well. Jim Vieira and I have had this conversation. Who's a very interesting individual as well. He's a Mason. I don't know if he's a Freemason, but he does a lot of Mason work. Very incredible, like art. Like I consider it art. The laying bricks the way he does. But anyways, so I'm like, Sean Stone, what's going on? He's like, oh, we just started talking a little bit, and he's like, he does Jägermeister. Like, let's have a shot of Jaeger. And there across there, I'm like, wait, is that Jim Marrs? And I go, like, let's go talk to Jim. And so Jim Marrs,
Jim do Jaeger bomb?
Jaeger. He drank whiskey. He's very staunch. He's like, I only do whiskey. And he looked like the guy from Jurassic Park. He had the hat on. Like the guy's like, welcome to Jurassic Park. And I'm like,
just like on his book cover.
Yes. And so, like, he had, like, the Indiana Jones gear on and everything like that. And I go up to Jim, and I'm like, Jim, how you doing, man? And he's like, what do you drink? Oh, he's like, whiskey. And then we just sat there and I said, welcome to Jurassic Park. You look like the guy. He goes, you don't know how many times I hear that. You know, he must have hated the day that Jurassic Park was made because, you know, he had that, but he had that aura around him, that aura of adventure, of that he wanted knowledge. And even though he was failing in health, he still chose to live life. He sat there and drank with us for a decent amount of time, and I got to meet the real Jim Mars. He was a really loving guy, even though he's lovey-dovey even after a few drinks. He wasn't a mean drinker or anything like that. Then I got to hear his presentation and record it on John F. Kennedy and his research into that. But that's interesting because he wrote a book called Rule by Secrecy, which implements basically the underbelly of how influential, at least the Masonic lodges used to be. But if you talk to a Mason, they say there's nothing political that goes on in lodges. So like,
Not much.
yeah, not much. You know, I always joke when I talk to a Mason. I always tell them it's probably the same bullshit, but at a different day. You know, just the same bullshit that everyone else, politics and dumb shit that you have to deal with. But at the end of the day,
too.
well, the one thing I found interesting in Masonry when I talked to him, I always asked if a judge because there's this rule that you have to do what you're told, and within reason. And I always ask, well, what happens if a judge is told to do a certain verdict? And they're like, well, that doesn't really happen. But if I'm sure it has happened, but it doesn't really happen. You know,
That's
maybe you got a parking
process
ticket.
there.
Yeah, right. Well, you guys got your own courts.
Well, we yeah, but it's like to try each other, like and I think those are
Ritual?
stupid too. Well, it's not ritual. It's like obligations, right? Like if you read like the law book, it says these and these things. It used to say Masonic crimes, and they're like, wait, we went too hard there. They're like, these are Masonic violations or whatever. But you start looking at all that stuff, and they don't call them trials anymore. They call them disciplinary hearings, but it's the same thing. It's a star chamber.
Well, you know, and so
If you
there's
find
that.
yourself in one of those, you messed up pretty bad.
So we got that, right? But then there's also the French
Yeah.
Masons who are assassins. You know, that's in the
I heard
news
about
now.
that one the other day. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah,
That sounds
well,
like a bunch of crooks got in.
Well, I think they've always been there. I think that what people don't understand is Masonry is made up of a diverse group of people, just like in real life. A lot of people will use it for enlightenment. A lot of people will just use it as in a way to socialize and give back to the public. And then you have people that use it for more darker, sinister agendas. And I don't think it's all lodges. I mean, I can pick it apart because I've watched all the bad things because I used to be that conspiracy theorist. I can tell you about the swinger parties at the Battle Creek lodges that got busted. I can tell you about the Order of
There's
Justice.
the Jester guys too. Those guys got messed up.
Those
Remember
guys
that?
know how
Yeah.
to party, and they party with the politicians. Go
And
figure.
the thing is, like, we don't support those guys either. Those guys are a stain on society.
and they're just Shriners at the end of the day, aren't they? Like
Not
more
anymore.
like you which, by the way, according to this newspaper document I sent you, Weishaupt was responsible for reviving the Shriner movement. At least that's what the newspaper of the Order of Shriners claims. Whether or not that's true,
I'd be
I don't
interested
know.
to see that one because, like, I've got like the original Shriner ritual, and if anything, they were knocking off the Scottish Rite.
Well, okay, yeah. So the Scottish Rite, from my understanding, is just Knights Templar, but the Rosicrucians came after the Templar, but they were more mystics, and they're more like the borderline Aleister Crowley-esque, magic. Not some of them are religious and Christian. Rosencreutz, even if he was a real person, or maybe he wasn't. The symbolism is there. The esoteric symbolism is there, and they have publications that predate, I believe, the Bavarian Illuminati talking
yeah.
about Illuminati.
Well, the thing is, like, if you look at like a lot of the ideas the Illuminati were talking about, they were talking about the Enlightenment, right? Like, Freemasonry is like the ultimate expression of the Enlightenment, right? Like, it's a social expression.
Well, isn't that what the Bible is too? The city on the hill, this
Yeah.
little light of mine,
Well,
I'm going to let it shine.
Oh, and also, like, if you look at all that ritual and stuff, like the stuff that like that precedes the Illuminati, that really makes up what the Scottish Rite became, anyways. Those are like all detached, like French high degrees that were worked at different periods and kind of put together over time, right? So it starts off as 1 degree, then it moves on to a 10-degree system by 1760, and then by 1766, 67, it's 23 degrees in Saint Domingue, it's 25 degrees like in the English-speaking world, and it stays that way until 1801 becomes a 33-degree system. But what they're doing is they're just expanding and they're bringing in new content. but it's built on like a bunch of like the 18th century French materials, and that's really like where a lot of that stuff comes from. But because it's like an expression of the Enlightenment, we're talking about Freemasonry. That's what ends up happening is that like the same ideas and stuff. Like so, you get a lot of the same concepts. Like the things that make the Illuminati distinct and different from a lot of these other things is that the Illuminati were using Freemasonry to spread their idea because it effectively it's like an honors academic fraternity, like a Phi Beta Kappa is how it starts, and then the guys start graduating. They're like, well, hey, let's go join these Masons. That's a great idea. We'll take them over. And then so sure enough, like they use that collapse of strict observance to form what's called the eclectic rite. And from like 1784 to 89, they would have like a 5-year run where like 3/4 of the lodges in Germany are like all hooked to the Illuminati. They've got lodges.
Well, right, and that's where like the banker Illuminati partially comes from. And it doesn't help that like rumors were that the Rothschilds helped fund Weishaupt's agenda and that they found him useful and intelligent. At least that's like of course they funded both.
Broke, man.
Well, the French Revolution.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting. I don't know how you prove that though. At the end of the day, like
you look at his probate file, and like you also check out his correspondence. That's the cool thing is like you were talking about earlier. Like how would you link like if you wanted to link? How would I link the Illuminati to the communists? What I'd be doing is I'd consider that Adam Weishaupt tried to reform it in 1784, and then by 1787 he publishes this book, The Improved System of the Illuminati. It just got released this last year from some partners of mine, but I'm not doing work with them anymore. You can look up The Improved System of the Illuminati in Amazon. Read that book because it's Weishaupt saying we're going to do away with all the degree names, all the ritual names. You're going to self-initiate by reading this series of pamphlets, and it's going to become an academic thing. And so, like, if you wanted to trace down the connection between the Illuminati and the League of the Just, you would go and you would use FatGrid. This is this database that I've been working with the University of Erfurt. And we've taken all of these strict observance and Illuminati records. It's plugged in with AI to the German National Biographical Database, French National Biographical Databases, and all these different things. And so now you can research these people, and as researchers upload their metadata, it starts building these things. And so now what you can do is you can track down every member of the Illuminati that we have a record for. There's probably 2,000. We've got 1,600 and some change, right? So there's like about 400 unaccounted for. But either way, you can still go through those people. I would look for Weishaupt students and all the people like that were going to college at that time like that, and see what became of those people. And I bet if you track that stuff down, you could write a much better story. I think that would be actually interesting to do.
Well, I mean, that's something I would love to do. That's something like going through the Library of Congress and finding out, who was a Weishaupt sympathizer, and like, for example, we'll put it on the screen here. I just want to make sure that you are backstage as well here so people can hear you when you talk. Joe, I also apologize. I for some reason I had Ryder Lee up there. Joe Wages is our guest here, and I kind of fixed that, so I apologize.
I was wondering about that. I was like,
no, you were smart, man. You didn't say anything.
It's my alter ego.
So here is this document that I pulled up from the Library of Congress, Evening Star, Washington, and we'll zoom out here a little bit. I don't know why we got such a deep zoom, but here under the Order of the Shrine, this is where we can read it all, but we want to talk a little bit about the Weishaupt connection. And it says basically. Where do we find it?
Yeah, they're basically saying that they're linking themselves to Weishaupt. That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's essentially they're proud.
Great advertising, guys.
Yeah, right here it says in Europe, one of the more recent organizers of the order was Adam Weishaupt, a professor of law at University of Ingolstadt in Bavaria. In the year of American independence, he revived the order under the name of the Illuminati. I mean, at least they let you know. They let you know where to,
So like they're trying to recruit for the shrine, and they're saying now with more Illuminati.
Weishaupt was into like polygamy. He didn't believe people belong to other people. That was one of the main beliefs, is that there's the abolition of marriages and the family per se. People shouldn't belong to people. You can belong to whoever you want, Joe.
Free love for all.
Free love for all. And like, if I remember right, when I understood, like, Weishaupt had some out of marriage like girlfriends or child, like pregnancy scares or something.
It was it gets even funnier. So like his first was, I guess it's not funny, but like his first wife.
Well, he's a
dies
piece of shit, so like we can talk about him any way you want.
Fair enough. Let's slice that bread. So basically, he has a kid out of he has a kid out of wedlock. So his first wife, Afra Sausenhofer, she gets sick and dies, and she's like, "Well, here, marry my sister," which I guess was normal back then, but that's still kind of odd to me. I don't know. But in any case, like he takes her up on the offer, and after his wife dies, like he starts courting the sister, but she gets pregnant before they get married. But because they're Catholics and they're in Bavaria, and the Catholic Church at that point in time has got a pretty prominent place in society. They no longer have a monopoly on education, but pretty much everything else, they're still hitting on all cylinders for the most part. In any case, like he has to get marrying his sister-in-law. Like he has to get that approved by the church. He ends up getting it done, but not before the kid came. So like there's those papers they seize, the Bavarian government, they're looking for like abortive recipes and this, that, and the other. That's what's going on, is like he was trying to be a man of honor and to protect his honor. And so there he is looking like how to cause an abortion.
He's like, where are the hangers at? Find me a hanger, you know?
How would you feel if you were his kid, though? Like you read this shit years later and you're like, wait a second, my dad was trying to kill me.
right. Like, or take this potion and that potion, and
my dad was trying to kill me. Thanks, Dad.
Yeah, man, like the just, it's so incredible to hear the stories and read all this stuff, and to hear a lot of it. And there's still a lot, I think, that needs to be found and talked about, but the ideologies have moved on. I think that the organizations like the United Nations are a direct result of what I call Weishaupt utopianism. I think that there's a lot of globalist think tanks that are influenced by this type of agenda. It's amazing to me that it's still around, that people haven't gone, well, communism isn't such a great idea. But what's weird is like Russia adopted it. Shit, they were running it hardcore over there back before it was a World War I. Like, it wasn't a good thing. It wasn't a good thing. But it's interesting because I have also found that there were lodges in America in the 1900s recruiting for the Illuminati. And one of the locations is a spot where Roosevelt used to live. I looked up the address online. I'm like, is this place still around? And it's a prominent location in Washington, D.C. where the...
Oh, I've heard about this. Yeah, like it was these pamphlets, weren't they, that they're passing them around or something?
Yeah. And they're also publishing it in the newspaper. And they met there. And what was interesting is it encouraged men and women to attend.
Uh-oh.
Can't have women running the world, bro.
Well, what's cool is like they had like or not cool, I guess it's actually terrible. There's like that OTO group, that Aleister Crowley, like whatever group.
Well, that's why we had Lyon Zagami on. He was a former alleged member of the OTO.
And that's what's interesting about that is like those are the ones that use like the name Illuminati, because one of the founders, Theodor Reuss and Leopold Engel, they put like this history of the Illuminati, and it was this German book. I think someone's translating that now too, so maybe be on the lookout for that one. But in any case, like they basically like they take like the Illuminati like name and a couple of degree names, but everything else goes out the window, and so instead of being this rationalist, reasonist, like thing of the Enlightenment, they make it this magical occult, like abortion, basically.
Mind control, MK Ultra, satanic ritual abuse.
Not that, just like the weird like Eastern philosophy stuff, like the Kabbalah, Jewish mysticism, like quasi magical, but not really. Like even like if you look at like modern like Western magic and stuff, like really a lot of that is it's Jewish magic. If you want to get right to one source, you can read like Henry Cornelius Agrippa's book. And so the one hand, like it has all these things about like magic, and there's a useful section that's on cryptography, but then they also got weird crap like about witches and werewolves and just stupid stuff.
Well, and vampires, and but people believed in that stuff. I don't know why. But
I think they're hucksters, dude. I think they're out selling like to get people like these people are idiots. They'll believe anything. Like they even have like some of these magical spells they do. Like if you actually do them, you're probably getting put in the insane asylum.
Well, I think that there's some truth to what you're saying, but I think that cannibalism has always existed, even from the Baal and Molech and Canaanite deities. And so that you had stories of people that probably in their beliefs still consume flesh, and they came out at night and they got and they had weird teeth, and they called them vampires. And it's funny how much blood is linked to life extension and longevity. Like you have Peter Thiel, who is just like by textbook a vampire, pumping like baby blood in his veins because he believes it makes them younger, right? It's the same thing, except the modern day version of what we're talking about. It's just like people have weird beliefs. The Indians still believe in skinwalkers, right? By the way, I'm bringing on the screen right now so you can see the clipping I got from the paper. Just so I like to always have the evidence and show to people what I'm talking about. But this is the clipping. And when I looked into this, let's zoom in. Here we go. Can we zoom in? Yeah, here we can. Or here, Order of the Illuminati monthly meeting for members, initiatory work resumed January 28th, 8 p.m. Women's City Club, 22nd and Jackson Place Northwest. All its students of soul science invited, others interested. Right to above address, Higher Wisdom for the Soul. And this newspaper article was from the 30s, I believe.
And the only thing they're missing at the bottom is punch and pie.
Well, right. For the orgy, bring protection, at the end of the day. And I say that lightly, but jokingly, because, that's they might have been into some weird things, especially when we're talking polygamy and the idea. I asked Leo Lyon Zagami, when did the satanic ritual abuse and Illuminati kind of collude? Because as we know, there was a very infamous, or should I say famous Christian author named Fritz Springmeier, who, by the way, stole a lot of his work from Jordan Maxwell, right? But he Christianized it, and he also did reverse hypnosis on people that were probably satanic ritual abuse individuals, people that were very similar and echoed John Todd's, which I played part of his one of his speeches
I saw a
today.
clip of that.
Yeah, which is interesting, right? I think it's valuable since he was the head of Zodiac Productions and the guy that ran 3 major record labels, which are like Columbia, which again you got the esoteric semi-Rami's symbolism, the Statue of Liberty, the Lady on the Moon per se, the divine feminine logos and all that, and all these other record labels. And he gave the presentation about how they would cast demonic spirits into the masters so that it would follow all the releases into people's homes, so the kids would buy them and it would help sales. I guess I don't know if it was a ritual for success or what, but it seemed to work.
He also said that the demons are going to be like bound to the tapes and follow all the copies. Remember?
Yeah, that's right. They're going to follow all the copies. But what's interesting is I've been interviewing MK Ultra and satanic ritual abuse survivors, and most of them don't even know who John Todd is, but their experiences, like they like almost echo a lot of the things he said. So I have to ask, well, if there's a pattern, there might be some truth, but how do I prove what these people are saying, right?
You're going to look at the intersection, because if you're trying to put an Illuminati label on it, it's going to be the OTO type people, because those are your people involved in black magic, Satanism, and whatnot. And so, that would be how I would connect it.
Yeah, and that's what John Todd said. He said he was part of a council of 13.
That's the one.
Within Freemasonry, by the way.
It's a regular Freemasonry, but they've got knockoff Masonic rituals. Because Aleister Crowley was a Mason, but he wasn't a regular Mason. He was
he didn't even get his 33rd degree in the United States. Yeah, he had to go to Mexico because
that's right, Mexico. That's right.
He was the most evil man in the world, and the rumors of child sacrifice and cannibalism and ritualistic sex magic and all that other stuff, Bohemian Grove and his involvement with the Bush family allegedly, which by the way I confirmed with a member of the Bush family that there was something there between the Crawleys and the Bushes. So I don't know. It's
It's the thing is you want to be objective about stuff, but every day, you watch the news and stuff like that, it's holy crap, it just gets, the hole gets deeper.
That's the other thing. So I was a key reporter in the Epstein.
Every day, Alex Jones smiles a little bigger.
Well, yeah, he as they destroy him for asking whether or not Sandy
They're
Hook
not going
was.
to put him down. He's too slicker. Like, he's already got a new site up and running today.
Yeah, no, I knew this. Like, listen, I don't know if you know this, Joe, but I fill in on Alex Jones's program as a
I
host.
saw a couple
occasionally.
times, yeah.
And like, it's interesting because I've seen Jones give the Masonic shake. I don't know if he's a Mason or if it's something he does jokingly, and I know the shakes because I've read them in the book. I see
His ancestor was the founder of the Grand Lodge of the Republic of Texas, Anson Jones.
Oh, really?
Go look it up. Go look up Anson Jones' picture, and like he's a spitting image of the guy. Like, but like I gave the Anson Jones lecture for the Texas Lodge of Research one year, and so like I'm in the little back room, like waiting to go on. And they've got this big thing put up there. They got this giant portrait of Anson Jones, and then there's like
Anson Jones. Holy cow! You're not kidding. That looks like him.
I told you. That's what I'm saying. Like,
oh,
that's
we gotta
why
put this on the screen for our
then
viewers.
He says it on his shows. He's like, if they only knew who my family was. Like, and this is what he's talking about. Like the last president of the Republic of Texas. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that's how committed this guy is.
Well, that would also explain why elitists, like, they believe in bloodlines and purify.
That's what I'm getting at.
Under the League of Nations when it was shot down by Russia, basically because they were onto the Rothschilds' plan. The Rothschilds vowed to kill their ancestors, and they did. They went up there, they destroyed Russia. And that's the way these people think. They think generationally. And I know that sounds funny and jokingly, but like it's crazy. Here it is. I got Anson Jones. This is
when Alex says his family founded Texas, that's no bullshit. And he founded the Grand Lodge too.
like you would think that he says crazy things, but
he's not joking. He is not joking.
Here it is. Anson Jones. We're gonna pull it up. Here, he's got a whole Dallas free Anson Jones in the first-hand account. Okay, here's the picture of Anson Jones for the listeners at home that want to see what we're talking about. This is Anson Jones. I mean, come on.
He's a dead ringer, man. It's a freaking
that's
dead
Alex
ringer.
Jones.
There's another one that's even better.
Sure,
like,
that's not Bill Hicks.
It's Bill Hicks Jones. You forgot this.
Yeah, but Anson Jones, that's a real thing.
Yeah.
That's the connection.
And he was the last president of the Republic of Texas too. And that's what I'm saying. So like when Alex he talks all that stuff like that, he's not bullshitting about this. Like this is for real.
It's in his blood.
He's not bullshitting.
That is crazy. Here's another picture of.
There's one that looks better, I think.
I got another one here of Anson Jones. Like you would never know these things.
It's starting to look more like him. There's a color looking one, like some kind of painting looking deal. That's pretty.
The painting looks like him. All right.
Well, no, it was wild because like I'm in there. I'm about to go give the. In fact, I'm giving the Illuminati talk for my Texas Lodge of Research paper, and it's called the Anson Jones Lecture. And I'm like standing in the little room before, and there's Alex Jones on the wall.
That's crazy. That is so funny. That is so funny. Here, I got it. Okay, this is the painting of I almost said Alex Jones.
Of Anson Jones.
Of Anson Jones, the ancestor of Alex Jones, which, by the way, I understand why it's in his blood. Here it is, right there on the screen. Look at that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, just shave his hair off and give him a goatee, and it's on.
Turn the frogs gay!
I've got the documents.
I got the documents. But she was right. They were turning the frogs gay, and people that's one of the most viral clips. But that's Anson Jones. That's Alex Jones's direct descendant.
Yep, that's the guy.
In the Republic of Texas. Interesting. That's
Isn't it
crazy.
wild?
Interesting fact, Joel. That's cool.
Yeah, not a lot of people know that one. Like, and I only figured that one out because I gave the lecture.
Man, that's funny. That is funny. So anyways, the point of me showing that Illuminati clip is because I dug into that, by the way, and I wanted to give the proper information of what I found. And this is what I found directly. I basically said that this is from the 1922 Evening Star newspaper article located within the Library of Congress. What is really intriguing is the rabbit hole I found when I Googled the address. None other than President Theodore Roosevelt once lived there in 1902. The land was originally owned by Decatur family, more specifically Stephen Decatur, Sr. and Jr. Both were Freemasons out of Newport, Rhode Island, home to the mystery of the Rhode Island Newport Tower, by the way. It was alleged to have been built by early Templars who had arrived before Columbus, or maybe early local Masons. No, but it says, quote, he no doubt previously received an entered apprentice degree in Lodge number 16 in Baltimore, Maryland, though, whose warrant was granted by Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania in 1779, but was not. But that lodge was not in existence for very long. The claim is made, but not very fully proven, that the younger Stephen Decatur was initiated in St. John's Lodge, either Maryland or Rhode Island, October 12th of 1977. He became a naval commander of the prominence, or of naval commander of prominence, and met with great success in various enterprises. The Women's City Club purchased the townhouse in 1919 from them and occupied it till 1944. So the Women's City Club are the ones that hosted it. And by the way, the Women's City Club, they were in charge of the D.C. branch of the Illuminati, holding meetings there. The founding president was Judge Mary O'Toole of the Municipal Court of Washington, D.C., who was the very first woman municipal judge in the United States.
They've even, I think, they've got like there's a lodge at. You're in Indiana, right?
I'm in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where we have a really cool Shriner Lodge that looks like a castle.
Yeah. Down in Indiana, I think they've got a lodge. They called it Illuminati Lodge. It's like a recent one they chartered. And I was like, dude, that's a terrible name. Like, you should not call your lodge
Well,
this.
you know, it's diverse.
What I'm getting at is they recycle these names, and people keep saying, like, and it's for the notoriety. That's what they're after.
Well, yeah, and that might be the case here. We just don't know.
I think so. On these ones, it sounds like people just recycling a name. And the Shriner one's hilarious because, like, it's like, come join the Shriners now with more Illuminati.
Right. Now you can. Well, you know, the Shriners are hoaxers, though, right? That's their big thing, is hoodwinkers and making fun of things. So you don't know what is true and what is not when you're dealing with that organization. And from my understanding, that is the only sect of Freemasonry where you don't have to believe in a creator, right? If I understand that correctly.
Some jurisdictions too, they've removed the requirement to even be a Freemason to be a Shriner, right? And it's really like it's like it's on the social end of things, right? Like the guys that join that are typically, you know, guys that just want to party, have a good time, let their hair down, that kind of thing.
Shriner Circus.
They do like a lot of good stuff for like the crippled and burned children. They raise like tons of money for that stuff, so we shouldn't knock them. Like,
well, the Milwaukee Outlaws do Toys for Tots, so
yeah, I'm into the whole academic thing. That's why the Scottish Rite's really my flavor of tea. Like the more like Christian Masonic thing is the York Rite. That's pretty much what's like the dominant rite of Freemasonry in America, right? Is the York Rite. So like, and the thing is like if you look at it, like the American ritual, like as it developed over time, is largely like a cleaned up, like homogenized form. Like the words vary from place to place, but largely it's the same ritual that's worked everywhere, like across the United States. And like it also like it had to come back. Remember like the William Morgan scare, like where
they killed him for publishing 3 degrees. Yeah, they buried him on the beach to his neck, and when the tide came in, he drowned. And then there was a big disagreement in Masonry, right, over this.
Well, I heard it was they threw him off in Niagara Falls, but the point is, I'm pretty sure they did kill him. Like
he's
no
dead, that's for sure. He didn't reappear after writing that book and letting people know.
He didn't disappear himself.
You know, so there's that, but at the same time, you know, like you mentioned, so from my understanding is the York Rite is more of the King Solomon's Temple origin, and then there's some people within the Scottish Rite that believe it goes back all the way to Babylon, and then there's some people like the Timothy Hogans, who I've met, who believes it goes back to Atlantis and other things. And I know that not all Masons approve of what Timothy Hogan is about. I can tell you that there's a lot of people that don't like what he's into and what he's doing and some of the secrets that he exposes. And not that I've heard the good and the bad.
And they disagree with the information too. Is the other thing is like it's so like it's not to poke at Tim, right? Like Tim's a brother, he's a good guy, and he means well. But like the thing is, we all have the different things we're interested in. Like, and what I'm interested in, like in the type of research that I do, is like what they call the authentic school. And so, like from the authentic school's perspective, Freemasonry is like a decaying like labor union. The craft gets deregulated after the London Fire, 1666. And at that point, they start bringing in a lot of these gentlemen masons, like as patronage, right? Because these are operative guys building stuff, right? and ultimately it goes in eternal decline. They, 4 of the local lodges in London come together and they make it where it becomes a gentleman's fraternity. So it's no longer like a labor union anymore, and that's really like what it is. And so, like, you hear the stories about, oh, it's Atlantis, it's the Knights Templar, it's the Egyptians, it's the Babylonians, it's the da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Well, the reason why, so here again, we got to point to evidence. So, I did a whole show on mystery religion, and I filled in on GCN about 12 or 13 years ago, and a lady by the name of Dorothy Mackey reached out to me. This is a direct descendant of Albert Mackey.
Nice.
Okay. And Albert Mackey in his book discusses about Nimrod being the founder of the craft, and I talk about, kind of more of the like the history, like the alternative history that predates the King Solomon's Temple rewrite in the 1700s, where they, Nimrod is the founder of the craft. Nimrod was a adversary to God. Semiramis, the moon goddess, the incestual relationship, the sex magic, the reason why the king wears a crown to illuminate those around him, all that stuff. And I was giving a presentation on the true origins of a lot of our holidays or holy days and rituals that stem from Babylon. And she literally worked hard to get a hold of me. She emailed me. Finally, I got a phone call with her. And I don't want to get into all the personal details, but she had a very different outlook about, like, she wanted to know how I knew all this stuff. And I expressed that I read the books, and other people have read these books too. I had a little direction on it, but now I have a more fully encompassing understanding of Freemasonry. As before, I thought Freemasonry was the devil. I start to understand it's no different than any other organization.
That's right.
Yeah, there's Satanists in Freemasonry. Yeah, there's devil worshippers in Freemasonry. But there's also Christians. There's God-fearing Christians. There's polygamists. There's non-polygamists. There's people who are, they believe in the origins of the mystery religions. There's ones that believe the origins of Sal Omaman, which is sun in 3 different languages.
The biggest oxymoron to me is, like, people wouldn't think this, but there's a huge Catholic Freemason, like, in the U.S., like people who are Roman Catholic, but they're also members of the lodge. They just don't say anything about it.
Because the Catholic Church says it's illegal to be a Freemason and a Catholic.
It's huge. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what nobody. It's totally underrepresented. Like, and people don't talk about it, but it's a real thing.
Well, it is a real thing, and like, I had somebody on the program earlier, and I don't expect you to have heard it, but she was trafficked, and she was trafficked by the Vatican. Like, and she's one of the key, she's a therapist now, and she works with women who have been trafficked, satanic ritual abuse, and that's like her whole forte. And it started out with being trafficked by the Vatican and like the catacombs and things like that as a sex slave. And she told her story on air, and you wouldn't think that any of these things are going on. And like, when it comes to it, it happens everywhere. It's going to happen to Masonry. It's going to happen at the Vatican. It's going to happen at CPS. It's going to happen, right?
Human institutions. That's right, buddy.
But it's not the whole organization. And I know that there's people that believe that Masonry is the gateway to satanic Luciferianism because of the Gnosticism and Knights Templar and the Pistis Sophia and all these other interesting books. But it's knowledge, right? At the end of the day, what we accept and what we hold as fact is up to us to decide. It doesn't mean that all these things are factual, but I do find it very interesting. All the esoteric books of the Bible, you guys have a privy to amazing knowledge. Like when I talk to you, I would love to be at a Masonic library. I went to Manly P. Hall's library.
That's awesome.
Like, that's one of my favorite. Like, I wanted to move to California just to hang out at that library.
He's got some good stuff in there. We got to do a couple tours through that different thing. But it's like you say, man. Like, it's knowledge is what you make of it, right? Like, you can take knowledge and you can become a great engineer and do this, that, and the other. Or you can, be a total sicko and make chemical weapons and poison and kill people, right? So it's what you make of it, right? And so really, like, it's an expression of, like, who the person is. Like, all human institutions, anything that's created by man, it's got that duality in it, right? Like, where we've got the equal capacity for good and just about the same for evil, unfortunately. And it's really like finding that balance between, like, the two, right? Like, finding, like, really, like, listening to listening to the higher power, like, inside of you, right? Like, making the right choices. And that's just it, because, like, if you boil down, like, what is Freemasonry all about, what are all the different lessons and stuff, if you boiled it down to it, right? a lot of it is just straight up right out of the Bible, right? Like that's where a lot of the lessons and stuff come to, and it makes sense because it's developed in a time in the 18th century when everyone's a Christian, and so what they're doing is they're taking these biblical lessons and encapsulating like the moral story inside of it to push it on, and that's really the thing that's going on with a lot of like the Masonic ritual stuff, at least what we call like normal regular Masonic ritual. It doesn't matter if it's the Scottish Rite or the Shrine or like the the York Rite, like that at the top of all these systems. They're loosely Templar systems, right? But it's because of the way that the degrees evolved in Freemasonry. It started with the Scottish degrees, then a lot of like the philosophical degrees in the middle, and then like a lot of the knight degrees at the end, like when all these degrees were being created from like the 1740s to 60s. It's like when you look at these systems today, what you're seeing is the artifacts of that earlier period and like the different ideas that kind of came together. But for me, it's real fascinating to read this stuff and just to look at it with an open mind. Like when I had to write those books on the Cohen, it's getting into like effectively like black magic stuff. Like that guy Pasquale was a real you know what. But on the other hand, though, it was fascinating all the same to look at it because it's like overly complex and it's stupid. Like taking like the Rosicrucians, right? The Golden Rosy Cross in the 18th century, they were all about making a small fortune out of a large one because like their degrees are crazy expensive. They're robbing rich people, and effectively what the degrees in the Rosicrucian system are teaching is like an operative alchemical process. And at the very end, you're making this thing called the Magia Divina, which is supposed to be like what the Catholic Church has, where they can see anyone, anywhere around the world. And it's all like, it's bullcrap, right? Like,
it's like Looking Glass, like the government's Project Looking Glass, right? At the end of the day, that's what it sounds like.
Well, this one's bullcrap though, because like you have to make this like this metal they call electrum, right? And it's like if you look at like it's got to be elementally pure stuff, and you look and you put all the stuff together. And like in my regular job, I'm a mechanical engineer, so I went and actually drew the thing out and figured out how much of it, what material I needed, what quantities. Basically, to make electrum, like if you follow the recipe to make this stupid device, you got to have like 45 grand in raw material, which is like stupid, right? And then on top of it, like we have like the known degree fees, which are crazy expensive. But that's all they're doing is like a lot of these like high degree systems, like the Illuminati, that's a rook. The Golden Rosy Cross, that's a rook. Rectified Scottish Rite, not so much because it persists to this day. Now, was it initially a rook? Yeah, probably. But like it became something else over time, right? Like and so organizations can do that too, where if it's like founded on nebulous purposes, but over time it straightens itself out as it becomes like accepted, right? And like so you can look at a lot of those different things, but a lot of like the high degree systems for me, I find like it's really a study of con men.
Well, yeah, and it's interesting because I think most people that are like me think Freemasonry could be really cool and be all esoteric knowledge, but 99.9% of Masonry isn't that at all. In fact, I think if you went to a lodge and you said that I'm interested in Manly P. Hall and Albert Pike and other individuals, like anything esoteric, they would turn you down. Like it's just like they'd rather you be there to help them raise money and get fellowship and eat hot dogs and corn dogs on every Thursday and go to your little Solomon's Temple meeting with Jackin and Boaz and learn the rituals. Another aspect on the flip side of the non-religious rituals and the esoteric keys of Freemasonry, Hiram Abiff, things of that nature, it goes into some more of the esoteric stuff. One of my issues with Masonry has always been in the fact that I don't like to do rituals of things I don't know what I'm doing before I do them. Like, it's scary to me, just my soul-wise, but I understand. It's just, to a lot of people, it's just, them moving up on the degrees and things like that and learning about all this stuff. It's very interesting. And there's a lot of different sects. There's a lot of different organizations. There's a lot of fingernail organizations that spread off of it and different cool kid clubs, Scroll and Key, Wolf's Head Society, Wolfsburg Society. Like they're like, once you move up, you meet other people that have other cool kid clubs and they get affiliated and they steal from Freemasonry. But, but you know where you can find that Looking Glass? I bet it's in Timothy Hogan's garage somewhere. I bet he's and you laugh because you know that Timothy Hogan is the type of guy that'd be like, I'm gonna make this, right?
Well, good luck because that's 45 grand, my friend.
Well, maybe the lodges can provide for him. Yeah, Scott Walter is another very interesting guy I met before. I met Walter before he became a Mason, and I was like, you got to be careful. It's the mystery religion, and he joined anyways. So now it's interesting because him and Timothy Hogan, they have this really interesting dynamic. But I don't know, man. It's interesting. Just the history of the Templars being here early, them coming here, them possibly being the pirates of the old ages, them being in Scotland and helping William Wallace, all that stuff. Just like learning the true history and like not like what we're told. It's very interesting. Joe Ages, we are running out of time here with you. I would love to have you back on sometime, not on Illuminati Day, where we can talk about these things. For our listeners out there, let them know where they can find you.
Yeah, you can reach out to me. I'm on Facebook. All my books and materials are on Amazon.com. I've got a million Facebook interviews, not necessary to plug anything, and I really don't like promoting myself anyway. So if you like what I had to say, go find me, and if not, well, that's fine too.
Joe Ages, thank you very much for joining us on the Illuminati. We'll have to have you back. Thanks again. May 1st, May Day. What a great show. Thanks again for being with us.
Take care, my friend.
Definitely. That being said, Joel Wages was our guest, Masonic historian, interesting individual. It is time, you guys, to donate to the Rundown Live. Today is our Illuminati Day Marathon. Support us. We're almost over $500. We are going to be selecting one listener to get a year's supply. 1 year free subscription to Ground Zero Plus. You can donate by scanning the bar QR code or going into the comments or description and clicking on the Give, Send, Go. We are trying to fund this operation here on Illuminati Day.
You are listening to the Rundown Live. Your protection from deception. And your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day. May
1st. You're listening to the Rundown Live. The donations are coming in. We are about to break $500 in donations. If you guys can help us break this, that would be great. Break the ceiling. $500 is where we're at. Our goal is $1,776. We are raising funds for your independent freelance broadcast. We've been at the front lines. We were at the George Floyd protests and burning down of the 3rd precinct. We were at Kenosha unrest. Our videos were used to exonerate Kyle Rittenhouse. We were at January 6th. When I say we, it's you, me, and everybody else that makes this possible. Not everybody can go cover protests. Not everybody can go out there and make a difference, but you can fund the difference. You can fund the information war. You guys have seen me on different major programs, from the Glenn Beck show to Alex Jones to the BBC, all over the place. We brought you the manuscripts of the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. Nobody would have known what happened in that trial if it wasn't because we paid thousands of dollars to have the stenographer release the transcripts and we published them. That's where everyone got the victim testimonies from, was because of you guys funding this broadcast. Now, I don't use any of this money for myself. 100% of it goes to the show. I'm leaving right after the show to go to Minocqua to cover a huge protest at the Minocqua Brewing Company. You know that guy who said that, he wished some harm on the president and he got visited by the feds, the FBI. And yeah, we're going to go up there and cover the protest tomorrow. Going to be interesting. Make sure that you guys are staying tuned to that. But for those that want to know where we are at, Give, Send, Go. You can find the link in the chat. We will drop it in the chat for those who haven't donated. Now is a great time. The donation button will be live for several days, if not a week after today's event. So I want you to know, if you can't donate today, do keep it in mind. Do set an alarm. Do support us. But I would love for you guys to do this now because we need your support. Here it is. We are currently getting close. $476 raised today on Illuminati Day. Everybody should give themselves a pat on their back. We still need donations. We are going to hit this goal today. I'm telling you, we are going to get close. The donations are still coming in. I want to thank everybody who has been donating, right? Let's give your guys a little air horn. Yeah. I'm going to shout out to Anonymous for giving $25. Rondo Mondo, $50. Tatiana Moroz, a singer, songwriter. Thank you for the $25. Tiffany, $51. That's kind of cool. Thank you. Missy, $50 says, I'm proud of how far you have come. You are a key component to waking people up, and your efforts will always be admired by your loyal followers. Keep up the good work. Great things are in store. Praying for God's wisdom and safety. Todd says, you do a great job, Kristan. You deserve the best. Thank you. No, you guys are the best. We also have Ground Zero and Lisa Shermer and Anonymous. Thank you for all your hard work. Can you guys head on over to the Give, Send, Go link? And if you don't know it, we will drop it in the chat right after you're hearing me talk about this. We are 100% listener funded. We don't get money from advertising. I mean, we would probably advertise, but I don't know. Like I said, for the people out there, for what you're selling, it depends on the industry. You know, we can definitely try to pimp your ride per se, therundownlive.com. I'm Kristan T. Harris, and I've been bringing you this broadcast now for what, 15 years almost? Almost 15 years the Rundown Live has been around. That is a long, long time. So I want to thank you guys. It's you guys that make this show possible. It's you guys that make it, you know, available. You share the live links. I need you guys to send this to some friends, even if it's $5 or $10, $12, $2, $18. Give whatever your heart says to give. Like, I don't want money that you don't want to give. I want people with a giving and loving heart, because that money will go twice as far. I'm telling you, I'm a boots on the ground type person. You can fund major shows out there, but they're not in the front lines like we are. They're not out there at the front lines getting the story like we are. They're not calling in. You know who calls in when they get a story at places like InfoWars and these bigger networks? I do. I've been sourced by everyone from AP, New York Times, New Yorker, featured in GQ and Rolling Stone. Not always as a good guy. They call me Alex Jones's little cousin. Barry Cooper, the world's top narcotics police busting cop, called me the king of underground journalism. What a nice guy, you know? Just interesting stuff, interesting people. The places we meet, I try to meet everyone. So I tell you what, anyone that donates and can beat our top donation right now, which is $100, we're going to try to see what we can do to get you an additional special gift, right? I have some autographed apparel we could give away, but we are going to be running this until we hit our goal of $1,776. Today, we've had a lot of great guests on the broadcast. For those that are no longer tuning in on Ground Zero, we have left Ground Zero, okay? You are now exclusively on social media. And I want you guys to know you can support this broadcast by going and scanning this QR code and a whole bunch more. We're going to go to Rumble real quick. We're going to leave you guys a link in the chat so that you guys can go ahead and support us there too as well. And we've already got 450 views of today's broadcast. And if you guys look in Rumble, underneath the description or in the description, there is a link to donate to Give, Send, Go, 8-hour Truth Marathon on the Illuminati. And in the comments, there's more ways to do it. YouTube. You want to know how much Rumble is beating YouTube? Rumble, we have 452 viewers, and in YouTube, which by the way banned us in the past, you know, we got a handful of watchers. Does anyone use Rumble or use YouTube anymore? We've gained a bunch of followers, and we've had a lot of listeners throughout the day. So I want to say thank you to everyone that has tuned in, right, and has supported this broadcast. So thank you to everyone that is tuning in. Thank you to everyone that is now watching and that is listening to us. But please help us break this $500 glass ceiling. We're almost at 30%, and I want to let you guys know I appreciate you. This is one of the longest broadcasts I have ever done in all of Rundown Live history. That being said, I want to bring to you one final piece, and please consider donating, and that is The History of the Illuminati by Myron C. Fagan from 1967. So support us, download, the link will be on the screen. Here it is, Myron C. Fagan.
The question of
Illuminati
how
CFI.
and why the United Nations is the crux of the great conspiracy to destroy the sovereignty of the United States and the enslavement of the American people within a UN one-world dictatorship is a complete and unknown mystery to the vast majority of the American people. The reason for this unawareness of the frightening danger to our country and to the entire free world is simple. The masterminds behind this great conspiracy have absolute control of all of our mass communications media, especially television, the radio, the press, and Hollywood. We all know that our State Department, the Pentagon, and the White House have brazenly proclaimed that they have the right and the power to manage the news, to tell us not the truth, but what they want us to believe. They have seized that power on orders from their masters of the great conspiracy. And the objective is to brainwash the people into accepting the phony peace bait to transform the United States into an enslaved unit of the United Nations one world government. First of all, bear in mind that the so-called UN police action in Korea, fought by the United States, in which 150,000 of our sons were murdered and maimed, was part of the plot, just as the undeclared by Congress war in Vietnam, in which our sons are dying, is part of the plot, just as the plot against Rhodesia and South Africa, in which our sons will be dying, is part of the UN plot. However, the vitally important thing for all Americans, all you mothers of the boys who died in Korea and are now dying in Vietnam, to know is that our so-called leaders in Washington, whom we elected to safeguard our nation and our Constitution, are the betrayers, and that behind them are a comparatively small group of men whose sole objective is to enslave the whole world of humanity in their satanic plot of one world government. Now, in order to give you a very clear picture of this satanic plot, I will go back to its beginning, clear back in the middle of the 18th century, and name the men who put that plot into action, and then bring you down to the present, today's status of that plot. Now, as a matter of further intelligence, a term used by the FBI, let me clarify the meaning of the expression, "he is a liberal." The enemy, meaning the one world conspirators, have seized upon that word liberal as a cover-up for their activities. It sounds so innocent and so humanitarian to be liberal. We'll make sure that the person who calls himself a liberal or is described as a liberal is not in truth a red. Now then, this satanic plot was launched back in the 1760s when it first came into existence under the name of the Illuminati. This Illuminati was organized by one Adam Weishaupt, born a Jew, who was converted to Catholicism and became a Catholic priest, and then, at the behest of the then newly organized House of Rothschild, defected and organized the Illuminati. Naturally, the Rothschilds financed that operation. And every war since then, beginning with the French Revolution, has been promoted by the Illuminati, operating under various names and guises. I say under various names and guises because after the Illuminati was exposed and became too notorious, Weishaupt and his co-conspirators began to operate under various other names. In the United States, immediately after World War I, they set up what they called the Council on Foreign Relations, commonly referred to as the CFR. And this CFR is actually the Illuminati in the United States. And its hierarchy, the masterminds in control of the CFR, to a very great extent are the descendants of the original Illuminati conspirators. But to conceal that fact, most of them changed their original family names to American-sounding names. For example, the true name of the Dillons, Clarence and Douglas Dillon, once Secretary of the U.S. Treasury Department, is Lepowski. I'll come back to all this later. There is a similar establishment of the Illuminati in England, operating under the name of the British Institute of International Affairs. There are similar secret Illuminati organizations in France, Germany, and other nations operating under different names. And all these organizations, including the CFR, continuously set up numerous subsidiary or front organizations that are infiltrated into every phase of the various nations' affairs. But at all times, the operations of these organizations were and are masterminded and controlled by the internationalist bankers, who in turn were and are controlled by the Rothschilds. The details of how they accomplished the setting up of the CFR in the United States, as also in the other nations, are far too voluminous to be described in this dissertation. But you can find it complete in News Bulletin number 122, entitled UN is Spawn of the Illuminati, and News Bulletin number 123, entitled CFR Completely Unmasked as Illuminati. Both are published by the Cinema Educational Guild, Post Office Box 46205, Hollywood, California. You can get them for 50 cents per copy by writing to that address. Those news bulletins reveal the names of the original founders of the Illuminati and the Americanized names of their descendants in the present CFR. Now I'll go back to the activities of the original Illuminati conspirators. As revealed in News Bulletin number 122, one branch of the Rothschild family had financed Napoleon. Another branch of the Rothschilds, both branches the real masterminds of the Illuminati, financed Britain, Germany, and the other nations in the Napoleonic Wars. Immediately after the Napoleonic Wars, the Illuminati assumed that all the nations were so destitute and so weary of wars that they'd be glad for any solution. So the Rothschild stooges set up what they called the Congress in Vienna, and at that meeting they tried to create the first League of Nations, their first attempted one world government, on the theory that all the crowned heads of the European governments were so deeply in debt to them that they would willingly or unwillingly serve as their stooges. But the Tsar of Russia caught the stench of the plot and completely torpedoed it. The enraged Nathan Rothschild, then the head of that dynasty, vowed that someday he or his descendants would destroy the Tsar and his entire family. And his descendants did accomplish that very threat in 1917. At this point, bear in mind that the Illuminati was not set up to operate on a short-range basis. Normally, a conspirator of any type enters into a conspiracy with the expectation of achieving his objective during his own lifetime. But that was not the case with the Illuminati. True, they hoped to accomplish their objective during their lifetime. But, paraphrasing The Show Must Go On, the Illuminati operates on the very long-range basis. Whether it will take scores of years or even centuries, they have dedicated their descendants to keep the plot boiling until they hope the conspiracy is achieved. Now let's go back to the birth of the Illuminati. Adam Weishaupt was a Jesuit-trained professor of canon law, teaching in Ingolstadt University when he defected from Christianity to embrace the Luciferian conspiracy. It was in 1770 that the professional moneylenders, the then recently organized House of Rothschild, retained him to revise and modernize the age-old protocols of Zionism, which from the outset was designed to give the synagogue of Satan, so named by Jesus Christ, ultimate world domination, so they could impose the Luciferian ideology upon what would remain of the human race after the final social cataclysm by use of satanic despotism. Weishaupt completed his task May 1st, 1776. Now you know why May 1 is the great day with all communist nations to this very day. That was the day, May 1, 1776, that Weishaupt completed his plan and officially organized the Illuminati to put the plan into execution. That plan required the destruction of all existing governments and religions. That objective was to be reached by dividing the masses of people whom he, Weishaupt, termed Goyim, or human cattle, into opposing camps in ever-increasing numbers on political, social, economic, and other issues, the very conditions we have in our country today. The opposing sides were then to be armed and incidents provided which would cause them to fight and weaken themselves and gradually destroy national governments and religious institutions. Again, I say, the very conditions in the world today. And at this point, let me stress a prime feature of the Illuminati plans. When and if their blueprint for world control, the protocols of the elders of Zion, is discovered and exposed, they would wipe all the Jews off the face of the earth in order to divert suspicions from themselves. If you think this is far-fetched, bear in mind that they permitted Hitler, a liberal socialist himself, who was financed by Krupp, Kennedy, the Warburgs, and the Rothschilds, to incinerate 600,000 Jews. Now, just why did the conspirators choose the word Illuminati for their satanic organization? Weishaupt himself said that the word is derived from Lucifer and means holders of the light, using the lie that his objective was to bring about a one-world government to enable those with mental ability to govern the world and prevent all wars in the future. In short, using the word peace on earth as his bait, exactly as that same bait, peace, was used by the 1945 conspirators to foist the United Nations on us. Weishaupt, financed, I repeat, by the Rothschilds, recruited some 2,000 paid followers. These included the most intelligent men in the fields of arts and letters, education, the sciences, finance, and industry. He then established lodges of the Grand Orient, Masonic lodges, to be their secret headquarters. And I again repeat that in all of this he was acting under orders from the House of Rothschild. The main features of the Weishaupt plan of operation required his Illuminati to do the following things to help them to accomplish their purpose. Number one, use monetary and sex bribery to obtain control of men already in high places in the various levels of all governments and other fields of endeavor. Once influential persons had fallen for the lies, deceits, and temptations of the Illuminati, they were to be held in bondage by application of political and other forms of blackmail, threats of financial ruin, public exposure and physical harm, even death, to themselves and loved members of their families. Do you realize how many present top officials in our federal government in Washington are controlled in just that way by the CFR? Do you realize how many homosexuals in our State Department, the Pentagon, all federal agencies, even in the White House, are controlled that way? Number two, Illuminati on the faculties of colleges and universities were to cultivate students possessing exceptional mental ability belonging to well-bred families with international leanings and recommend them for special training in internationalism. Such training was to be provided by granting scholarships to those selected by the Illuminists. That gives you an idea what a Rhodes Scholarship means. It means indoctrination into accepting the idea that only a one-world government can put an end to recurring wars and strife. That's how the United Nations was sold to the American people. One of the most notable Rhodes Scholars we have in our country is Senator William J. Fulbright, sometimes referred to as Half-Bright. His entire voting record spells Illuminati. All such scholars were to be first persuaded and then convinced that men of special talent and brains have the right to rule those less gifted on the ground that the masses don't know what is best for them physically, mentally, and spiritually. In addition to the Rhodes and similar scholarships, today there are 3 special Illuminati schools located in Gordonstown in Scotland, Salem in Germany, and Anavrita in Greece. These 3 are known ones, but there are others that are kept under cover. Prince Philip, the husband of Britain's Queen Elizabeth, was educated at Gordonstown at the instigation of Lord Louis Mountbatten, his uncle, a Rothschild relative, who became Britain's admiral of the fleet after World War II ended. Number 3, all influential people trapped into coming under the control of the Illuminati, plus the students who had been specially educated and trained, were to be used as agents and placed behind the scenes of all governments as experts and specialists, so they would advise the top executives to adopt policies which would, in the long run, serve the secret plans of the Illuminati one-world conspiracy and bring about the destruction of the governments and religions they were elected or appointed to serve. Do you know how many such men operate in our government at this very time? Rusk, McNamara, Hubert Humphrey, Fulbright, Kuchel, and go on and on and on. Number 4, perhaps the most vital directive in Weishaupt's plan was to obtain absolute control of the press, at that time the only mass communications media, to distribute information to the public, so that all news and information could be slanted, so that the masses could be convinced that a one-world government is the only solution to our many and varied problems. Now do you know who owns and controls our mass communications media? I'll tell you, practically all the movie lots in Hollywood is owned by the Laymans, Kuhn, Loeb and Company, Goldman Sachs, and other internationalist bankers. All the national radio and TV channels in the nation are owned and controlled by those same internationalist bankers. The same is true of every chain of metropolitan newspapers and magazines, also of the press wire services, such as Associated Press, United Press International, etc. The supposed heads of all those media are merely the fronts for the internationalist bankers, who in turn compose the hierarchy of the CFR, today's Illuminati in America. Now can you understand why the Pentagon's press agent Sylvester so brazenly proclaimed that the government has the right to lie to the people? What he really meant was that our CFR-controlled government had the power to lie to and be believed by the brainwashed American people. And let's again go back to the first days of the Illuminati. Because Britain and France were the 2 greatest world powers in the late years of the 18th century, Weishaupt ordered the Illuminati to foment the colonial wars, including our Revolutionary War, to weaken the British Empire and organize the French Revolution to destroy the French Empire. He scheduled the French Revolution to start in 1789. However, in 1784, a true act of God placed the Bavarian government in possession of evidence which proved the existence of the Illuminati, and that evidence could have saved France if they, the French government, hadn't refused to believe it. Here is how that act of God happened. It was in 1874 that Weishaupt issued his orders for the French Revolution. A German writer named Zwack put it into book form. It contained the entire Illuminati story and Weishaupt's plans. A copy of this book was sent to the Illuminists in France, headed by Robespierre, whom Weishaupt had delegated to foment the French Revolution. The courier was struck and killed by lightning as he rode through Ralston on his way from Frankfurt to Paris. The police found the subversive documents on his body and turned them over to the proper authorities. After careful study of the plot, the Bavarian government ordered the police to raid Weishaupt's newly organized lodges of the Grand Orient and the homes of his most influential associates. All additional evidence thus discovered convinced the authorities the documents were genuine copies of the conspiracy by which the Illuminati planned to use wars and revolutions to bring about the establishment of a one-world government, the powers of which they, headed by the Rothschilds, intended to usurp as soon as it was established, exactly in line with the United Nations plot of today. In 1785, the Bavarian government outlawed the Illuminati and closed the lodges of the Grand Orient. In 1786, they published all the details of the conspiracy. The English title of that publication is The Original Writings of the Order and Sect of the Illuminati. Copies of the entire conspiracy were sent to all the heads of church and state in Europe. But the power of the Illuminati, which was actually the power of the Rothschilds, was so great that this warning was ignored. Nevertheless, Illuminati became a dirty word, and it went underground. At the same time, Weishaupt ordered Illuminists to infiltrate into the lodges of Blue Masonry and form their own secret societies within all secret societies. Only Masons who proved themselves internationalists and those whose conduct proved they had defected from God were initiated into the Illuminati. Thenceforth, the conspirators donned the cloak of philanthropy and humanitarianism to conceal their revolutionary and subversive activities. In order to infiltrate into Masonic lodges in Britain, Weishaupt invited John Robison over to Europe. Robison was a high-degree Mason in the Scottish Rite. He was a professor of natural philosophy at Edinburgh University and secretary of the Royal Society of Edinburgh. Robison did not fall for the lie that the objective of the Illuminati was to create a benevolent dictatorship, but he kept his reactions to himself so well that he was entrusted with a copy of Weishaupt's revised conspiracy for study and safekeeping. Anyway, because the heads of state and church in France were deluded into ignoring the warnings given them, the revolution broke out in 1789 as scheduled by Weishaupt. In order to alert other governments to their danger, in 1798 Robison published a book entitled Proof of a Conspiracy to Destroy All Governments and Religions. But his warnings were ignored, exactly as our American people have been ignoring all warnings about the United Nations and the Council on Foreign Relations, the CFR. Now here is something that will stun and very likely outrage many who hear this. But there is documentary proof that our own Thomas Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton became students of Weishaupt's. Jefferson was one of Weishaupt's strongest defenders when he was outlawed by his government. And it was Jefferson who infiltrated the Illuminati into the then newly organized lodges of the Scottish Rite in New England. Here is the proof. In 1789, John Robeson warned all Masonic leaders in America that the Illuminati had infiltrated into their lodges. And on July 19, 1789, David Papin, president of Harvard University, issued the same warning to the graduating class and lectured them on the influence Illuminism was acquiring on American politics and religion. And to top it off, John Quincy Adams, who had organized the New England Masonic lodges, issued his warnings. He wrote 3 letters to Colonel William L. Stone, a top Mason, in which he exposed how Jefferson was using Masonic lodges for subversive Illuministic purposes. Those 3 letters are at this very time in Rittenberg Square Library in Philadelphia. In short, Jefferson, founder of the Democratic Party, was a member of the Illuminati, which at least partly accounts for the condition of the party at this time. And through infiltrations of the Republican Party, we have exactly nothing of loyal Americanism today. That disastrous rebuff at the Congress at Vienna, created by the Tsar of Russia, did not by any means destroy the Illuminati conspiracy. It merely forced them to adopt a new strategy. Realizing that the one world idea was, for the moment, killed, the Rothschilds decided that to keep the plot alive, they'd have to do it by heightening their control of the money systems of the European nations. Earlier, by a ruse, the outcome of the Battle of Waterloo had been falsified. Rothschild had spread a story that Napoleon had won that battle. That had precipitated a terrific panic on the stock market in England. All stocks had plummeted down to practically zero, and Nathan Rothschild bought all the stocks for virtually a penny on its dollar values. That gave him complete control of the economy of Britain and virtually of all Europe. So immediately after that Congress in Vienna had boomeranged, Rothschild forced Britain to set up a new Bank of England, which he absolutely controlled. Exactly as later, through Jacob Schiff, he engineered our own Federal Reserve Act, which gave the House of Rothschild a secret control of the economy in the United States. But now for a moment, let's dwell on the activities of the Illuminati in the United States. In 1826, one Captain William Morgan decided it was his duty to inform all Masons and the general public what the full truth was regarding the Illuminati, their secret plans and intended objectives. Also reveal the identities of the masterminds of the conspiracy. The Illuminati promptly tried Morgan in absentia and convicted him of treason. They ordered one Richard Howard, an English Illuminist, to carry out their sentence of execution as a traitor. Morgan was warned and he tried to escape to Canada, but Howard caught up with him near the border, near the Niagara Gorge, to be exact, where he murdered him. This was verified in a sworn statement made in New York by one Avery Allen to the effect that he heard Howard render his report of the execution to a meeting of Knights Templars in St. John's Hall, New York. He also told how arrangements had been made to ship Howard back to England. That Allen affidavit is on record in New York City archives. Very few Masons and very few of the general public know that general disapproval over that incident of murder caused approximately half of all the Masons in the northern jurisdiction of the United States to secede. Copies of the minutes of the meeting held to discuss that matter are still in existence in safe hands, and that all that secrecy emphasizes the power of the masterminds of the Illuminati to prevent such terrible events of history from being taught in our schools. In the early 1850s, the Illuminati held a secret meeting in New York, which was addressed by a British Illuminist named Wright. Those in attendance were told that the Illuminati was organizing to unite the nihilist and atheist groups with all other subversive groups into an international to be known as communists. That was when the word communist first came into being, and it was intended to be the supreme weapon and scare word to terrify the whole world and drive the terrorized peoples into the Illuminati one world scheme. This scheme, communism, was to be used to enable the Illuminati to foment future wars and revolutions. Clinton Roosevelt, a direct ancestor of Franklin Roosevelt, Horace Greeley and Charles Dana, foremost newspaper publishers of that time, were appointed to head a committee to raise funds for the new venture. Of course, most of the funds were provided by the Rothschilds. And this fund was used to finance Karl Marx and Engels when they wrote Das Kapital and the Communist Manifesto in Soho, England. And this clearly reveals that communism is not a so-called ideology, but a secret weapon, a bogeyman word to serve the purpose of the Illuminati. Weishaupt died in 1830, but prior to his death he prepared a revised version of the age-old conspiracy, the Illuminati, which under various aliases was to organize, finance, direct, and control all international organizations and groups by working their agents into executive positions at the top. In the United States, we have Woodrow Wilson, Franklin Roosevelt, Jack Kennedy, Johnson, Rusk, McNamara, Fulbright, etc. as prime examples. In addition, while Karl Marx was writing the Communist Manifesto under the direction of one group of Illuminists, Professor Karl Ritter of Frankfurt University was writing the antithesis under direction of another group. The idea was that those who direct the overall conspiracy could use the differences in those two so-called ideologies to enable them to divide larger and larger members of the human race into opposing camps so that they could be armed and then brainwashed into fighting and destroying each other, and particularly to destroy all political and religious institutions. The work Ritter started was continued after his death and completed by the German so-called philosopher Friedrich Wilhelm Nietzsche, who founded Nietzscheism. This Nietzscheism was later developed into fascism and then into Nazism and was used to foment World Wars I and II. In 1834, the Italian revolutionary leader Giuseppe Mazzini was selected by the Illuminati to direct their revolutionary program throughout the world. He served in that capacity until he died in 1872. But some years before he died, Mazzini had enticed an American general named Albert Pike into the Illuminati. Pike was fascinated by the idea of a one-world government, and ultimately he became the head of this Luciferian conspiracy. Between 1859 and 1871, he, Pike, worked out a military blueprint for 3 world wars and various revolutions throughout the world, which he considered would forward the conspiracy to its final stage in the 20th century. Again, I remind that these conspirators were never concerned with immediate success. They always operated on a long-range view. Pike did most of his work in his home in Little Rock, Arkansas. But a few years later, when the Illuminati's lodges of the Grand Orient became suspect and repudiated because of Mazzini's revolutionary activities in Europe, Pike organized what he called the New and Reformed Palladian Rite. He set up 3 supreme councils, one in Charleston, South Carolina, one in Rome, Italy, and the third in Berlin, Germany. He had Mazzini establish 23 subordinate councils in strategic locations throughout the world. These have been the secret headquarters of the world revolutionary movement ever since. Long before Marconi invented radio, the scientists in the Illuminati had found the means for Pike and the heads of his councils to communicate secretly. It was the discovery of that secret that enabled intelligence officers to understand how apparently unrelated incidents, one such as the assassination of an Austrian prince at Sarajevo, took place simultaneously throughout the world, which developed into a war or a revolution. Pike's plan was as simple as it has proved effective. It called for communism, Nazism, political Zionism, and other international movements be organized and used to foment 3 global world wars and at least 2 major revolutions. The First World War was to be fought so as to enable the Illuminati to destroy Tsarism in Russia, as vowed by Rothschild after the Tsar had torpedoed his scheme at the Congress in Vienna, and to transform Russia into a stronghold of atheistic communism. The differences stirred up by agents of the Illuminati between the British and German empires were to be used to foment this war. After the war would be ended, communism was to be built up and used to destroy other governments and weaken religions. World War II, when and if necessary, was to be fomented by using the controversies between fascists and political Zionists. And here let it be noted that Hitler was financed by Krupp, the Warburgs, the Rothschilds, and other internationalist bankers, and that the slaughter of the supposed 600,000 Jews by Hitler didn't bother the Jewish internationalist bankers at all. That slaughter was necessary in order to create worldwide hatred of the German people and thus bring about the war against them. In short, this Second World War was to be fought to destroy Nazism and to increase the power of political Zionism so that the State of Israel could be established in Palestine. During this World War II, international communism was to be built up until it equaled in strength that of united Christendom. When it reached that point, it was to be contained and kept in check until required for the final social cataclysm. As we know now, Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin put that exact policy into effect, and Truman, Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson continued that same exact policy. World War III is to be fomented by using the so-called controversies the agents of the Illuminati, operating under whatever new name, are now stirring up between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Muslim world. That war is to be directed in such a manner that all of Islam and political Zionism, Israel, will destroy each other, while at the same time the remaining nations, once more divided on this issue, will be forced to fight themselves into a state of complete exhaustion, physically, mentally, spiritually, and economically. Now, can any thinking person doubt that the intrigue now going on in the Near, Middle, and Far East is designed to accomplish that satanic objective? Pike himself foretold all this in a statement he made to Mazzini on August 15, 1871. Pike stated that after World War III is ended, those who will inspire to undisputed world domination will provoke the greatest social cataclysm the world has ever known. Quoting his own words, taken from the letter he wrote to Mazzini, and which letter is now catalogued in the British Museum in London, England, he said, "We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists, and we shall provoke a great social cataclysm which in all its horror will show clearly to all nations the effect of absolute atheism. the origin of savagery and of most bloody turmoil. Then everywhere, the people forced to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization, and the multitudes disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will be from that moment on without direction and leadership, and anxious for an ideal but without knowledge where to send its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out into public view, a manifestation which will result from a general reactionary movement which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time. When Mazzini died in 1872, Pike made another Italian revolutionary leader named Adrian Lemmi his successor. Lemmi, in turn, was succeeded by Lenin and Trotsky, then by Stalin. The revolutionary activities of all those men were financed by British, French, German, and American international bankers, all of them dominated by the House of Rothschild. We are supposed to believe that the international bankers of today, like the money changers of Christ's day, are only the tools or agents of the great conspiracy, but actually they are the masterminds behind all of it. While the general public has been brainwashed by all the mass communications media into believing that communism is a movement of the so-called workers, the actual fact is that both British and American intelligence officers have authentic documentary evidence that international liberals operating through their international banking houses, particularly the House of Rothschild, have financed both sides in every war and revolution since 1776. Those who today comprise the conspiracy, the CFR in the United States, direct our governments, whom they hold in usury through such methods as the Federal Reserve System in America, to fight wars such as Vietnam, created by the United Nations, so as to further Pike's Illuminati plans to bring the world to that stage of the conspiracy when atheistic communism and the whole of Christianity can be forced into an all-out Third World War within each remaining nation, as well as on an international scale. The headquarters of the great conspiracy in the late 1700s was in Frankfurt, Germany, where the House of Rothschild had been established by Mayer Anschelm, who adopted the Rothschild name and linked together other international financiers who had literally sold their souls to the devil. After the Bavarian government's exposure in 1786, the conspirators moved their headquarters to Switzerland, then to London. Since World War II, after Jacob Schiff, the Rothschild's boy in America, died, the headquarters of the American branch has been in the Harold Pratt Building, New York, and the Rockefellers, originally protégés of Schiff, have taken over the manipulation of finances in America for the Illuminati. In the final phases of the conspiracy, the one world government will consist of the king dictator, head of the United Nations, the CFR, and a few billionaires, economists, and scientists who have proved their devotion to the great conspiracy. All others are to be integrated into a vast conglomeration of mongrelized humanity, actually slaves. Now let me show you how our federal government and the American people have been sucked into the one world takeover plot of the Illuminati great conspiracy. And always bear in mind that the United Nations was created to become the housing for that one world so-called liberal conspiracy. The real foundations of the plot for the takeover of the United States were laid during the period of our Civil War. Not that Weishaupt and the earlier masterminds had ever overlooked the New World. As I have previously indicated, Weishaupt had his agents planted over here as far back as the Revolutionary War. But George Washington was more than a match for them. It was during the Civil War that the conspirators launched their first concrete efforts. We know that Judah Benjamin, chief advisor of Jefferson Davis, was a Rothschild agent. We also know that there were Rothschild agents planted in Abraham Lincoln's cabinet who tried to sell him into a financial dealing with the House of Rothschild. But old Abe saw through the scheme and bluntly rejected it, thereby incurring the undying enmity of the Rothschilds, exactly as the Russian Tsar did when he torpedoed their first League of Nations at the Congress in Vienna. Investigation of the assassination of Lincoln revealed that the assassin, Booth, was a member of a secret conspiratorial group. Because there were a number of highly important government officials involved, the name of the group was never revealed, and it became a mystery, exactly as the assassination of Jack Kennedy still is a mystery. But I am sure it will not for long remain a mystery. Anyway, the ending of the Civil War destroyed, temporarily, all chances of the House of Rothschild to get a clutch on our money system, such as they had acquired in Britain and other nations in Europe. I say temporarily because the Rothschilds and the masterminds of the conspiracy never quit. So they had to start from scratch, but they lost no time in getting started. Shortly after the Civil War, a young immigrant who called himself Jacob H. Schiff arrived in New York. Jacob was a young man with a mission for the House of Rothschild. Jacob was the son of a rabbi, born in one of Rothschild's houses in Frankfurt, Germany. I won't go deeply into his background. The important point is that Rothschild recognized in him not only a potential money wizard, but more important, he also saw the latent Machiavellian qualities in Jacob that could, as it did, make him an invaluable functionary in the great one-world conspiracy. After a comparatively brief training period in the Rothschilds' London bank, Jacob left for America with instructions to buy into a banking house, which was to be the springboard to acquire control of the money system of the United States. Actually, Jacob came here to carry out 4 specific assignments. Number 1, and most important, was to acquire control of America's money system. Number 2, find desirable men who, for a price, would be willing to serve as stooges for the great conspiracy and promote them into high places in our federal government, our Congress, in the U.S. Supreme Court, and all federal agencies. Number 3, create minority group strife throughout the nations, particularly between whites and blacks. Number 4, create a movement to destroy religion in the United States, but Christianity to be the chief target. Earlier, I stated that Jacob Schiff came to America with orders by Rothschild to carry out 4 specific directives. The first and most important one was to get control of the United States money system. Let's trace Schiff's step to accomplish that directive. As a first step, he had to buy into a banking house, but it had to be the kind of a house that he could absolutely control and mold for that primary objective of entrapping our U.S. money system. After carefully scouting around, Jacob bought a partnership in a firm that called itself Kuhn and Loeb. Like Schiff, Kuhn and Loeb were immigrants from German Jewish ghettos. They came to the United States in the mid-1840s. Both started their business careers as itinerant pack peddlers. In the early 1850s, they pooled their interests and set up a merchandising store in Lafayette, Indiana, under the firm name of Kuhn and Loeb, servicing the covered wagon settlers on their way west. In the years that followed, They set up similar stores in Cincinnati and St. Louis. Then they added pawnbroking to their merchandising pursuits. From that to money lending was a short and quick step. By the time Schiff arrived on the scene, Kuhn and Loeb was a well-known private banking firm, and this is the firm Jacob bought into. Shortly after he became a partner in Kuhn and Loeb, Schiff married Loeb's daughter, Teresa. Then he bought out Kuhn's interests and moved the firm to New York, and Kuhn and Loeb became Kuhn, Loeb and Company, international bankers with Jacob Schiff, agent of the Rothschilds, ostensibly the sole owner. And throughout his career, this blend of Judas and Machiavelli, the first hierarch of the Illuminati, great conspiracy in America,
deception and your forecast into the future. Today is Illuminati Day, May 1st.
This is Kristan T. Harris.
Urgent.
If you've hung around the entire 8 hours today, we did
truth
live.
marathon
God
on
bless you.
Illuminati Day.
Today's goal is to raise
Help us raise $11776 for the Rundown Live. Scan the code on the screen now. Today's guests: Leo Lyon Zagami, Max Lowen, Clyde Lewis, Ryder Lee, Joe Wages, and more.
Cover some protest, guys. So Kristan T. Harris, I want to thank everybody who's tuning in. I want to thank everyone that's been donating so far. We are over the $500 mark. Some of you guys have been donating via PayPal. I'm okay with that. I prefer you guys do the Give, Send, Go so everyone can see. It's very transparent. But we have hit $500. We're well over $500. Our goal is $1,776. We will hit this goal hopefully by the end of the night. I know it's early, but a lot of people will be donating later on tonight. Make sure you guys give. If you can, share. Like $5, $10, $20, whatever you can. The top donation is $100. If you can beat that, I tell you what, we're giving away one free year-long subscription to Ground Zero Plus. Whoever donates, the next person to donate more than $100, even if it's $101, I will give a free year-long full subscription for a full year to Ground Zero Plus. I'll do that to the next person that donates over $100 to this broadcast. If you want to be part of the raffle, donate less than $100. All right, cool. We're going to select one of you by the end of the night to get a prize. All you can do is you can scan this QR barcode, or you can look in the in all the descriptions of the show. There is links there. Thank you to everyone who tuned in, all the people who donated today. Oh, by the way, Tiffany, thank you for listening all day. I get to go adventure and drive for 5 hours to cover protests, because that's what Kristan T. Harris does. That's what your money goes towards, is bringing you guys truth on the grounds. We were there. Our video was used to, exonerate Kyle Rittenhouse, to cover the burning down of the 3rd precinct and George Floyd protests. We've covered so many, hundreds of protests. I can't get into how many, but tomorrow I will be in Minocqua, but covering the Minocqua Brewing Company craziness. That being said, thank you to all the people who donated. I'm going to give you shouts out right now. One of you will be a lucky winner of a Ground Zero Plus annual subscription. It's $100 value. So right now I want to say thank you to Anon, Rondo Mondo, Tatiana Moroz, singer-songwriter, famous female. Thank you so much. And she's a homie, dude. Tatiana Moroz is a shit. Bitcoin Jingle, if you don't know who Tatiana Moroz. Tiffany, $51. Thank you. I appreciate you. That was very generous of you. Missy, I appreciate the kind words. Says, I am proud of how far you have come. You are a key component to waking people up, and the efforts will always be admired by your loyal followers. Keep up the good work. Great things are in store. Helga says, praying for God's wisdom and safety. You do a great job, Kristan. You deserve the best. Ground Zero Plus. Chris France donated. Lisa Shermer, $100. Chris, $100. Anonymous giver, $25. Anyone who beats $100, it's $101. I'll guarantee that you get a Ground Zero Plus annual subscription. And of course,
And one of the people who don't donate $100, you can donate as little as $5 or $10 or $20. We're going to put your names in the hat. We're going to pull a name, and one of you will also get an annual subscription to Ground Zero Plus. I'm going to give away some autograph stuff as well. Thank you guys for tuning in to today's 8-hour and 3-minute long podcast episode. To the people on Rumble and all the other platforms, stay blessed. Thank you very much for tuning in. I am Kristan T. Harris. I am out of here.
And there's a reason that people are like this, because people, for the most part, are mindless sheep. The Illuminati are absolutely correct. I have discovered this. It has been one of the greatest disappointments of my life to discover that most people, the people that I have been battling for, the people that I have laid my life down for you can be sure that when the New World Order comes into power, my life is forfeit for the work that I have done.